It automatically puts the system priority on the game, whereas if it's full screen borderless, you're basically allowing the PC to run every other program in the background process at the same level as before. So if you've got like a bunch of tabs left open, it'll cause a pretty noticeable hit to particularly allow performance. The reason that's the case is because on full screen, it automatically puts the system priority on the game, whereas if it's full screen borderless, you're basically allowing the PC to run every other program in the background process at the same level as before. So if you've got like a bunch of tabs left open, it'll cause a pretty noticeable hit to performance depending on your system. Of course, if you're playing like a low resource game, it doesn't really matter. But if you're trying to max out your PC with a 4K game that can like melt a top of the line graphics card, any performance improvements you can get, they're gonna help. So sometimes all you have to do is switch to full screen rather than borderless full screen. You'll notice some improvements in your games. It won't fix stuttering issues and some screen tearing a lot of the time, but it can also greatly improve input lag. Sometimes you have to set your desktop resolution to whatever resolution you want in-game for it to properly work, but in general, locked full screen is just better for performance. At number 5 is VSync versus frame capping. While we're talking screens, another important thing you can adjust is VSync settings versus locked frame caps. Sometimes this can actually make a pretty big difference. So they both basically serve the same function for creating a more smooth gameplay experience, but depending on which one you have turned on, it can make a big difference in how your game looks and feels to play. Basically, just if you're using a weaker PC and aren't playing competitively, then VSync can become useful to eliminate unsightly screen tearing and some certain stuttering events as well. How this works is that it forces you can adjust is VSync settings versus locked frame caps. Sometimes this can actually make a pretty big difference. So they both basically serve the same function for creating a more smooth gameplay experience, but depending on which one you have turned on, it can make a big difference in how your game looks and feels to play. Basically, just if you're using a weaker PC and aren't playing competitively, then VSync can become useful to eliminate unsightly screen tearing and some certain stuttering events as well. How this works is that it forces the frames rendered to synchronize with your monitor's refresh rate. Because a game's frames per second may not be exactly the same as a PC's refresh rate, forcing it can introduce input lag, and depending on the game, sometimes that's something you can deal with, and sometimes it makes a game almost unplayable. The annoying thing is that it really depends on the game and how it implements VSync, so you just have to test that out game by game. If you got a strong enough PC, simply capping the frame rate to your computer's refresh rate can actually be superior to using VSync. Doesn't always fix like frame tearing the way VSync would, but it's way better in terms of input lag, and it prevents usage spikes that can cause issues and you have to test that out game by game. If you got a strong enough PC, simply capping the frame rate to your computer's refresh rate can actually be superior to using VSync. Doesn't always fix like frame tearing the way VSync would, but it's way better in terms of input lag, and it prevents usage spikes that can cause issues in a lot of games. So you got a monster PC and you don't have to worry about either one of these things. You might not even care about what I'm saying here, but if you're the type of person who leaves VSync on for every game you play, it might be worth testing, seeing if you're better served as capping frame rate. You might notice your game's running and playing a lot better if you do that instead. At number 4, disable full screen optimization. Another default Windows setting that is actually kind of nebulous, but it's supposed to improve performance and make it easier to alt-tab out of games. In practice, though, it sometimes causes more problems than it fixes, which seems to be a common problem for these built-in Windows things. People have reported stuttering, slowdown, and input problems. They get fixed when they just disable full screen optimization. Most annoying thing about it is that unless you really want to go digging into the registries, you can really only disable this setting on a per application basis. To do it, you need to right-click on the game or program, select properties, go to compatibility, and it's there that you can disable full screen optimizations. Some people have said that disabling the Xbox game bar actually removes all the effects of full screen optimization, but that really just doesn't seem to be the case. And the only way to fix certain issues with games comes from disabling it via the method above. It just seems to be better in general to turn screen optimization off, and just unless you really want to go digging into the registries, you can really only disable this setting on a per application basis. To do it, you need to right-click on the game or program, select properties, go to compatibility, and it's there that you can disable full screen optimizations. Some people have said that disabling the Xbox game bar actually removes all of the effects of full screen optimization, but that really just doesn't seem to be the case, and the only way to fix certain issues with games comes from disabling it via the method above. It just seems to be better in general to turn screen optimization off, and you may not notice it, but it causes more problems than it actually fixes a lot of the time. And you may via the method above. It just seems to be better in general to turn screen optimization off, and you may not notice it, but it causes more problems than it actually fixes a lot of the time. At number 3, disabling high DPI scaling. With the move to 4K resolutions, many games, even modern day ones, struggle to display properly. There are a ton of issues out there with game sizes getting too big for the monitor, weird scaling issues, and almost all of them stem from this option, high DPI scaling. For most people, you're gonna have some scaling turned on a PC using 2K or 4K resolutions. Text is usually just way too small under default settings, but for some reason, changing the scaling on your text can cause a lot of weird problems in older games, and some newer ones. I don't know why Windows gets so confused when you change your scaling options, but at least right now, it can still cause a ton of problems. And just to be clear, we're talking about any resolution PC with some scaling going on. You don't need a 4K monitor for this to be a problem, but it's definitely a problem you'll experience if you've got one. There are a few ways to fix this. The brute force method is just right-click on your screen, select display, turn scaling back to default. Another option is to do the same thing you did at the previous point, right-click the game, go to compatibility settings, and press change high DPI settings, and from there you can disable high DPI scaling, which will usually fix those issues on a per game basis. Thankfully, they actually made it possible to change this for everything as well. In the program DPI setting, you just go to advanced scaling and turn off fixed scaling for apps. It might make certain things a little blurry, but it fixes any weird screen issues you may experience, and when you're playing games, that's important. At number 2, there are per game basis. Thankfully, they actually made it possible to change this for everything as well. In the program DPI setting, you just go to advanced scaling and turn off fixed scaling for apps. It might make certain things a little blurry, but it fixes any weird screen issues you may experience, and when you're playing games, that's important. At number 2, there are a number of things you can do to improve input lag. There's so many causes and effects of input lag, but there's a few things you can do to improve it. For one, make use of low latency mode and reflex settings if you have an NVIDIA card. Low latency can improve input lag significantly for DirectX 11 and older games, and you can find that adjustment setting in the NVIDIA control panel. Well, reflex is a purely DirectX 12 thing and can only be changed on a per game basis. If you've got a good enough PC, then these settings along with a G-Sync monitor can improve input lag a lot on PC. Of course, there's a lot of other things you can do too, like disabling power saving settings, playing applying in exclusive full screen only, turning off vertical sync, straight up just lowering your resolution, turning down graphical settings. The faster your PC can display a game's graphics without slowing the system down, the better your input lag is going to be. So if you want to be serious about playing online, adjusting some of these settings may make your game a lot more responsive. The main thing to keep in mind is that there's no universal settings that will always work for every game. Certain ones will benefit more from low latency mode, while other games you'll probably barely see a difference. You really have to experiment a little to see what works best, but in general, if you got a modern PC and you're playing newish games, low latency mode and reflex do make a noticeable difference. And finally, at number 1, don't waste your time with performance boosting software. While putting this list together, we found so many things that would recommend antivirus programs or performance boosters that would supposedly make your games run and play better, but it's all basically junk. You don't need it. From all the research we put into writing this, most third-party antivirus programs are simply unnecessary these days. You got Windows Defender, you got uBlock, install that stuff, you're pretty much set. And while this stuff is unnecessary most of the time, any software that claims it'll improve your performance is a straight up lie. It's all just bloatware, and it's doing a service your PC already does, so you don't need third-party programs to delete stuff off your computer, defrag a drive, or download drivers. It's all a waste. There are exceptions to this rule, obviously, but there's no golden bullet with PC gaming, and it'd be cool if there were options that would improve drag a drive or download drivers. It's all a waste. Bloatware, and it's doing a service your PC already does, so you don't need third-party programs to delete stuff off your computer, defrag a drive, or download drivers. It's all a waste. There are exceptions to this rule, obviously, but there's no golden bullet with PC gaming. And it'd be cool if there were options that would improve things for you 100% of the time. There really just aren't. Some things work, some things don't. But if it's a piece of software claiming to improve your PC performance across the board through voodoo magic or whatever, it's just blowing smoke up your butt. Any guide or tutorial telling you to download a program that will improve performance, don't bother with it. It's junk. Quick bonus for you: the ultimate hack is, of course, overclocking. When it comes to hacking, you can't do better than this. It involves pushing the power of your hardware components past the factory settings, but it's sometimes a little complicated and maybe even dangerous. We wouldn't feel comfortable explaining it in 10 minutes, let alone 1. Basically, if you're serious about pushing performance and aren't afraid to see some instability going on in your PC, this is the way to go. There's some extensive guides and videos on this topic online, so hunt those down if you're curious and think you can do this. But seriously, even if overclocking has gotten a lot easier and safer over the years, it's still possible to cause serious damage to PC components, so pursue it at your own risk. Do not go blaming us if your PC explodes. We warned you, it's possible. Heed that and go forward with care. That's all for today. Leave us a comment, let us know what you think. If you like this video, click the like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable all notifications, and as always, thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter @FalconHero. We'll see you next time. Back here on Game Rings.
Hello there my RPG lovers and welcome to another video. If you're following my channel, you might have noticed that I usually play melee characters or melee builds in RPGs. I just think that big two-handed swords are the coolest weapon type, that's pretty much the reason why. But I played a bunch of games with fun magic gameplay, and you might remember this particular video from almost a year ago. While that video was focused on magic systems in particular, in this one we're going to focus on some other games with fun magic gameplay in general. I highly recommend watching that video first if you didn't already, because we mentioned a lot of games with fun and interesting magic systems. If you don't see some particular game that had a great magic gameplay, there's a high possibility I already talked about it in that first video. Anyway, here's some more games with great magic gameplay, which left a lasting impression on me. Number 5, Victorum. Victorum is a game that's entirely focused on casting magic and destroying stuff. To be honest, Victorum feels more like a proof of concept or a demo rather than a full game, so I have a hard time recommending buying this game, even though it's only like 10 bucks. Progress through different maps by destroying stuff and killing enemies, and you have some character progression as well in terms of new items and spells. You have 3 different ways of increasing the effectiveness of your spell. At the beginning, you get high velocity, multi-shot, and high explosive. Mentioning, I would love to see a similar gameplay, but in a fully fledged open world RPG, so I hope that some aspiring developers watching this and maybe take some ideas from Victorum. It's a shame, well, according to Steam reviews at least, and my comments on the previous video I did for Number 4, Nox. Nox is an action RPG that came out almost 22 years ago. This game came out just a couple of months before Diablo 2, and I think that's one of the reasons why it got overlooked and kind of forgotten, unfortunately. At the first glance, Nox might seem like just another hack-and-slash isometric RPG from early 2000s, but it's so much more than that. The story is kinda goofy and really simple, but interesting enough to keep you invested in the campaign. Jack is the name of the main character, but you can name him however you want and customize him a bit. By the way, everything about this menu just screams late 90s gaming. The visuals and the sound effects as well. I love it. Anyway, Jax Anyway, Jack just wanted to watch the TV in peace and get some dinner, but he gets pulled into this fantasy world of Nox. Like I said, it's kinda goofy, but it's definitely fun. You get to choose between 3 different character types, and this is the most important decision you'll make in the game. The thing is, the game has 3 different campaigns, and each of these 3 characters has a unique progression path. But we're here to talk about the magic gameplay in particular, and that's where the wizard class comes into play. The way this character works is pretty simple. The game gives you new spells as you progress further in the campaign, but it also gives you a lot of freedom with combining the spells however you see fit. Nox has an amazing sense of progression because it feels really balanced, although the game is really light on RPG elements. It's definitely focused more on action, and that's precisely why the gameplay feels really good. As a wizard, you need to aim most of your spells and kite enemies because your character is pretty squishy. The controls are responsive and snappy, which is really important because the gameplay in Nox relies a lot on players' muscle memory. Nox is not completely deprived of RPG elements. You will find some stronger gear as you progress, although that aspect of the game is not that important compared to something like Diablo 2. That's because the game is really focused on your mechanical skills rather than your gear. Nox doesn't have randomly generated maps, it's a lot more linear experience, but it has a lot of secrets that you can discover along the way, as well as interesting puzzles. The maps are designed around these 3 different character types, so your spells are not only used in combat, but solving puzzles as well. There are a decent amount of puzzles that you have to solve during the campaign, and the game teaches you this quite early. The game doesn't hold your hand though, and you have to figure things out by yourself, which was a common thing in games from that period. There is a multiplayer mode as well, and according to a lot of people who played it, it's amazing and really skill-based. That's not so hard to believe because, like I said, even the campaign requires you to have some decent mechanical skills. I never got the chance to try out the multiplayer myself, but I had to mention it. I highly suggest playing as a wizard if you decide to revisit this old classic on the PC. I got it on GOG and I had to run it in Windows 98 compatibility mode because that's the only way the game will work on Windows 10. Number 3. Kingdoms of Amalur: Re-Reckoning. I recently made a review for the new Kingdoms of Amalur DLC called Fatesworn, and you can check that video out if you're interested by clicking on the card up above. It felt really good to see some brand new content for such an old RPG, even though the quality of the DLC wasn't exactly phenomenal, but it was more than enough to make me come back to this game and do another playthrough. Regardless of what you think about Kingdoms of Amalur in general, I think that everyone could agree that the combat system in this game was pretty damn good. It's definitely on the button mashing side, but the smooth, fast-paced action is not something you would often see in open-world RPGs. The magic gameplay was no different in this underrated RPG. No matter which playstyle you choose, you'll have a lot of fun with the gameplay. When it comes to magic in particular, it all depends on the talent tree and the weapons you decide to use. The default mage weapon is the staff, and even the regular attacks with this weapon felt great. Then you add different spells that you can learn from the talent tree and combine that with the fate cards, which give you passive bonuses. All of that combined created enjoyable magic gameplay, which can keep you busy for hundreds of hours. Like I said, it can definitely feel a bit repetitive, but I never found it boring in my playthroughs. Even before this new DLC, the game had plenty of content to keep you busy for a long time, although there are a lot of side quests which are not that interesting to do. But considering that it's always really fun to engage in combat, even though simple side quests where you have to kill a bunch of things can be a lot of fun. I didn't even mention how the gear affects your character. There are a lot of unique armor sets in the game that you can find on your playthrough. Before the remastered version came out, getting these unique gear pieces was really hard. That's because the RNG system was kinda aggressive and it was rare to complete armor sets in the game. However, when the remaster came out, they did some changes to the RNG system, which made it possible to finally start completing these armor sets. It's still not that easy though, and you have to loot a ton of chests and containers on your playthrough. As you would expect, the game doesn't lack cool mage armor sets. The mage talent tree doesn't have a ton of unique spells, but it's a decent amount. And Kingdoms of Amalur relies a lot on your weapon usage, not just your spells. You're able to combine 2 different weapon types by press of a button. Scepter is another weapon type which fits quite nicely with all mage builds, although I think the chakrams are a lot cooler. Chakrams come with some of the nice stat bonuses for mages, and they probably have one of the best movesets in the game. Even if you didn't play this game for some reason, I think it's not so hard to see why the magic gameplay is a lot of fun. Number 2. In Verbis Virtus. In Verbis Virtus is probably the most unique game on this list. The premise of this magic gameplay is great, and the execution is pretty good as well. You get to use your voice for casting different spells in the game, so I guess this won't be everyone's cup of tea. But since this video is about interesting magic gameplay, it definitely deserves to be on the list. In Verbis Virtus is more of an adventure game, heavily focused on puzzle elements. It's not a fast-paced game, unlike all other games on this list. In Verbis Virtus you have to take your time and think about what you're doing. You start the game in the desert and you enter a mysterious cave. Then you start learning about the spells and the environment by exploring everything that you can. There's a lot of backtracking involved, and some people are not a fan of that, but the game is mostly linear. Some areas are restricted at first until you figure out Verbis Virtus well. I think it's not so. Number 2. In Verbis Virtus. In Verbis Virtus is probably the most unique game on this list. The premise of this magic gameplay is great, and the execution is pretty good as well. You get to use your voice for casting different spells in the game, so I guess this won't be everyone's cup of tea. But since this video is about interesting magic gameplay, it definitely deserves to be on the list. In Verbis Virtus is more of an adventure game, heavily focused on puzzle elements. It's not a fast-paced game, unlike all other games on this list. In Verbis Virtus you have to take your time and think about what you're doing. You start the game in the desert and you enter a mysterious cave. Then you start learning about the spells and the environment by exploring everything that you can. There's a lot of backtracking involved, and some people are not a fan of that, but the game is mostly linear. Some areas are restricted at first until you figure out what to do. That usually involves some spell that you didn't learn yet, so you have to choose a different path to explore. You learn new spells by finding these magical stones, and like I said before, you need to use your voice to cast them. Nice. Your journal is a very useful tool because you can play the sound of the spell and learn how to pronounce it properly.
Ectolume.
I didn't have a lot of issues with casting spells with my voice. You don't need to be extremely precise. Tialuda. Lumetial.
You're a wizard.
Even though I usually forget the actual words I need to speak and I open the journal quite often, I don't want to show you a lot of gameplay because it's easy to spoil this game. You really need to pay attention to what you're doing. If you get stuck, I recommend carefully reading the notes from the journal because that's usually the answer you need. Besides the spell stones, you will find stones that give you useful information about your surroundings. And like I said, this can be very useful if you're stuck. In Verbis Virtus is a very relaxing game to play and it's really immersive. However, if you don't want your neighbors to think that you're a member of a cult or something, you might want to stay far away from this game. All jokes aside, speaking into a microphone while playing a game is not a huge barrier to entry. But in Verbis Virtus is definitely a niche game, and that's probably the reason why it never managed to get more attention. It's like a hidden gem and it's worth trying out if you're looking for something different to play. Wingardium Leviosa. This game sucks. Before we get to the number 1 on this list, it's time for some honorable mentions. I had a chance to try out some of these games, but I never finished them, so I can't really talk in depth about them. I included some games that were mentioned a lot in the comment section of the previous video as well. Anyway, at number 5 on our honorable mention list, we got Avencast Rise of the Mage. Number 4, Wizard of Legends. At number 3, we have Exanima. Number 2, Soul Sacrifice. And number 1 goes to Tales of Magile. Number 1, Grim Dawn. If you're a fan of Diablo-like action RPGs, you probably heard about this game or even played it before. If you did, I think you won't be surprised why it's my number 1 pick for this particular list. While some other games on this list have a better gameplay from the technical side of things, like Kingdoms of Amalur, Grim Dawn blows out everything out of the water with the sheer amount of options you have while creating your builds. The big reason for that is the dual mastery system, which allows the player to combine 2 different masteries. It's all up to you which spells you're going to get while leveling and how you're going to combine them in your builds. Besides that core progression, there is an insane amount of armor sets and weapons, which can also give you some unique spells to use in your builds. Not to mention the huge constellation system, which gives you a ton of passive abilities and unique spells that can proc in certain situations. And you have a total control over the systems. For example, you can put these procs on different spells, which you previously learned from a mastery of your choice. Long story short, your high-level mage type character will have a ton of different effects and spells, but you can also choose to keep it simple if that's how you wish to play. Whatever the case might be, your high-level mage character will feel immensely powerful. Killing things in this game feels great by default, and blowing them up with your spells feels even better. Grim Dawn is constantly being supported with free content updates and patches, and it has more than enough content to keep you busy for thousands of hours. Well, if you like these types of games, that is. But even if you don't plan to play it for so long, you can get a lot of hours from it by just going through the campaign. Even though the premise of the main story is no different from other Diablo-like RPGs, you know, save the world from the great evil and stuff, the story itself is pretty interesting. But one of my favorite aspects of this game is how open the map feels compared to other Diablo-like games. I have a retrospective video that I published back in April, so you can check that out if you wish to hear me speak in depth about this game. To go back to our original topic, one of the best ways to experience this game is definitely by playing a mage character. Arcanist is arguably the most solid base for every mage character, and you can add another mastery of your choice when you reach level 10. Grim Dawn has that old Diablo-like difficulty system, which means that you have to finish the game on one difficulty in order to unlock the next one. But this is intended for players who plan to stick around and play a lot more than just going through the campaign. If you ask me, the best way to play the game on normal difficulty is to experiment with your build as much as possible. Higher difficulties won't give you a lot of space for experimentation because the game expects you to know what you're going to do with your character, especially when it comes to the gear. But anyway, I could have easily included this game in the first video about the great magic systems, and it will probably be a better fit than in this video. However, Grim Dawn deserves all the praise for its magic gameplay and the vast customization system, which can keep you busy for quite a while. I really can't recommend this game enough. And that will be it for this video. You probably know a lot more games with great magic gameplay that I didn't mention here, so feel free to tell me about them in the comments below.
Hello everyone and welcome to my review of episode 4 from the second season of The Witcher show.
In today's video, we're going to be checking out Spencer Johnson's Ski Jumping Arena remake. This thing is amazing. We're going to crash a lot of cars, cause a lot of havoc. Jumping Arena and Car Jump Arena, although a remake for sure. So we're going to take the newest car down one of the way. That looks of one of the oldest maps in the game. And here we go. This map is super pretty. Is that ice, by the way? That looks suspiciously like ice. We got some hang time on this one, boys. We got some blue smoke coming out the back. We're going to land. I accidentally... I was trying to hit the... I was so... The map, are you kidding me? Anyway, I think we're going to land right around the 400 mark in on ice. We are frictionless right now. We're going to keep going until the end of days. Oh, my goodness. We're still going, baby. Still going. 1,600 meters. Can we get 1,700 meters? Yes, we can. Can we get 1,800 meters? Yes, we can. I don't know if we're counting where we landed or where we end up, but we are damn near making it to the 1,900. Can we get past it? Yes, we will. Just barely. Our tire's making it well farther than that. My goodness. Okay, so let's see where we start. Oh, it's just a blurry mess in the background. You gotta love it, man. But we need to go further, and I think we can. I'm not gonna resort to using rockets just yet, but trust me, we are going to get there now. I could use the Bastion again. We have a drag version. I don't know if that's gonna get us much faster down the actual hill, because it's all kind of relative, especially if this is ice. I don't know if the actual slope is ice, but there's definitely some ice at the bottom here. I saw some of it get kicked up. Here we go. We are definitely cruising this time. I love the lighting of this map. We are gonna go much farther by the looks of it. A problem we might actually have is hitting the... oh, wait a second. We're gonna land exactly in the same spot. So the drag version of the Bastion and the other Red Tail, at least on paper, I guess go the same speed. I feel like, I guess the drag version maybe just has the kick at the beginning, but that doesn't really matter when we have the giant hill to go down. So yeah, you've seen it before. We're just gonna skid for 3 or 4 miles and then come to a stop. Now we need something much, much faster. Actually, you know, let's see, is there like a super duper fast version of the Bolide now? Is this gonna control well on ice? That's another question we have to ask ourselves. No, it's not going to, but we're gonna try to do it because I want to see this thing explode into 3 pieces when we hit the ground. So let's get this thing going. It's definitely aerodynamic. I don't know if that giant wing's gonna pull us to victory here. This feels much faster than the Bastion. Actually, straight as an arrow. Let's see how far we can fly. Immediately starts curving to the left. But I don't think it's gonna matter. It looks like we're actually gonna land a little bit. Finish him. Oh, God! Well, we broke into 2 pieces. That goes the back end of the car. And now we just have this giant half pipe for which to do rad tricks on. But yeah, there we go. Honestly, kind of disappointed. Are we gonna top out at 400 meters? No, sirree. That is not going to be enough for us, so we might have to resort to some alternative methods here. I'm going to try a couple more, though. Let's go with the Presso here. There's some pretty ridiculous vehicles here. I kind of want to try the Dio Volante, the Walmart Dio Volante, but it's still a pretty ridiculous car, so let's try this one out. Okay, so this is another one that I'm questioning my ability to control, but we're going to give it our best shot. I love the reverb as well on this map. We just popped the engine. Are you kidding me? This truly is the Walmart Dio Volante. And that's not going to get us anywhere, man. We're barely... Okay, we're going to do a sick backflip, but we're barely going to kiss the top of the hill here. 140. Not good enough. Let's see if we can do that again. Only not destroy the engine this time. That'd be great. Oh, there we go. There we go. And we're going to take flight before we even make it to the bottom. Are you are you kidding me? The bodywork worked against us on that one. I can't even get this thing going. I'm barely hitting the throttle here. Just don't... No. Dang it. Okay. Dio Volante, Walmart Edition, Wish Edition, whatever you want to call it, not going to work. We're going to fall all the way to our death. And there's still even markers down here just so if you don't make it, you can still see how far you made it. 40 meters. Not good. I think I broke the sound. This thing is completely broken. This thing is completely broken. It sounds like I'm moving. I'm not moving. Okay, let's get something else out here before we actually properly break the game. Let's try another drag car here. How about the blue box? This is a pretty darn fast drag car as far as drag cars are concerned. And I'm not worried about blowover so much with this thing. It's pretty much a boat, so I don't see it happening. But let's give it a shot. This thing is also kind of hard to control. But once you get it going, it's all smooth sailing from there. So here we go. Beautiful launch. Is it going to bring us to victory? We got to get past that dreaded 420 mark. And I think we're going to do it. It's going to be a +1. Yes, sir. Almost directly on the 420. And that is a new record for the day. But obviously, we're going to have to try some rocket stuff. And I don't think there is one better than the rocket bus, the hero bus. Okay, so we're dealing with literal rockets here. There's no reason whatsoever we should not fly basically to the end of the world in this thing. We do have to worry about running out of jet fuel, but I think this is still going to be an absolute win. So let's get this bad boy going. And there we go. Engine bursting. We are out of fuel. And I can already tell we are going to go well past the 420 mark. But I'm not going to be able to actually see where we landed. Okay, actually, you know what? We just go straight down. And it looks to be about the 480 mark, which honestly, if we would have done the backflip, I'm sure we would have gone a little bit farther. But that's one problem with the hero buses. When you get in the air with the rockets, it does tend to start doing some weird backflip stuff. But there we go. Nearly to the 700 mark. If you count that, we didn't, I guess if you bend the rules a little bit, we didn't really hit the ground until around the 700 meter mark. So, we'll count it. 700 meters is the distance to beat. I feel like a Rocket League car should be able to beat this, but the only thing about this is Octane is we don't actually have rockets attached to it, which seems kind of weird to me. It is a Rocket League car. But frick it, let's see what we can do anyway. It's still a very fast vehicle. A little hard to control. It's getting a little slidey. Feels like I'm driving on ice, which I might be. And we're going to go in a little bit sideways here, but we are going to clear the top of the hill and go right around the 40 meter mark. Wait, what was that? Hold on. Am I getting my numbers mixed up here? Am I blind? Or is this a misprint? I think that's supposed to say 240. Yeah, it is. There's just, okay. Spencer found an error here. You need another 2 here, buddy. Oh, we're going to slide for a while, aren't we? Yes, sir. All right, final attempt for distance here. The Moonhawk drag. This thing is just utterly ridiculous. And from what I remember, flies fairly decently. You got to keep it straight. That is the main thing here. What a launch. What a launch. That is going to get us pretty darn far. Is it going to get us farther than the hero bus? No! Oh my goodness. What a terrible, terrible crash. We are dead. We are annihilated, and we're still going to slide quite a while. What number did I land at? I want to say it was around 340. I mean, we would have landed probably around the 460 mark, but we just smack dab face first into the ice here. And my goodness, that was ugly. Alrighty, so what do you say we get some friends to join us today? So what we're going to do is spot off some traffic here. So I don't know if this map has AI routes. I mean, there would only be one route, I guess, but let's see what they do here. Okay, so I'm curious. If I set the AI to chase me, will they chase me without crashing and killing everybody? Let's find out. So let's go to AI. Oh, yeah, they're coming. They're coming. All right, here we go. Careful, fellas. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Okay, slow up. We're losing them. Oh, where did that guy come from? Oh, my goodness. Oh, they're spawning in. Okay, that makes sense, actually. Look at this guy flying. Oh, baby. Hold on. Oh, okay, that guy, I don't know where that guy went. They're starting to despawn, I think. No, there's guys down here. What is happening? They're falling out of the sky. Fall right out of the sky. And there they go. Oh, my God. That was awesome. Look at the state of my car. Absolute wreck. Okay, yeah, now they're despawning. Dang it. Okay, well, there's probably better ways to do this, but this is still really fun. Are they going to spawn on the ramp? Oh, get some lag spikes. That's okay. Yeah, I see one at the end of the ramp right there. Don't care. Still going to fly. Let's see if they spawn down here, or are they just going to spawn in midair? I don't know. I think I'm breaking the traffic system right now, fellas. Oh, it's still beautiful. Oh, man. I don't know where my traffic is, but I do know. They just did. Or maybe they only spawn when you're not. Oh, wait, no. There's them down there. Where did it spawn them, though? Oh, they all despawn. Beautiful. Not what I wanted. Get out of the way, fellas. Get out of the way. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Oh, yes, sir. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. That's what you get for doing a packing like that. You get packed and flattened into literally nothing. Into absolutely nothing. All right, so I feel like this video wouldn't be complete if we didn't use some automation mods. So I took out some of the better ones from the last episode we did. So let's see if any of these can go to the end, can beat 420. I think it's pretty much our record right now. So let's try the Galactus XS. I remember this thing being pretty fast. I don't remember how far it actually flew, though. But this thing sounds evil. Let's see what it can do. Beautiful. Oh, baby. There it is. How far is that going? 800 meters? Not quite. We'll call it 780 meters. Took a steep dive at the end there for whatever reason. But yeah, there's your winner right there. But we still got a couple more to go. Obviously, we got to try the, where'd it go? There it is. The top fuel injector was blending it. I didn't see it. Okay, this one I'm actually worried about controlling this whole time, and it's shaking the screen. Not a fan of that. Can you please don't do that. There we go. Can it even make it down this steep hill? Let's find out. So far, so good. I'm afraid to touch anything, though. There we go. And we are going to go into it. No, we're not going to do a backflip. There we go. I think this is actually going to go farther than the... No, it's not. We're going to land right around the 730-ish mark. So the distance to be right now is 780. I think this one might do it, the radio flyer. Actually, did this one fly? I don't even remember. It's been so long since I made an episode. I need to make another episode, but let's see what this thing can do. It has the giant wings, so, it makes sense that it would fly pretty darn far here if you can control it. And that's the hard part. We have a lot more room to deal with than on car jump, which is nice. There we go. Just take flight, brother. Come on, pick it up. No, you have giant wings. No excuse. We didn't touch the ground yet, though. 800. Does that count? Now we're floating. Look at that gentle little landing here. I don't know if that's actually counted or not, but it was a good launch nonetheless. All right, let's try the Heiser GT6Z Blackhawk Mortal Spec. With a name like that, we should be going to the moon and back. Let's see if we can do it. This one's a little squirrely. Come on, you gotta get more than that if you want to win, buddy. What are you doing? We're barely gonna make it over the top of the hill. I mean, not barely, but definitely could have gone farther than that. We're gonna land around 340. Boo! That's unfortunate. I know Christmas already passed, but let's try Santa's American Sleigh just for the heck of it. I'm still kind of mad that this thing doesn't fly. It's Santa. He's supposed to fly. Oh god. We kind of scuffed that entry there, but it's okay. The machine guns will bring us home, baby. Here we go. Yes, sir. No, sir. We landed on 40. Well, it's supposed to be 240. Can we at least hit the sick half pipe before we're done? Oh, it's so slidey. No traction whatsoever. Let's see if we can at least do a sick kickflip or something. No, we cannot, but it's still cool. Anyway, guys, that's going to do it for this episode of BeamNG Drive Again. If you want to download this map, the link will be down below. Spencer Johnson's
Labvakars! Ja nu gadījumā ir kāds attēla defekts, vai slikti dzird, vai kāda cita problēma, tad uzrakstiet. Toreiz nebūs tādas garāka lietu izklāsta. Man tiešraižu laikā ir sakrājies gana daudz jautājumu atbildēt. Nebūs tā, ka es lasīšu jautājumu un tad uz šo jautājumu atbildēšu. Nē, es esmu to visu apkopojis, pierakstījis. Un tie pieraksti kļūst. Kā sanāks? Gal galā, lai būtu arī nākamā trešdiena, par ko runāt un jautājumu, uz kuriem atbildēt. Toreiz es mēģināšu pievērsties, kā jau to. Man liekas, ka tikai slinkais nav kaut ko stāstījis, jau kā vērtējis notikumus Kazahstānā. Un kādas tik versijas un kāda tik stāsti tam visam nav. Bet tikko tas viss sākās, es neminēšu konkrēti kuros, bet vairākos sociālos tīklos uzrakstīju, ka, manuprāt, tas viss beigsies ar to, ka būs vai nu vēl viena Ukraina, vai vēl viena Baltkrievija. Es cerēju, ka būs Ukraina. Un izskatījās cerīgi. Bet šodien es saku, diemžēl, izskatās, ka būs vēl viena Baltkrievija. Tikai ar dažām Āzijas niansēm, atšķirībā no Baltkrievijas. Ja paklausās televīziju, YouTube, tad var rasties priekšstats, ka 20,000 teroristu ieradās Kazahstānā, lai pazeminātu gāzes cenu. Bet tad ieradās miera uzturētāji, lai gāzes cenu normalizētu, noliktu tur, kur viņa bija janvāra sākumā. Janvāra sākumā arī daudzi komentētāji un stāstītāji pieminēja, ka, redz, policija pārējot nemiernieku pusē. Manuprāt, policija nekad nepakļaujas likumam. Es domāju, ka tas to varētu attiecināt ne tikai uz policiju, bet arī uz citiem represīviem, dažādiem veidojumiem. Policija pakļaujas varai. Un, ja varu pamanās pārņemt tauta vai nemiernieki kādā konkrētā vietā, tad policija pāriet tautas pusē. Dažādas formas ir šī pāriešanai. Viņi var nepildīt savus pienākumus, var aiziet prom no dienestu vietas, visādi var būt. Var mest ķeveris nost, var stāties uz ceļiem, visādi tie veidi ir visādi. Bet tas viss turpinās tikai tik ilgi, kamēr šī vara ir nemierniekiem un tautai. Tikko vara atgriežas iepriekšējās pozīcijās. Tā tauta arī, tā policija arī pāriet iepriekšējās pozīcijās un nostājās valsts varas pusē. Un tagad nobeigumā par šo, ko es teikšu, tas nebūs tāds pilns nobeigums, bet tomēr kādai rindkopai. Tas ir personiski mans viedoklis un mans ieteikums un aicinājums. Klausīties jūs varat un skatīties jūs varat daudz ko. Bet ņemt par pilnu visu, ko jums stāsta visādi starptautisko attiecību speciālisti, politologi. Neņemiet par pilnu. Pirmkārt, nevienmēr viņi ļauni, bet bieži viņi ir parasti nejāgi. Kuri vienkārši tādā veidā pelna sev iztiku. Viņi ir iemācījušies skaisti runāt, iemācījušies gudrus vārdus. Bet realitātē ne līdz šim, ne šobrīd, un es domāju, ka arī ne rīt. Viņi taču neparedzēja ne Krimas okupāciju, ne notikumus Donbasā, ne Kazahstānas notikumu. Neko viņi neparedzēja. Tieši otrādi Krimas okupāciju viņi noliedz, un ne tikai pieminētie speciālisti, bet arī daudz augsta ranga politiķi. Kāpēc ir radies tik daudz šo dažādu institūtu, fondu, kādi tik viņu nav? Ieslēdziet ziņu pārēc, ieslēdziet panorāmu. Regulāri tur tiek intervēti un pieaicināti speciālistu viedoklis. Vēl nesen speciālisti stāstīja par inflāciju 8% apmērā. Tam veltīja diezgan daudz laika. Bet realitātē, ko tas nozīmē? Tas nozīmē teorētiski, ka viss kļuva dārgāks. Bet mēs taču nepērkam visu pēc kārtas. Mēs pērkam to, ko mums vajag. Un varbūt, ka tieši tas, ko mums vajag, nemaz nav kļuvis dārgāks. Otrkārt, pastāv visādas konkurences un atlaižu sistēmas un citiem vārdiem sakot, ko es ar to gribu teikt. Var jau kaut kādā lineālā vai kalkulatorā kaut ko izmērīt. Bet, lai tas sakrist ar to, kas notiek konkrēts cilvēks, konkrētas ģimenes ietvaros, tad tas viss ir citādāk. Kāpēc? Manuprāt, to jums nepastāstīs neviens politologs un sabiedrisko attiecību speciālists. Kāpēc? Manuprāt, Kazahstānā nav otras Ukraina. Vismaz šobrīd nav. Bet ir virziens uz otru Baltkrieviju. Ar visu, kas no tā izriet. Tāpēc, ka arī šodien ar vienu cilvēku runāju, viņš teica, kāda jēga? Tiešraidē visam pāriem, kāda jēga? Un lūk, es minēšu savu versiju šī jēgai. Šī jēga nekad nav plaša, bet viņa ir mērķēta un viņa tiek izmantota. Viņu izmanto konkrēti cilvēki. Iztēlojies, ka kāda labi organizēta banda vēl to viduslaikos ar burinieku nokļūst kādā iezīmiešu apdzīvotā salā vai Āfrikas kontinentā vai kur citur nav svarīgi. Svarīgi tas, ka šie izkāp krastā, sagūsta visus iedzīvotājus, kas tur apkārt ir notverami. Viņi sagūstījuši arī pašu cilts vadoni, paliek visus, sadzena visus, zem klāja, savā kuģa tilpnēs, paslēdz sēdēs un ved uz vergu tirgu. Bet vergiem, gūstekņiem paveicās. Viņiem laimējās. Vai arī viņi bija pietiekami attapīgi, vai kāds cits apstākļus, bet viņiem izdevās atbrīvoties no šīm ķēdēm. Nogalināt savus paveidzinātājus un pārņemt kuģi. Tur, apakšā sēžot. Virsaicis bija redzējis, pa klājas praudziņām, ka kāds tur to stūles ratu grozīja. Nu viņš arī pagriež to stūles ratu. Pagriež kuģi ķērsām vējā, vējš saplēš buras, nolauž mastu, masts gāžoties. Saspiež un nogalina vēl dažus viņa ciltsbrāļus. Un pēc kāda mēneša kāds cits kuģis atrod okeāna plašumos reifējošu kuģi bez burām, kurš ir pilns ar līķiem. Es domāju, ka tu saproti, kāpēc es minu šādu līdzību. Līdzīgi notika Baltkrievijā, līdzīgi notika Kazahstānā un līdzīgi notika arī Latvijā. Tepat janvārī. Tādos brīžos ir ļoti nepieciešami cilvēki, kuri pārņem iniciatīvu, kuri uzņemās tautas neapmierinātības enerģijas izpausmi, vadīt un ievirzīt tur, lai tam visam būtu lietderība. Ja šādu cilvēku nav, tad tas ir vienkārši sprādziens, kurš gāž visu, kas gadās pa ceļam, pa rokai, bet ar to viss arī beidzās. Un tāpat laikā vienmēr tam pieslienās tādi, un arī mūsu janvārī bija tādi, kuriem tā bija izdevība iekļūt veikalā caur vitrīnu un gūt kādu dzērienu. Arī Kazahijā, līdzīgi Kazahstānā. Un tā notiks vienmēr, tāpēc šādām tiešraidēm, laikrakstiem, daudz kam. Es neminēšu visu, jo es negribu arī ar pirkstu parādīt, kuri tie, bet viss tas palīdz tiem cilvēkiem, kuri spēj aizdomāties, kuri spēj dzirdēt, kuri spēj saprast, lai svarīgā un atbildīgā brīdī viņi var nostāties priekšgalā un vest cilvēkus. Un tad šiem nemieriem, šiem protestiem ir jēga. Citādāk tas ir vēl viens kaotisku notikumu kaut kāds rezultāts tikai. Mēs varam viņus uzskatīt par zinātājiem, bet jebkurā gadījumā ir jāsaprot, ka šeit ir jāapzinās tas, ka diezgan bieži šie nemieri, šīs sasilšanās, viņas beidzās neveiksmīgi. Un tad tie, kas ir uzņēmušies vadīt, tie, kas ir nostājušies priekšgalā, tie jau arī visvairāk dabūt ciest. Bet tie ir pašaizliedzīgi cilvēki, Un tādi nepiedzimst, par tādiem kļūst, un lai viņi par tādiem varētu kļūt, ir vajadzīgas savstarpējas diskusijas, par strīdi, ir informācijas apmaiņa, ir vajadzīga vieta, kur viņiem mācīties. Ja šādas vietas nav, tad arī viņu nav. Nevis saimā, sist logus. Vajadzēja. Es tā, minu vienu no versijām, bet vajadzēja iet iekšā saimā, apsēsties krēslos, pieaicināt televīziju, caur televīziju aicināt citus cilvēkus palīgā, un izmantot šo brīdi, un veikt šīs pārmaiņas nepieciešamās valsts līmenī. Bet ne. Tāpēc, ka nebija, kas uzņemās vadību. Nebija Kazahstānā, nebija Baltkrievijā, nebija arī Latvijā, un es domāju, ka nebūs vēl ilgi. Paskatiet to pašu bolševiku piemēru. Viņi nevienu gadu mācījās un gatavojās īstajā brīdī ierasties. Un šo tautas neapmierinātību, šo enerģiju ievirzīt tur, kur viņiem vajag, ne jau tautai. Un viņi to izdarīja. Tā, šim vakaram, es domāju, ka pietiks. Tik tādi jūs man te pārmetīsiet, ka es te kurinu kaut kādu naidu vai vēl kaut ko daru. Tās ir tikai manas pārdomas. Es domāju, ka mums trūkst cilvēku, kuri saprot to, kas notiek apkārt, kuri saprot, kā tās lietas ir iekārtotas, kuri saprot, kā darbojās valsts pārvalde. Jo tad paradoxāla situācija. Decembra beigās mums televīzijā rādīja divus marsiešus. Jā, viens bija valsts vadītājs, otrs gandrīz vadītājs. Viņi teica kādas runas, bet tās jau tajās runās ieklausās. Nu, ir pilnīgi skaidrs, ka šie cilvēki vispār nesaprot, kur viņi dzīvo. Ir pilnīgi skaidrs, ka, manuprāt, viņi ar trolēbus vai tramvaju nav braukuši 10 gadu. Viņi vispār nezina. Viņi tā teorētiski pieļauj, ka tur kaut kas tāds varētu būt, bet tā reāli nezina. Tikpat liela nezinīši ir arī tie, kas šo skatās. Toties viņu nezināšana ir par to, kā valsts tiek pārvaldīta. Un ja tevi tur ielaiž un tev tās durvis atver, tu taču nezini, ko darīt. Tev nav saprašana. Tas ir tas, kam es gribēju šovakar vairāk uzmanības pievērst. Paldies, ka izturēji, paldies, ka noskatījies. Es ceru, ka tu mani saprati, nevis pārprati. Nevienu neko ne uz kurien neaicinu, bet es saku, rīkoties var un vajag. Bet, lai varētu rīkoties pareizi, ir jāsaprot, kas notiek, un ir jāzina, kas jādara. Nevis darīt kaut ko darīšanas pēc. Un visi tie stāsti par to, ka būs tā X stunda, un ka tad vajadzēs, tad mēs ņemsim, iesim, šausim un darīsim. Neko jūs neizdarīsiet. Tāpēc, ka, lai to darītu, tam ir jāgatavojās, jāmācās, jātrenējās un ir jāatbalsta laikraksti, tiešraides, radio, ir jāatbalsta tie, kuri šīs zināšanas izplata un kuri to izpratni veicina. Ja tu viņus neatbalstīs, visi nevar zināt, visi nevar iemācīties, visi nevar izdarīt, bet atbalstīt gan var visi. Un te katram ir ko darīt. Un tikai nestāst, ka nevar. Var pilnīgi visi. Protams, viss atkarīgs no daudzuma, no lieluma, apmēra un tā tālāk. Bet tā kā nevarētu atteikties no vienas cigarešu paciņas mēnesī vai no vienas alspudeles mēnesī un šo naudu ziedot, kaut vai laikrakstam kādam, es domāju, ka to visu var. Jo te ir olimpiskais princips svarīgs. Ne jau pirmajam būt. Ne jau ātrāk par visiem atskriet, ne jau vairāk par visiem samaksāt. Piedalīties. Uz redzēšanos!
Why don't you show me around the city? Fucking terrorist! What terrorist? There's been a big scare and you can't go across the bridges so good. You had a visa. I would stay in Broker. Fucking stay in Hall Beach. Everyone likes us. I need to show you a place. Practice and
Итак, господа, подумал, что нельзя оставлять канал без контента. SSD на 240 гигабайт. The minimum recommended CPU specification. Я не могу понять, сидит машина или нет, потому что я почему-то не могу переключить камеру. Потому что на самом деле все вот эти вот салоны GTA 5 из GTA 4. Ну, не все, конечно, большинство салонов здесь из GTA 4. Это просто более детальные салоны из GTA 4. Ладно, попробуем. О, машина завелась. Так, мы двигаемся. Да, мы едем. Я не понимаю, камера. А, камера просто, это мы, наверное, не едем. О, мы поехали. Так, теперь мы точно едем. Но почему не переключается камера, я не понимаю. От первого лица, конечно, надо так себе ехать. Нажал направо. Поворачиваем. Я просто... Есть решетка, которая открывается, ворота. Но я не знаю, открыта она или нет, потому что если она не открыта, мы сейчас не просто врежемся. Итак, господа, подумал, что нельзя оставлять канал без контента. И подумал, что гейминг на Raspberry Pi это еще не самая худшая вещь. Поэтому, как видите, я устанавливаю Windows 10 на Raspberry Pi и буду пытаться запустить на ней GTA 5. Настоящую GTA 5, не какую-то там кривую модерскую сборку на основе какой-нибудь GTA San Andreas. Самая настоящая GTA 5 из Social Club. Честно говоря, кривую модерскую сборку на основе какой-нибудь GTA San Andreas. Самая настоящая GTA 5 из Social Club. Честно говоря, если она вообще в принципе запустится, я не говорю уже о загрузке игры в сюжетный режим, если она вообще просто хотя бы запустится, это уже будет какой-то успех на самом деле. Потому что, честно говоря, я не верю в успех всей этой затеи. Уже сразу я обнаружил свою ошибку. SSD на 120 гигабайт, то есть из них доступно 111 на самом деле из-за разницы в единицах измерения. Ну и, соответственно, свободного места 96,4 гигабайта. А GTA 5 с последними патчами из своих, по-моему, 65 гигабайт изначальных уже перевалило за 100 гигабайт, поэтому у нас есть нехватка места. Придется менять системный диск. У меня есть в запасе SSD на 240 гигабайт, придется использовать его. Обидно, конечно, то, что я об этом вспомнил только тогда, когда уже установил винду. Придется сейчас или переустанавливать винду, или переносить систему на другой диск с использованием второго компьютера. Ну, в общем, как-то решать эту проблему, потому что места для GTA не хватит. Я протупил и дошло до переустановки винды, потому что я просто скопировал все разделы с старого SSD на новый, и после прохождения загрузки Raspberry оставался черный экран. И, честно говоря, я подумал, что проблема связана с разделами SSD, поэтому я просто заново переустанавливаю винду. Ну, уже поздно, он SSD сформатирован. И когда я начал переустанавливать винду, тоже черный экран. И почему-то оказалось, что в одном порту монитора Raspberry может выводить картинку, а в другом порту монитора не может выводить картинку. Причем оба порта рабочие, я их проверил с помощью обычного компьютера, и оба порта работают, они нормально выводят картинку, но Raspberry почему-то может выводить картинку только в одном из портов, что странно. А как раз в этот момент, когда я перекидывал SSD, я и переключил порты. Я воткнул Raspberry в другой порт, потому что там провод покороче, он мешался слишком. Поэтому приходится теперь переустанавливать. А винда переустанавливается на Raspberry примерно так, наверное, полчаса. даже с SSD. Итак, доступно 208 гигабайт. GTA 5 занимает примерно сотню, так что еще где-то сотня останется, что, собственно, радует. И при всем даже при этом сам процессор Raspberry Pi, вот после того, как винда уже постояла, там фоновые процессы закончили свою работу, ну или не закончили, как видно, в принципе, в простое грузится оно довольно прилично. Ну, имею в виду, не прилично в том понимании, что много, а прилично в том понимании, что мало. То есть 1-2%. И просто не забит под сотку. Это радует. Ну и я вот, честно говоря, не знаю насчет оперативы, потому что версия у меня 4 гигабайта. Я ее покупал еще тогда, когда версии на 8 гигабайт не существовало просто в природе. Доступно 2 гигабайта оперативной памяти. Не знаю, хватит этого для GTA или нет. Надеюсь, да. Потому что, ну, в принципе, тут сама система занимает. По процессам здесь не так много оперативы, а вот сама система, получается, занимает закэшированно 2 гигабайта. Хотя hardware резерв 152 мегабайта, hardware резерв, это, я понимаю, это под видеокарту зарезервированная оперативная память. Первая ошибка, даже Rockstar Launcher не запускается. Потому что, оказывается, Windows 10 RM нету эмуляции 64, точнее, x86-64 архитектуры. Эта эмуляция, как оказалось, появилась только с Windows 11. Поэтому эту винду надо или обновить до Windows 11, или установить заново. Поставить сюда Windows 11. Я уже, честно говоря, не помню, как я ее скачал, надо теперь смотреть свой же видос. Тут написано откинуться и релаксировать, пока происходят магические вещи. На самом деле, откинуться самое хорошее предложение в данный момент, потому что обоссана 11-я винда, это действительно она обоссана, не побоюсь, так сказать, этого слова, потому что она у меня стоит на основном компьютере. Я ей давно уже пользуюсь, это просто мусор на самом деле, это вообще, наверное, отдельная тема для видео, но я ее, честно говоря, ненавижу. И вот этот мусор устанавливается, точнее, он даже не то, что устанавливается, вот все это время он просто крутится на одном месте, держите ваш компьютер включенным, откиньтесь назад, там, подождите, еще что-то. То есть у меня даже не появилось ничего дальше вот этого компьютера, заново. Поставить сюда Windows 11. Я уже, честно говоря, не помню, как я ее скачал, надо теперь смотреть свой же видос. Тут написано откинуться и релаксировать, пока происходят магические вещи. На самом деле, откинуться самое хорошее предложение в данный момент, потому что обоссана 11-я винда, это действительно она обоссана, не побоюсь, так сказать, этого слова, потому что она у меня стоит на основном компьютере. Я ей давно уже пользуюсь, это просто мусор на самом деле, это вообще, наверное, отдельная тема для видео, но я ее, честно говоря, ненавижу. И вот этот мусор устанавливается, точнее, он даже не то, что устанавливается, вот все это время он просто крутится на одном месте, держите ваш компьютер включенным, откиньтесь назад, там, подождите, еще что-то. То есть у меня даже не появилось ничего дальше вот этого пункта, ничего не продвигается. Сильная операционная система, даже я не знаю, это она зависла, ну то есть она дальше вообще будет устанавливаться или нет, или мне надо образ другой использовать, хрен его знает. Итак, 11-я винда устанавливается Rockstar Games Launcher, потому что в 11-й винде появилась поддержка эмуляции x86-64 архитектуры, которой не было в Windows 10 RM, и оно даже установилось. Но меня, честно говоря, угнетает вся эта ситуация с Windows 11, потому что
Потому что по какой-то причине она выжирает просто всю оперативу. Но я, конечно, подозреваю, что, скорее всего, она поубавит свой аппетит, когда будет запускаться какое-то приложение, которое потребует много оперативы. Ну, по крайней мере, есть файл подкачки. Но все-таки она жрет реально больше оперативной памяти, чем десятка. И это действительно видно, потому что, ну, это сейчас здесь что-то произошло, и она начала жрать 3,7 гигабайта, но на самом деле, когда вот просто простой системы, то она потребляет где-то 2,7 гигабайта, а 10-я винда потребляла, по-моему, 1,9 или 2,3, что-то такое. Ну, то есть, в общем, примерно на полгига оперативы больше она потребляет. И если на обычном десктопе это незаметно, потому что там 16 гигов оперативы или вообще 32, то здесь это охренеть как заметно, когда у тебя 4 гига оперативы всего в целом. Лаунчер установился, я нажал на его ярлык, и он не запускался. И, честно говоря, я подумал, что на этом конец. Но нет, я подумал, типа, наверное, надо подождать. И действительно, через целых 4 минуты, просто вот я нажал на ярлык, прошло 4 минуты, и только через 4 минуты появилось окно обновления Rockstar Games Launcher. То есть, ну, я подозреваю, GTA 5, если установится, если она даже запустится, то запускаться она будет, наверное, как минимум полчаса. А количество кадров там, наверное, будет, не знаю, 1 кадр в 10 секунд, наверное, в лучшем случае. Но тот факт, что лаунчер запускается и даже обновляется, это уже, конечно, наверное, какой-то прогресс. Так, лаунчер установился, я даже смог залогиниться. И вот она, заветная кнопка. Install now. Так, C-Program. 105 гигабайт требуется, добавить ярлык на десктоп. И в пуск тоже можно плевать. Так, процессинг, стартинг. И... О, даже скорость еще примерно такая, более-менее нормальная. 6 часов. Придется на ночь оставлять компьютер. Ой, компьютер. В принципе, компьютер, да. Хотя вот скорость падает. Но это будет, скорее всего, даже больше, наверное, 6 часов. А с этими всеми падениями скоростей и так далее, то, наверное, до самого утра. До часов, наверное, 10 дня это все будет устанавливаться. Итак, уже утро. И GTA 5 установилась. Осталось свободное место 97 гигабайт. Вот, утро. О, даже скорость еще примерно такая, более-менее нормальная. 6 часов. Процессинг, стартинг. И... О, даже скорость еще примерно такая, более-менее нормальная. 6 часов. Придется на ночь оставлять компьютер. Ой, компьютер. В принципе, компьютер, да. Хотя вот скорость падает. Но это будет, скорее всего, даже больше, наверное, 6 часов. А с этими всеми падениями скоростей и так далее, то, наверное, до самого утра. До часов, наверное, 10 дня это все будет устанавливаться. Итак, уже утро. И GTA 5 установилась. Осталось свободное место 97 гигабайт. Вот она установлена, как Play есть. И по поводу оперативы, на самом деле, я ошибался. 2,3 гигабайта свободно. То есть, в принципе, более-менее еще нормально. Винда, я так понимаю, за ночь какие-то свои фоновые процессы уже закончила, потому что обновление какое-то или еще что-то в этом роде. И 2,3 гигабайта свободно. Во-первых, я удивлен то, что Raspberry Pi не зависла за ночь. Она смогла установить GTA 5 за ночь, потому что прошло, ну, часов 8 где-то. И я не знаю, когда она закончила. Скорее всего, она закончила быстро. То есть 8 часов, понятное дело, она уложилась. И она не зависла за ночь. То есть, ну, как минимум, это говорит о какой-то стабильности, которая есть в этой системе. То есть, ну, в принципе, система работает действительно более-менее стабильно. Я помню, первая попытка запуска Windows 10 на Raspberry Pi где-то год назад. И действительно она зависала. Ну что ж, нажимаем play. Итак, микропатч установился NS Framework 3.5, установились там еще какие-то дистрибутивы для запуска всего этого удовольствия. И смотрим. Мне кажется, оно не запустится. Мне кажется, сейчас появится ошибка видеодрайвера, потому что видеодрайвера как такового у нас нет. У нас есть только basic видеодрайвер. Так, Loud Saves. Включаем. Потому что если мы не включим, сейчас появится пролог, если он, конечно, загрузится. Так, оно сейчас подтянет мою сохранку с компьютера и загрузится сюжетный режим. Так, на всякий случай открою диспетчер задач. На Windows 11 это делается 3 кнопками. Ctrl-Shift. Опа, у нас появился даже процесс GTA 5. Exit Game. Кнопка поменяла состояние с play на, точнее, с loading на Exit Game. Обидно. Так, что мы здесь видим? Your computer does not meet the minimum recommended CPU specification. То есть оно не оно не сопротивляется запуску. Так. Да ну нахер. Она запускается, то есть она просто написала то, что у нас не подходит процессор, и она написала, типа, GTA может, игра может... Обидно. Так, что мы здесь видим? Your computer does not meet the minimum recommended CPU specification. То есть оно не оно не сопротивляется запуску. Так. Да ну нахер. Она запускается, то есть она просто написала то, что у нас не подходит процессор, и она написала, типа, GTA может, игра может зависать. О, нет, не зависло. Сейчас я штатив найду. Я не буду прекращать съемку. Да, кстати, не забывай сказать то, что Raspberry Pi во время загрузки GTA и в данный момент, во время установки GTA, и в данный момент, когда идет загрузка самой игры, она у меня всегда охлаждается с помощью кулера, потому что вот этого вот микрорадиатора не хватает. И действительно, если будете использовать Windows, обязательно ставьте какое-то еще активное охлаждение, потому что одним радиатором вы не спасетесь. Так, игра вошла в Social Club, Display Calibration. Не пойму, в чем проблема, она зависла или... Нет, она не зависла. Ну почему? Во-первых, у меня нет курсора. Подождите, нет. Курсор есть просто он. Почему-то у меня клавиатура... Стоп. Нет, клавиатура странная, это удивительно. Уже клавиатура работает, но почему-то... Так, настройки. Сам факт того, что она запустилась, это уже удивляет, на самом деле. Честно говоря, я думал, она запустится в сюжетку, а она только в меню загрузилась. Я думал, типа, она так... DirectX 10 у нас сейчас используется. Full Screen Resolution 1920 на 1280 Full Screen, но это не Full Screen. Если она загрузится в сюжетку, я даже попытаюсь зайти в GTA Online. Вряд ли это, конечно, получится, потому что там есть таймер тайм-аута загрузки. Так как у нас совсем слабое железо, она, скорее всего, просто даже не успеет загрузиться в GTA Online, и там будет ошибка о том, что невозможно подключиться к GTA Online из-за там какой-то ошибки подключения. Но я попытаюсь доехать до казино и крутануть рулетку в казино. Даже если это будет 1 FPS, как-нибудь доеду. Итак, прошло уже 23 минуты, и игра зависла. То есть вот Loading Story Mode, курсор вот этот вот завис, он никуда не двигается, и упало потребление ресурсов. То есть CPU у нас потребляется игрой всего там 17%, а оперативная память потребляет всего 470 мегабайт. При том, что оно на 100% загружалась до этого. То есть, скорее всего, я не знаю почему, из-за нехватки оперативы или из-за... Скорее всего, наверное, проблема была, вот как видите, я сейчас нажал на окно, и оно загрузилось. Скорее всего, точнее, не загрузилось, начало загружаться. Даже если это будет 1 FPS, как-нибудь доеду. Итак, прошло уже 23 минуты, и игра зависла. То есть вот Loading Story Mode, курсор вот этот вот завис, он никуда не двигается, и упало потребление ресурсов. То есть CPU у нас потребляется игрой всего там 17%, а оперативная память потребляет всего 470 мегабайт. А при том, что оно на 100% загружалось до этого. То есть, скорее всего, я не знаю почему, из-за нехватки оперативы или из-за... Скорее всего, наверное, проблема была, вот как видите, я сейчас нажал на окно, и оно загрузилось. Скорее всего, точнее, не загрузилось, начало загружаться. Скорее всего, проблема была в том, что окно стало неактивным, и операционная система выгрузила игру. Ну, не выгрузила, остановила ее. Исполнение временно приостановила. Ну, в общем, загрузка продолжается.
In the ancient days of before I was born, when people thought of personal computers, they would not think of this, but rather of this. Computers came integrated into keyboards with ports on the back for any needed connections. Now it is the spirit of that past that is all over the newest Raspberry Pi model, the Raspberry Pi 400. I initially dismissed this as a simple, weird premium project, a Raspberry Pi 4 inside an official Raspberry Pi keyboard, but after watching some videos and buying one of my own, I was surprised as it challenged some of the pre-assumptions I had about this device. If you're watching this video, you have likely watched some reviews of this device before, and I will be linking my favorites down below and in the corner. But in a nutshell, it is a new form factor for Raspberry Pi that integrates it inside a keyboard, with all the same ports as the Raspberry Pi 4, just missing one USB port for the keyboard. But inside, there are a number of surprises. One is that this is a new form of PCB for this Pi. Gone is the rectangle that we know and love, replaced by this long boy that fits the keyboard better. But more surprisingly are changes to spec and cooling. Well, this is still a Raspberry Pi 4. They're using a new iteration of the SoC, which might run a bit cooler, and that allows the device to run a bit faster clocks than the stock Raspberry Pi 4. Another major contributor in that performance is the highly sophisticated cooling system, a big piece of metal. This so simple is genius solution of using a big piece of metal as a heatsink and as a structural support for the keyboard actually works stupefyingly well, to the point that the usual Raspberry Pi 4 cooler feels silly, considering just how well this simpler thing works. For reference, I already explained how the CPU is a bit faster than other models, but if you run it with what is for a Pi a pretty hefty overclock, which also requires commands that void the guarantee to increase the voltage enough, unless you get unlucky with the silicon lottery, the device runs and runs well. I was really worried about the device getting too hot since you're putting your hands on it, but even if you put your hand on the back of the keyboard, it's just warm, not even uncomfortable. It is crazy. Now, the reason why I bought this guy in the first place, and this should be obvious to you because you read the title, is I wanted to see how well it would run games. And I don't mean retro emulation, but stuff that will put the device through its paces more aggressively, like Minecraft, Java Minecraft. At least once a year, I explain how, since Java Minecraft technically could run in any device powerful enough that runs Java, people from the Raspberry Pi community have continuously been creating scripts to get working on these boards. Now it is way easier. There's an open source project called Pi Apps aiming at creating an open source client to auto-install a lot of popular software. The list of supported software isn't super long, but it has some really useful stuff, including Java Minecraft, which can be installed with just one click. Considering the process that used to be getting this to work, this is a terrific improvement. Thanks, Pi Apps. Now, this is not running Optifine, Sodium, or any other miracle performance mod, mostly because I have not quite figured out yet how to get those installed on Raspbian, but I can almost get to a more stable 20 FPS on a lower resolution. Java Minecraft is very CPU reliant and not optimized for ARM, definitely. And once I figured out how to get performance mods, it will probably improve a fair bit. Also, it can crash sometimes. Welcome to open source Linux platforms, where experimentation is a way of life and these things happen. Another thing I wanted to run was Half-Life. You're going to see me use the original Half-Life a lot as a Raspberry Pi benchmark because there's an open source re-implementation of its engine that can be compiled on Raspberry Pi, and it works great. Considering this is not something optimized for ARM, the result is pretty convincing. This is the game running at 720p, and the only place where major slowdowns happen is when loading new areas. The performance I got was very satisfying. Similar story with Doom 3. While the Half-Life engine is a reverse engineer re-implementation, this Doom game was the last big id Games release to be open source, and therefore this is the game running at 720p, and the only place where major slowdowns happen is when loading new areas. The performance I got was very satisfying. Similar story with Doom 3. While the Half-Life engine is a reverse engineer re-implementation, this Doom game was the last big id Games release to be open source, and therefore there are modern implementations that can be compiled and run on a Pi. The video that is in the corner and the description has the commands for that. Interestingly enough, I had to force Doom 3 in a much lower resolution to make this work. Back on its day, Doom 3 was considered a bit of a heavy game, so I'm not very surprised. But I got similar performance to the Pi 4 and a heavy overclock with active cooling, which in itself is a good result. The other cool thing I wanted to try, of course, was Box86. If you have seen previous videos, you will know Box86 is a compatibility layer between x86 Linux and ARM Linux, meaning that if you're lucky, you can run programs that were only compiled for traditional PCs in Linux in Raspberry Pi, and they can work really well. For example, here's the PC Linux version of Unreal, the first game that got the Unreal Engine started. I threw a bot match on it, and the game performed really well. The Raspberry Pi was struggling in the heavier moments, but otherwise it kept it together, which is amazing for emulation. In fact, I tried 3 iterations of the series: the original one, Unreal Tournament from 1999, and the 2004 edition, which is the 6th game in the series, running on Unreal Engine 2. All of these are Linux PC games running in ARM through Box86. It was not that long ago when I first heard about Box86, and to see it running 3D games this well is a sign to behold. Considering the improvements that will come from what is a project that is very much in development and upcoming Vulkan drivers for the Raspberry Pi, the world of running games from your keyboard is going to get even more interesting. So, except for the fact that I had an annoying audio bug that I could not fix, if you ignore that, this is really good results. When this device came out, the one question I had was, why? Why a device limited inside a keyboard instead of the boards we are so used to? Having played around with it for a while, I think I get it. If you're building something that requires integration into another device, like a game console kit, the usual form factor will remain king. But for software-related projects like an experimental x86 emulation, this is the most convenient form factor yet. Just look at how minimalistic a setup looks when it's just a keyboard and mouse. It's beautiful. The fact that it's so aggressively priced is just icing on the cake. And until a more powerful Raspberry Pi comes along, this will likely be my device of choice for future videos. The fact that it's so aggressively
Actor tier list speedrun.
Priced is just icing on the cake, and until a more powerful Raspberry Pi comes along, this will likely be my device of choice for future videos. Although you know what you could buy for way less? This pin, and you will arguably also be getting a lot of value. For several generations, the pin you wear on your back or coat are a proud way to
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today we're going to be taking a quick look at Windows 10 running on the Raspberry Pi 400. Now, this isn't Windows IoT or anything like that. This is Windows 10 running on the Broadcom ARM chip inside of the Raspberry Pi 400. Now, this also works with the Raspberry Pi 4, and it has for a while, but we finally got pretty good support for the Pi 400, so I figured I'd go ahead and show it off. Now, before we get started, I do want to mention that this is not an install tutorial. I just wanted to show this off real quick. If you're interested in getting this up and running, it's actually pretty easy. And there is an awesome tutorial on YouTube by one of my good buddies, Lee PSP Video. Leave a link for his channel in the description. A few days ago, as making this video, he did a full install tutorial, so definitely go ahead and check that out. And don't forget to subscribe to his channel because he does a lot of great Raspberry Pi stuff over there. Now, this whole setup here is coming to us from the awesome people over at Windows on Raspberry Pi. They do have a Discord, and I'll leave a link for that down below. But this is not meant to be a daily driver whatsoever. There are a few things that aren't working on the Pi 400, like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and HDMI sound. You will have to have a USB sound card in order to get sound out of this setup, but we do have working Ethernet. And in this video, I just kind of wanted to go through the motions and just show you how it performs. Now, I know it's a bit hard to see how it's set up right now, so what I'm going to do is plug my Raspberry Pi into my game capture so we can get a better look at the screen. Alright, so here it is, Windows 10 running on the Raspberry Pi 400. We have the quad-core Cortex A72 BCM2711 CPU. I do have this overclocked to 2.3 gigahertz. We have access to all 4 gigabytes of memory on the Raspberry Pi 400. I'm actually running this from a micro SD card, but I would actually recommend running this from a USB drive. It's totally possible to do it with the latest firmware on your Raspberry Pi 400. I also have a 1 terabyte drive plugged in just so we can play some videos from it, so we do have USB storage working, and built-in Ethernet on the Pi 400 does work. Now, there is an awesome application that you can install from the guys over at Windows on Raspberry Pi, and that's Windows on Raspberry Pi Control Panel. From here, we get our performance metrics. We have our processor, memory, disk usage. Graphics isn't working right now. We do have an overclocking section, so you can go in here and manually overclock. GPIO control, you can control your GPIO pins directly from this control panel here. About, and applications. So they do have a little section in here that allows you to download ARM-based applications. As you can see, there's not a lot here, but what is here does come in really handy. And I've actually been using the ARM version of Edge here, and it does work really well on this Pi 400 overclocked to 2.3. So first thing I wanted to take a look at was VLC. This is the ARM version. It's available from Windows on Raspberry Pi Control Panel. You can get it directly from that applications menu. Like I mentioned, I do have that 1 terabyte drive plugged in, so I'm going to play a video from that. We'll go to Open File here. Should bring it up for me. Oh, I'm already here. 1 terabyte. Since we don't have HDMI audio on this build, I do have a USB audio adapter with a 3.5mm audio line in and out, and then that's plugged into a battery-powered speaker. So I'm actually recording the audio from that speaker from a microphone. So this isn't looking bad at all. I'm pretty surprised that it's playing this. This is not a 4K video. It's 1080p, MP4, 8 megabits per second. I know it said 4K, but I just converted it down. Now, going into this, I thought we were going to get really bad performance out of 1080p video. I was actually prepared with a 720p video, but it looks like it's handling 1080p from this ARM version of VLC on Windows 10. So the next thing I wanted to go through and test was just a little bit of internet browsing and YouTube video playback. So we'll use the ARM version of Microsoft Edge. Again, got this from the Windows on Raspberry Pi control panel. And we'll just head over to the Raspberry Pi website. And that was pretty quick. I thought we'd be working a lot slower here. One thing I wanted to check, let me just take this over to the left-hand side. I'm going to open up my task manager. Really, what's holding this back is the storage, because I'm running this from a micro SD card. And we'll take a look at this. So we'll have disk usage right here at 9%. Let's go back and see if we max this out. Even just browsing, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. So let's head over to YouTube. Yeah, I figured that would jump right up to 100%, but it didn't. And there's the video I wanted to test, right here. Pause it. Stats for Nerds. Make sure we're at 1080p. Give it a second. Then I'll click play here. And we'll go full screen with it. So it did take a little while to go full screen. Not bad at all. If we take a look at our drop frames, we're at 8 out of 660. Jumped up to 9 there out of close to 800. But it doesn't look as smooth as it should be. And keep in mind, this is a 24 FPS video. Let's see if we can make it a little bit smoother, just dropping it down to 720. and we're not getting any drop frames at 720. Now, when it comes to those drop frames at 1080p, I figured it would just be like on the rise the whole time, but it was doing a decent job. This is working way better than I thought it would. Another cool thing about this build for the Raspberry Pi is that it's actually able to start up x86 applications. Even though we're on an ARM CPU here, I have downloaded the Windows version of PPSSPP. I'm going to launch the 64-bit version, and I was really surprised by the performance here. I didn't even think it was going to launch this application. I got a game right here and a controller plugged into the Raspberry Pi 400. Get back into my save state. And as you can see, it actually starts up these PSP games. It's not the best performance. I don't have frame skip on or anything like that. But to see this x86 version of PPSSPP running on an ARM CPU is pretty cool. And if I go into the settings and turn frame skip on, we can actually run this pretty smoothly at 30 FPS. The FPS is up in the top right-hand corner, and we're sitting at 30 here. I mean, this game is playable like this. It would be nice to be playing this at 60. But for what we're working with here, Windows on the Raspberry Pi, this is really awesome performance. And it's actually running in DirectX 11 mode. If I swap it over to OpenGL, it won't launch. And I've also tried DirectX 9, but it seemed to give me a little worse performance than setting PPSSPP to DirectX 11. So there was a few more things I wanted to test, like GeForce Now, but unfortunately, as soon as I get into a game, it tells me that my system's not compatible. I also tested out Stadia through Chromium, and it just loads forever. I was trying to do Cyberpunk 2077. Unfortunately, those streaming apps aren't working right now. But seeing that we were able to download PPSSPP and get it up and running in Windows on the Raspberry Pi is really promising. What I'm going to do is work on this a little bit more. I'm going to try to get some older games up and running here. I did want to test out stuff like Simpsons Hit and Run and just see if we could even get it to start up in this. So I will have another video coming up soon. I'm going to get GOG up and running here. I'll download some of the free stuff, some of the games that I have already purchased, and just see what kind of older PC games we can run in Windows on the Raspberry Pi. But that's going to wrap it up for this video. Really appreciate you watching. Like I mentioned, if you're interested. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today, I'm going to show you how to turn your Raspberry Pi 400 or your Raspberry Pi 4 into the ultimate Amiga setup using an operating system called Pimiga. Now, to tell you the truth, I'm not exactly sure where this originated from. I've been doing some research and I can't find the original creator of Pimiga, but I do know that the version here that works with the Raspberry Pi 400 is by Chris Edwards over here on YouTube, and I'll leave a link to his channel in the description so you can check it out. But this is absolutely amazing. As you can see here, we're actually using Workbench right out of the box. I mean, as soon as you boot up, it boots into Workbench, and we have everything we need here. We got our music players, our video players. There's actually some emulators built in here. We can start up WHD load games, and basically what we have here is a full Amiga operating system running on the Raspberry Pi 400. Like I said, this also works for the Raspberry Pi 4, but I think it's a little neater to install this on the Raspberry Pi 400 given the form factor of the 400. And in the past, I've actually done tutorials showing you how to set up Workbench on the Raspberry Pi 3 and the Raspberry Pi 4, and even on the Mr. FPGA. But to tell you the truth, I've actually had a better time using it on the Raspberry Pi 400, given that everything's already set up out of the box and you don't need to jump through hoops to get this up and running on your Raspberry Pi. So if you want to at least test this out, we're going to go ahead and get started. But first up, there's a few things you're going to need. Obviously, you'll need a Raspberry Pi 400 or a Raspberry Pi 4. All the accessories to get it up and running, like a power supply, HDMI cable, and a keyboard and mouse if you're using a Raspberry Pi 4. And you'll also need at least a 64GB micro SD card. I would recommend a 64. This image may fit on a 32, but after we extract it, we'll have some extra room if we do a 64GB card. Alright, so let's go ahead and get Pimiga installed. Now, before we get started here, you will need at least a 64GB micro SD card. I'm using an inexpensive silicon power card that I picked up on Amazon, and a cheaper USB 3.0 micro SD card reader. It's already inserted in the PC, and it's ready to be flashed. So first thing we're going to do is head over to Chris Edwards' YouTube channel. I'll leave a link for this in the description. Make sure you subscribe. He's got some awesome stuff over here. We're just going to go down here, go ahead and start using loaded here. Here, you're going to, I'm sure there's a couple here. I'm going to navigate. Next up, let's actually close this down. Do some stop, right click. I'm just going to rename it. Now we have it renamed. We're going to open up our file manager. Everything ready to go. We can remove the SD card from the PC and move back over to the Raspberry Pi 400. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this thing started up. Got my HDMI plugged in. I'm going to insert that card we just flashed with Pimiga and then plug my power in. Give it a little time to boot up, and I'd say this is the best part because we don't have to do any further configuration. I mean, it's going to boot right up into Workbench, and we'll be good to go. And after that little boot up animation and sound, it should bring us right into Workbench. And you can start using it from here. So what I'm going to do is actually plug this into my game capture so we can get a closer look at this screen. All right, just give you a closer look here. Like you saw, we have our system folder over here. We got our utilities, tools. Go ahead and open up the calculator. Everything's pretty smooth. Every once in a while, I do notice a little bit of a hang up. Open up Eagle Player, our music player. Got this nice visualizer here. Everything looks great. I just love the way this is set up. Everything you need is already set up in here. We'll go with the other music player here. Definitely takes some time to get used to if you've never messed around with an Amiga. And unfortunately, I've actually never had the chance to mess around with a real Amiga. It's always been emulation. And this works really, really good. Like I said, you can start up your WHD load games. We do have a few freeware games ready to go. Let's just go with Duke Nukem. Give it a sec to load everything up, and there we have it. So yeah, I mean, even Duke Nukem right here. And I definitely need to get in here and figure out how to turn the sensitivity down on this mouse. It's a bit fast, but it is playable if you just take it easy. Frame rate's not bad at all. And I mean, overall, this does run well on the Raspberry Pi 3 and the Raspberry Pi 4, but to see it running here is just pretty cool. So yeah, it's a really cool operating system to mess around with on your Raspberry Pi. And if you've ever wanted to get into the Amiga, I think this is a nice, cheap way to do it. You could go with that Raspberry Pi 4 2GB model, and with something like this, you're already set up with Workbench, and you have everything you need. I'm personally a big fan of it, and I definitely recommend trying it out. But that's going to wrap it up for this video. I really appreciate Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's ETA Brian back here again. Today, I am super excited because I'm going to show you how to install Pop! OS on your Raspberry Pi 4 or your Raspberry Pi 400. Now, I would personally recommend using some type of SSD for this, either a 2.5 or an NVMe drive, just to make everything a bit quicker. But if all you have is a micro SD card, we can do that, and I'm going to show you how to install it. Now, if you're not familiar with Pop! OS, this is based on Ubuntu, and it's actually one of my favorite distros for lower-end x86-based laptops, and one of my main laptops that I use as a carry-around. Not familiar with Pop! OS, this is based on Ubuntu, and it's actually one of my favorite distros for lower-end x86. All you have is a micro SD card, we can do that, and I'm going to show you how to install it. Now, if you're not familiar with Pop! OS, this is based on Ubuntu, and it's actually one of my favorite distros for lower-end x86-based laptops, and one of my main laptops that I use as a carry-around has Pop! OS installed, powered by a very low-end Intel Celeron 4100 CPU, and it handles this distribution really well. But now we have the ability as a carry-around has Pop! OS installed, powered by a very low-end Intel Celeron 4100. Now, if you're not familiar with Pop! OS, this is based on Ubuntu, and it's actually one of my favorite distros for lower-end x86-based laptops, and one of my main laptops that I use as a carry-around has Pop! OS installed, powered by a very low-end Intel Celeron 4100 CPU, and it handles this distribution really well. But now we have the ability to install this on our Raspberry Pi or Pi 400, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to do it. Before we get started here, I do want to mention that this is a beta for Pop! OS. This is 20.10, but I've used it for the past few days. I haven't run into any issues with it. It actually functions really well on Pi. Now, in order to get this up and running, all you're really going to need is a Raspberry Pi 4. I would highly recommend using at least a 4GB model, but if all you have is a 2GB model, that'll definitely get you by. And some type of storage device. I would recommend using something like an external SSD, but an SD card also works. Keep in mind, it will be a bit slower than an SSD or an NVMe drive, but this will definitely give you a good idea if this is some kind of distro you want to be running on your Raspberry Pi. So with Pop! OS, they offer something called the Pop Shop that comes pre-installed, and it just easily allows you to install different applications. We can go in there and download RetroArch and download some games, some development tools, and it just makes it a really easy experience to get new applications on your Pi. I was able to go through and install a few different applications. Mainly, I wanted to see some emulation, so I went through and I installed RetroArch from the Pop Shop. It does boot right up. It's the ARM version of RetroArch because we're running an ARM distro here at Pop! OS. And when it comes to video playback, this is basically on par with Raspberry Pi OS. It actually does a pretty decent job with 720p streaming from YouTube. But the one thing I really love about Pop! OS, especially on the Raspberry Pi, is the user interface. I'm a big fan of this, and if you're interested in getting this installed on your Raspberry Pi 4 or Pi 400, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Okay, so this process is a little 30 possible, and that to do, there's on the really would be or to keep. Okay, so and once we're finished booting up, you're going to be presented with this little window here. We're just going to choose next. We're going to choose also have the setup of usernames ready to go. But use a couple more options. Want to go with that light, so we do have the option to use it. One of the main reasons I personally aim, like I mentioned, we do have makes it really easy for a new user coming over to Linux from some nice little operating system right on that menu. And from here, there's a list of all the updates that we have going on. This one's already been updated, but if you just installed this for the first time, I'm really glad to see this because, like I mentioned a few years ago on Black Friday, Raspberry Pi 4 or your Raspberry Pi 2 video with all the new features. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below. And like always, thanks for What's going on, everybody? It's ETA Brian back here again. Today I wanted to take a quick look at the all-new Raspberry Pi OS release based on Debian Bullseye. Now, this is actually a pretty big release, and a lot of the stuff is definitely deep down, but we do have some really good changes to Raspberry Pi OS on your Raspberry Pi or your Raspberry Pi 400. Now, straight off the bat, first thing I want to mention is you're going to install this just like you would with anything else. You can use the Raspberry Pi Imager, and it is possible to totally upgrade to Bullseye, but it's not recommended. They do recommend doing a fresh install on a new drive, be it an SD card or an SSD. And right now, I'm actually running this on a Raspberry Pi 400. We are clocked at 1.8 gigahertz right out of the box, and that's also a new feature with this release, or at least on newer Raspberry Pi 4s that support it. Now, with the Raspberry Pi CM4 and the Pi 400, we already have that newer BCM2711C0 revision chip, but the newer Raspberry Pi 4s that are being manufactured also have that C0 revision, and with Bullseye installed, it automatically takes it from 1.5 gigahertz up to 1.8. And a quick way to tell if your Raspberry Pi 4 has one of these revised chips, all you really need to do is take a look at the board and see if it has the dedicated switch mode power supply. Now, over on the Raspberry Pi Foundation's website, they do have a picture here. They got a little more explaining it. I'll leave a link in the description. But this will be the fastest way to tell if your Raspberry Pi has that new CPU revision and if the stock clocks are going to go from 1.5 to 1.8 while installing Bullseye. Now, with the CM4 and the Pi 400, you're not going to have any issues with it. It does have the switch mode power supply, but some of the older Raspberry Pi 4s, not any of them that I've tested, do have trouble overclocking. So when Bullseye is installed on those, your CPU is only going to be at 1.5 gigahertz, but you can always try overclocking manually, and it'll probably work out just fine. Another cool new feature with this Bullseye release are update notifications. It'll actually notify you when there's an update available, and I've been really wanting this on the Raspberry Pi for a while. It does make life easier for newer users. That way you don't have to go into terminal every other day and do an update. It will prompt you and let you know when an update is available for this operating system. But other than that, when it comes to the performance of Bullseye on your Raspberry Pi, there are a lot of quality of life changes, and there are some new little features in here that I wanted to take a look at. So first up, let's go to Appearance and Settings. Now, one thing you might notice is we do have a little bit of a drop shadow, and I know it's hard to see here. You can see it right here with these windows. And this is because Bullseye is actually using a new Windows manager called Mutter. I know it might be the placebo effect, but it seems like everything populates a little quicker. And this could just be in my imagination, you know, given a new release and everything like that. But it seems a little snappier. And I'm just running from a 64GB micro SD card right now. When it comes to the new Windows manager, it's based on GTK plus 3, so we should see some more improvements down the road on this. But right now, it's working great with Bullseye on the Raspberry Pi. One thing that I'm really excited about with the release of Bullseye for the Raspberry Pi is Chromium has now been upgraded to version 92, and hardware acceleration is available for YouTube video playback. So we should be getting much better 1080p performance, and we're going to go ahead and test that out. We'll test 1080. If it doesn't work out too well, we'll go down to 720. But a lot of you might already know that with the older releases on the Raspberry Pi 4, YouTube video playback wasn't the greatest. So right now, I've just gone full screen with it. This is just a Samsung HD demo, 1080p, and we're going to make sure that we're at 1080. We're also going to turn on Stats for Nerds and see what happens in full screen mode. Because when it comes down to it, if we were running 1080p in window mode, even on older releases, it does seem to work out much better than it does in full screen. We have our viewport and frames up here. We're at 1080p. So far, 0 dropped out of 4, but we haven't started playing yet. Let's go ahead and get this going. Alright, so yeah, I mean, we're not that far into it, but we only have 8 drop frames at 800. Now, if I was to put this side by side with an older release of Raspberry Pi OS, we would be dropping a ton. I'd say we'd be at around at least 100 to 200 drop frames, full screen, 1080p, even with this 1080p 30 FPS video. And that's really what we need to check out next. We need to check out 1080p 60 because it's looking like 1080p 30 is definitely good to go with this new release. Let me move over to another video. And this one's really been my go-to test for little single board computers. This is Big Buck Bunny, 1080p 60 FPS. We've got Stats for Nerds going up here. And let's see what happens. And I was afraid of this, yeah. That 1080p 60 is still just a little too heavy duty for this. Let's check 720p 60 full screen. And even then, with these 60 FPS videos, we're still going to get those drop frames. So we're not quite there with 60 FPS playback. 24, 30, 1080, full screen, 720. It's going to work out great. But as you can see, out of 1400, we have 300 drop frames. I was hoping it would be a bit better with 60 FPS video, but this is really what we have right now. So far, the switch over to Bullseye on the Raspberry Pi 4 has been really smooth. Like I mentioned, I'm running on a Raspberry Pi 400. This was a clean install here. We're at the stock clocks of 1.8, and overclocking this a little more might help out with that Chrome video playback in 60 FPS 1080p, but it looks like it might just be a little too much, even with the hardware acceleration enabled in the new version of Chrome on Bullseye. But 1080p 30 is looking really good. If I didn't have that frame counter on, I wouldn't have noticed it dropped any frames. So yeah, I can't wait to see what other people are doing with this new release. And like I said, there's a lot underneath. There's a lot that we didn't take a look at. If you're interested in learning all about the new Bullseye release for the Raspberry Pi, I will leave a link to the Raspberry Pi Foundation in the description. But I wanted to get this quick video out of the way to inform some of my viewers that we do have Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today, I'm super excited because we're going to be taking a look at an ultra-small Ryzen-powered x86 single-board computer. And in fact, it's actually a bit smaller than the Raspberry Pi 4. This is from a company called DFI, and it's known as the EC90AGH. You can actually get the board by itself. They do have a few different variants, or you can go with their package deal and get something they're calling the Pi Box, which comes with a nice little case, a few adapters, and a heatsink for this Ryzen embedded APU. And the version we're going to be taking a look at in this video has their most powerful CPU offering. It's using the AMD Ryzen embedded R1606G. We'll get into the full specs in a second, but I did want to take a look at the I/O. So this is actually meant to be an embedded board for robotics and machinery, but it doesn't mean we can't do some pretty cool stuff with it. In this video, we'll definitely be testing out some games, some emulation, some web browsing, and some video playback. But let's go ahead and jump right down into it. As you can see, we get Gigabit Ethernet, a USB Type-C port, and this is actually USB 3.1, but unfortunately it does not support display. And the highest wattage that I've seen pulled out of this board, and the kit actually comes with a 4G module, but a tiny PC, so we do have a real BIOS that we can access. So by itself, it's actually smaller than the Raspberry Pi 4, but with this APU, you're definitely going to want to run some type of heatsink. Now, the kit that they include their heatsink with is totally silent, so it's a passive heatsink, but it does make the unit much larger than the Pi 4. But when it comes to the board size itself, as you can see, it's a bit smaller. and give you a quick look here at the heatsink and the case that they've included with its APU. So now, getting down to the specs of this little board. For the CPU, or the APU, we have the AMD Ryzen Embedded R1606G. 2 cores, 4 threads, base clock of 2.6 GHz with a boost up to 3.5. Built-in Radeon 3 graphics at 1200 MHz, 4 GB of LPDDR4 running at 2400 MHz, 64 GB of internal storage, but they do offer a 128 GB model, and this will run Linux or Windows. It actually came pre-installed with Windows 10 Enterprise, but I upgraded to Windows 10 Pro on this unit just so we could get some gaming out of the way and I could install all of the applications I wanted to test. So real quick, I just installed the heatsink here and I upgraded to Windows 10 Pro on this unit just so we could get some gaming out of the way and I could and this will run Linux or Windows. It actually came pre-installed with Windows 10 Enterprise, but I upgraded to Windows 10 Pro on this unit just so we could get some gaming out of the way and I could install all of the applications I wanted to test. So real quick, I just installed the heatsink here and it sits in here really nicely. We've got that little copper plate that makes contact with the aluminum, so it's not going to overheat. And once we put everything inside of it and button it up, as you can see, it does get a bit bigger than the Raspberry Pi 4, but this is still a very, very small PC. And I'm sure you could get the size down by using active cooling, but we have passive cooling here, and like I mentioned, this is made for embedded projects, which usually run 24/7. And with this heatsink, I haven't seen it overheat once, even stressing out the CPU and GPU to 100%. So I just went ahead and plugged in my HDMI and power. It's running on 12 volts. Now we only have that USB Type-C for data transfer, so I do need to use an adapter. This will just give me 2 more USB 3.0 ports. That way I can go ahead and plug in a mouse and keyboard very easily. So I've been really impressed by how snappy this little thing is, even running Windows 10, which can be a RAM hog, and we're only working with 4 gigs on this board. As you can see, it is running at 2400 MHz board computer. This is a good job. I'm plugged in over Ethernet and is really, really 4K, and I'll turn stats for nerds videos. Most I've had can definitely handle 4K video playback, and if we can do that, we'll do 720 and 1080/60 just fine. And by the way, while running this 4K video, it's only pulling 12 watts from the wall according to my kilowatt meter. But yeah, I mean, it's really not meant to do things like this, but as you can see, it definitely will. This is for embedded projects, more of the robotic side of things, maybe some telecommunications. You could use something like this for signage, since we do have those 2 displays out on this unit, or you could just virtually do more displays if you need to. So for weather, a couple, and then we're going to jump into some 1371. In the grand sketch, just test the Vulkan performance of the built-in GPU. We got a total score of, I did go with some older stuff, because after all, it is a lower end. Marks aren't stellar, but given what this thing is, I think it's doing a pretty decent job. So when it comes to PC gaming, I did go with some older stuff, because after all, it is a lower end board, but after seeing the performance of these 2 games that I tested, I think we could do a little better in some higher end games. I will do another video if anybody's interested, but first up, we have Left 4 Dead 2. We're at medium settings, 720p, we got an average of 72 FPS out of this, and I'd say it's definitely playable on this unit. So when it comes to Skyrim, I was actually really surprised. I completely understand that this is an older game, but I like testing this on iGPUs, especially lower end boards because it is such an older game. Most of the time, I can't get 60 out of it, at least on the Intel iGPUs. But with this little single board computer, we were able to get a pretty good frame rate out of this. We do get some dips under 60. We're at 720p low, but to see this running on a board this small is really impressive in my opinion. Now it's time to move over to some emulation. We're going to start out a bit light here with PSP using the standalone version of PPSSPP. Vulkan backend, 3x resolution with Pro Street. We're running at 30, and that's exactly what it ran out on the original PSP hardware. There are hacks out there to get this up to 60, but seeing how well this ran at 3x, I figured I'd go ahead and test a harder one to run, and that's going to be Chains of Olympus. And to my surprise, Vulkan backend with this little board performed on this. I figured we'd go ahead and take it up a notch. It's just a bit hard pressed to run like in the constant 60. The computer that I tested that performed way better than I thought was the Dolphin emulator for GameCube and Wii. Here we have Automodalista, which is one of my go-to tests. Vulkan backend, native resolution. I didn't see it dip one time, not even in the menus with this one. It's definitely trucking along, and this is only using about 8 watts of power from the wall. That's with the CPU wattage and the GPU wattage included. So yeah, it's performing really well with GameCube using the Dolphin emulator. And the final thing I tested, at least for this video, was some Wii emulation with the Dolphin emulator. So we're still at the native resolution. Sonic Colors, which ran at 30 FPS on the original hardware, is also really doable. Got a couple dips here and there, but I think that shader cache, but it pulls about 1.2 watts. When I was doing my web browsing and 4K video playback, it only jumped up to tutor. And with figures like testing, now it's totally possible to hit thermal throttle, but you will doing its job. And remember, if you wanted to go active cooling, you could keep it down even more. No, size-wise. These are designed for industrial embedded applications, but Corsair or RetroPie on this unit, and just see how it performs like that. What's going on, everybody? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today we're going to be taking a look at a fake PS5 that I recently picked up online for around $23 shipped to the door. List price on this was $18. You can find them anywhere from $15 up to $35. I went with kind of the mid-range just to get those wireless controllers. And going into this, I kind of knew exactly what I was getting into. Now, when it comes to these consoles, I've seen a bunch of them listed with different names, different box art. This one's known as the NX85, but there's also like the SX85, and most notoriously known as the GS5. So I picked this one up with wireless controllers. You can also get it with wired controllers, but I kind of got scammed on this because they actually look like PS5 controllers in the picture, but I got these older PS2, PS1 controllers. They are 2.4 gigahertz and everything's built in. They don't come with a dongle or anything like that. But one of the main reasons I wanted to pick this up was basically for the case itself. By the end of this, we're going to do a quick teardown and see exactly what we could do with this. We can actually add a lot more power to it. But on the back here, we've got micro USB. We've also got our video out. And again, going into this, I actually didn't even think about it not having HDMI. I just figured it would. But unfortunately, it's composite video and it uses the 3.5mm adapter to composite. But yeah, I mean, I think they've actually done a pretty decent job with the case itself. So here we have the real PS5 versus the PS5 Mini. And I mean, it looks just like it. We don't have that gloss on the front, but you can definitely tell that they were going for a PS5 look. And yeah, it's actually a pretty cool little clone case. It's not much bigger than the PS5 controller itself. And like I said, I really got it for the case, but we're definitely going to be testing this thing out in the video. Up front, we've got a power button, reset. There's 2 controller ports in case you opted for the one with the wired controllers. Not much more to it. I mean, power in, video out, comes with this little round stand that'll kind of clip right here on the bottom. I messed around with the controllers a little bit. They don't feel great at all, and I really wasn't expecting them to be high quality controllers, given that I only paid around $18 for this unit. So we'll go ahead and start it up. It does come on quick, and I'm pretty sure I know what they're using in here. It's an NES on a chip with kind of a flash card built in. But we've got some game sections, action, fighting, adventure, I guess strategy, sports, etc. games. I really don't know. There's around 1,280 games, and they definitely have. One thing I noticed is a lot of these games aren't actually the real NES versions. So I'm gonna go to one of my favorite games, Adventure Island. And if we take a look at this main screen here, you can see that it's not the original main screen from the NES version. So this is actually a port for some other mobile device that they've put over here on this unit. It's not the original NES version. But to my surprise, I mean, the game actually plays way better than I thought it would. Usually with systems like this, we get some really messed up sound, just very fast sound in the background. And the game itself here actually seems like it's running faster than the original game, but this isn't the original ROM. This was that touch port from whatever it went on to. I'm not exactly sure. The wireless controllers are working. They take AAA batteries and they connect automatically. But like I mentioned, I mean, I was actually surprised by how well the game is playing. This is perfectly playable in my opinion. It's not the original, but I've actually had kind of fun playing playing this version of it. Usually we end up the first level around right here, but it's just going to keep going on to the next level and on and on and on. So there's no like loading to the next level screen. And we can't select our upgrade for the next level, but it just keeps going and going and going. I was a little thrown off by this because, I expected it to kind of just be, a one-to-one port of the original NES game. But now in order to go back to the menu, we do have a reset button on the front of this little console. So you're going to press that. It's going to bring us right back to where we were, or you can go ahead and reboot the unit. So press that. It'll bring us right back to that game selection screen. And if we want to back out of the adventure games, or this section of the whole ROM set that they have, press start and select on the controller. It'll bring us back in, and then we can move over to fighting games. And since this is a PlayStation clone, one game that I was actually looking for in here was a Tekken game, and here it is. Tekken 2. Now this is a hack of some NES game. So what they've got on here are some mobile games, some real NES games, and a lot of hacked NES games like you saw at the beginning with Mario 14 and Mario 16. But yeah, Tekken 2 here is definitely a hack of some other game, and it's just really hard to play. Tried several times. There's just kind of no rhyme or reason to it. But for being like a hack of another NES game, versions of Mortal Kombat, when it comes to performance, so like it's recommended to most people. So now I want to do a quick teardown on this unit. The main in an Android box. I will have a video coming. So we've got one half off, but I did break one of the clips. It still snaps together just fine. Unfortunately, it just came off. But as you can see, there's not much in here. Basically, what this board is an NES on a chip with a flash cart soldered to it. And I've seen this a lot with the smaller consoles you can get on Amazon for, $10 to $20. Our I/O board up here is soldered to the other board, so we've got our controller ports and the power on and reset button. There's also a wireless antenna here for those 2.4 gigahertz controllers. And here it is, just a little closer look, and we can see that flash cart ROM is soldered right to this board, which actually makes it really easy for different manufacturers to kind of repurpose this with different game packs. So I'm sure that there are other models out there with different games on them. Not much going on with the I/O board up front here, but with modifications, I could keep that reset and power button. And there's plenty of room in here for different hardware. So if we want to do a modification by adding some type of board in here, like initially I thought of the Raspberry Pi 4, we can make this work. We'd have that HDMI coming out of the back, USB Type-C, but then we're kind of blocked off from these USBs. I could always use extensions and route them around to the front, which is definitely what's going to happen. But at the time of making this video, Raspberry Pi 4s are a bit expensive, and a cheaper option would be an Android TV box. You can pick these up for around $25. It has an Amlogic S905X3, and by using the bottom half of the case with this one that I have here, there's not much modification that I need to do to make this fit in here really nicely. So I just have to cut the back a little bit, so I'll have access to that HDMI and Ethernet. It also has Wi-Fi and Bluetooth built in. USBs are down here, so I'll have to route them around with an extension cable to the front because I want to kind of keep it as clean as possible. But this will be actually really easy to add this hardware inside. Then we can run Android, which is already pre-installed, or we can do something like Batocera, EmuElec, and have kind of a retro Pi-ish interface on this unit. Now, using a Pi definitely makes more sense. I mean, we do a lot of different stuff with the Raspberry Pi, but like I mentioned, these Android boxes are cheap. And with the Android operating system that's pre-installed, we could actually get PS5 game streaming up and running on this little thing. So I can stream from my PS5 or PS4 to the mini PS5. And that video will be coming up soon, so keep an eye on the channel. But as soon as I saw this, I knew I wanted to pick one up just for a little bit of a modification. I knew it wasn't going to be Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today we're going to be taking a look at a pretty powerful little mini PC from Beelink. This just happens to be one of their most powerful mini PCs to date, and it's based on their GTR line. Now, in some publications, I've seen this called the GR5, but I've actually reviewed the GR5 in the past, and that was powered by an Intel CPU. But when it comes to this new model, it's actually rocking a much more powerful CPU. This has the Ryzen 9 5900HX, and when I pull this out, you'll see on the side of the unit, it's marked GR9, so that's exactly what I'm going to be calling it. So in this video, we're going to be taking a look at the all-new Beelink GR9 Ryzen-powered mini PC. I've always been a big fan of Beelink's GTR cases. They've used these on a few in the past, but this one is a bit different. On the top here, we have an AMD logo that says Let's Play, and this is actually backlit with a white LED. Now, inside the box, you're going to receive a mounting bracket, you're going to get your 90-watt power supply, a 6-foot HDMI cable, and of course, the PC itself. When it comes to I/O, up front here, we have a single USB 3.0 port and a full-function USB Type-C port. Unfortunately, since this is using an AMD CPU, it's not a Thunderbolt port, but it does support display out. Now, taking a look at each side, there's not much going on, but we do have a bit of ventilation. And moving around back, we have our power input, dual 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, a full-size display port, full-size HDMI, 2 more USB 3.0 ports, and 2 USB 2.0 ports. So overall, we do have a decent selection of I/O when it comes to these mini PCs, but where this thing really shines are the internal specs, because this is actually using the Ryzen 9 5900HX. We've got 8 cores, 16 threads with a base clock 3.3 and a boost up to 4.6. I've tested this APU in the past, and for a mobile chip, it's an absolute beast. This is a 45-watt part, but we can take it up a bit higher, and I'm really eager to see what they have it set at right out of the box. When it comes to graphics, this is using the Radeon 8 at 2100 MHz. We've got 32 gigabytes of DDR4 at 3200 MHz. It uses SODIMM RAM, and it's fully user replaceable. I believe you can actually pick this up in a 16 gigabyte variant also. This has a 500 gigabyte M.2 SSD, and again, they offer a few different variants a bit higher on the storage side of things. Wi-Fi 6 and Bluetooth 5.0 built in, and right out of the box, this is running Windows 11, but you can always downgrade if you feel the need to. We do have a little bit of upgradability with this mini PC. We can add a 2.5-inch mechanical or SSD drive. It does come with the mounting brackets for us. One thing that Beelink's been doing with all of their mini PCs is adding name brand RAM and storage. So for this, we do have some Crucial RAM and Kingston storage. This little plate here looks like a little hard drive bracket, but it's actually the M.2 cooler. And this does support 2 M.2 drives, so they do make it really easy to upgrade the storage on this unit, whether you want to just add another M.2 or a 2.5-inch drive. So I'm really excited to see how this tiny PC performs, and we're going to get into the operating system. We'll run some benchmarks, test out some PC games and emulation in this video. But first things first, I want to get right into some gaming and see what it can do just straight out of the box. So we're going to go with Forza Horizon 5. And so far, Horizon 5 is performing really well on this little mini PC. We're at 900p with a low-medium mix, and I'm getting an average of 76 FPS out of this. I also tried it at 1080p, and it will do 63 on average 1080p all low settings. Or if you don't mind playing this game at 30 FPS, you can go right into the settings, take it up to high 1080p, and lock it at 30. It's going to run at 30 all day long with those high settings. But personally, I prefer playing 76 FPS out of this. And so far, Horizon 5 is performing really well on this little mini PC. We're at 900p with a low-medium mix, and I'm getting an average of 76 FPS out of this. I also tried it at 1080p, and it will do 63 on average 1080p all low settings. Or if you don't mind playing this game at 30 FPS, you can go right into the settings, take it up to high 1080p, and lock it at 30. It's going to run at 30 all day long with those high settings. But personally, I prefer playing this at 30 FPS. You can go right into the settings, take it up to high 1080p, and lock it at 30. It's see. We're at 900p with a low medium mix, and I'm getting an average of 76 FPS out of this. I also tried it at 1080p, and it will do 63 on average 1080p all low settings. Or if you don't mind playing this game at 30 FPS, you can go right into the settings, take it up to high, 1080p, and lock it at 30. It's going to run at 30 all day long with those high settings. But personally, I prefer playing this game at 60 or over, so I don't mind going down to 900p, and I could probably take a few more of these settings up to medium. So far, actually impressed with the performance, but this is the only game I've tested so far, so what I'm going to do is just install some more stuff, then we'll get into some benchmarks, more gaming, and emulation. Just a quick look at the BIOS. We're basically fully unlocked here. We can't overclock the RAM or overclock the chip itself because it is locked down by AMD, but we can up the TDP from here. And if you do end up picking something like this up, I would go into the BIOS, AMD CBS, head over to NBIO, SMU Common Options, and we can change to performance mode. This is going to get you the best performance out of this. You can always go to 35 watts, but at 45, this does run a bit higher, and it's just going to perform much better. Fan will be a bit louder because it's going to produce more heat, but it's totally worth it with this mini PC. Alright, so I've been up and running for a little while. I've got a lot of games, benchmarks, and some emulators that we're going to be testing out. As you can see, we have that Ryzen 9 5900HX, 8 cores, 16 threads, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 running at 3200 MHz, and the built-in Radeon 8 graphics up to 2100 MHz. The very first thing I wanted to take a look at was what the
For those who want to
TDP
skip
on
the intro and get straight into the list,
BIOS, which will up that TDP a bit, giving us better performance on these APUs, on the CPU and GPU side of things. So I'm going to run a quick stress test with Prime 95. And over here in Core Temp, I know it's an older app, but it does Geekbench 5, 43,000, a lot of Halo into this. At 720p on the lowest settings, you can get an average of around 43, but I wanted to up the res just a little bit. Next up, we have GTA 5, 1080p normal settings, and believe it or not, this is actually some of the best performance that I've seen out of these Ryzen APUs. Basically, any of the mini PCs that I've tested with the mobile APUs, this is definitely performing much better, because with those, we had to take it down to around 900p, but on the 5900HX and the GR9, we're getting an average of 68. Project Cars 2 actually did pretty decent, but we are with a low-medium mix, and by that mix, we have car detail set to medium, track detail set to medium, and everything else is at low. 900p, we got an average of 63 FPS. I was actually hoping to get a bit more out of this, and at 720p, you definitely can, but this is just a harder one to run on iGPUs. This tiny PC handled MK11 way better than I thought it would. This one here, we're at 720p with dynamic resolution scale on. We're trying to get to that 75 FPS mark with dynamic resolution scale, and it'll definitely do it at 720p. 720p with dynamic resolution scale on. We're trying to get to that 75 FPS mark with dynamic resolution scale, and it'll definitely do it at 720p. And finally, for the PC gaming side of things, we have God of War. Now with this one, we do have that Fidelity FX that we can turn on. I'm at 720p with that set to performance, and we still can't hit 60 with it. But if you wanted to take this up to around 900p, you could definitely lock it at 30 and still have a really enjoyable experience. But I was still impressed to see this get an average of 51 FPS, 720p low settings. I mean, it's a brand new release, and we're getting really close with games like these on APUs. I also wanted to throw a little bit of emulation at this. Really good. Gate 3 is really my go-to test because so this is definitely a higher wattage mobile APU from the wall using a kilowatt meter. At idle, this pulls around 19 watts. Average gaming, we're sitting around 60. When it comes to CPU temps and thermal throttle, but it's getting up, does a great job of cooling the 5900HX. So in the end, the all-new B-Link GR9 powered by the Ryzen 9 5900HX is a great little mini PC. I mean, this thing is definitely packing some really good CPU power. We've got decent GPU performance here, but after all, we're still dealing with an iGPU, and this is still based on Vega. We have a higher clock with that Radeon 8, and it does make a little bit of a difference, but it doesn't have anything on a dedicated GPU like a GTX 1650. And going into this, I wasn't expecting that kind of performance. But the way it sits right now with the GR9, this is definitely one of the most powerful mini PCs that I've tested with a mobile Ryzen APU installed. I have tested a very similar mini PC, actually a bit larger than this with the same exact Ryzen 9 5900HX, and it seems that the GR9 in real-world performance is just working a bit better than that one. And it could definitely come down to newer drivers, but overall, I think this is a great little performing mini PC, and if you're interested in learning more about it, I'm going to leave a few links in the description. But that's going to wrap it up for this one.
64 bits. More is always better, right? Well, not exactly. And that's why it's taken years for Raspberry Pi OS to add an officially supported 64-bit version, in addition to the 32-bit version they've had since the original Pi came out. Since May 2020, there's been a beta 64-bit version of Pi OS, but it wasn't intended for beginners and was never linked from the main downloads page. You had to kind of be in the know to get it, and the reason for that is it's actually branched directly off Debian Linux and had a few growing pains. But almost all those problems have been ironed out now, and apparently it's time for the Raspberry Pi's 64-bit era. Yesterday, Raspberry Pi announced the 64-bit version is finally official. It's no longer hidden away in a crusty form link. It's linked straight from their public downloads page and from the Raspberry Pi imager. Check out Lee PSP's video that was posted yesterday for a guide on how to get it installed on your Pi. The 32-bit image is still listed first because it's still compatible with every single Raspberry Pi ever made, including this ancient first-generation Model B. And it probably won't go away for a while either because Raspberry Pi still supports the Compute Module 1, which has the same processor, and that will be supported until the end of 2026. The 64-bit release is only compatible with more recent Pis like the Pi 3 and Pi 4 generations, as well as the Pi 02W. But what are some reasons you might want to run 64-bit Pi OS? Well, I've been running it on all my Pis since spring last year, and I'll tell you why. The first one has to do with RAM. If you have a Pi with less than 4 gigs of RAM, which is most of us if I'm being honest, it's been really hard to find an 8 gig Pi right now, but if you have less than 4 gigs of RAM, then memory isn't a huge concern, and the 32-bit OS should run fine. But 32-bit OS can't address more than 4 gigabytes of RAM without some weird hacks like the one Pi OS currently uses called Large Physical Address Extension. That allows the full 8 gigs to be addressed, but only up to 4 gigabytes for any single process, like a Chromium browser tab. That means for most applications, though, RAM is not an issue. But there are some cases, especially with servers or things like data processing, where one process could use more than 4 gigs, and in those cases, you should definitely use the 64-bit OS. And for most people, running a 64-bit OS won't cause any problems except for gobbling up maybe a little extra RAM. You might not realize it, but 64-bit memory addresses actually take up a little more space than 32-bit addresses, meaning you have a little less free RAM when you run a 64-bit OS. It's not a huge difference, but I tested both live images on my Pi 02W with its measly 512 megabytes of RAM, and I saw 66 megabytes used on the 64-bit OS, but only 48 megabytes on the 32-bit OS. That's a 32% difference. So if you're going to run heavier apps, first of all, maybe don't do it on a tiny Pi 02W, and second, you should know the total memory usage will be a little higher when you run it on a 64-bit OS. I think that might be the main reason why the 32-bit Pi OS is still listed first. Raspberry Pi doesn't want people running out and buying this brand new Pi 02W and running out of memory. I'm still a bit salty it doesn't have a full gig on here, but if you want to know exactly what I think, my review of this Pi 02W is linked in the card right up here. So RAM could be a factor depending on what you run on your Pis and which Pi you run, but that's not the primary reason I run the 64-bit version. The biggest reason is software compatibility. Outside the Pi and embedded computer systems, almost nobody runs 32-bit operating systems anymore. Because of that, almost all modern software is built for 64-bit. Some software is also built for 32-bit, but it only runs because of dedicated support from Pi users or maintainers who still care about 32-bit support. The problem is supporting 32 bits gets harder every year, especially as modern software uses optimizations and libraries that might not even be tested on 32-bit processors. As a concrete example, you can't install the latest version of Elasticsearch anymore on 32-bit Pi OS. So moving to a 64-bit operating system means a lot more things from downloadable apps to Docker images will run without any changes. I think more and more projects that have been maintaining 32-bit support will probably be dropping it as users transition to this new 64-bit Pi OS. The last reason I prefer the 64-bit OS is because some of the software I run uses optimizations that are only available on the newer processor architecture. For example, the A64 instruction set has more and wider registers and has some new instructions that can speed up certain operations quite a bit. The chip currently used by Raspberry Pi, this BCM2711, doesn't support everything though. For example, cryptography-related extensions aren't built into this hardware. But for some specific things, you can get 5 to 30% faster performance just by running the same application with the 64-bit version. Some 64-bit ARM instructions are even better for energy efficiency too, so you get better performance and you use less power doing it. But day-to-day use, like booting up your Pi, browsing the web, or editing documents, won't see any real impact. But for people like me who run their Pis as servers and run things like Kubernetes and network utilities, it can make things a lot more efficient. But running 64-bit Pi OS isn't all rainbows and butterflies, at least not yet. There are still a few issues. For example, Widevine DRM is currently incompatible with the 64-bit build of Chromium. So if you want to watch Netflix or Disney Plus on your Pi, you have to manually install the 32-bit version of Chromium on 64-bit Pi OS. The Pi blog post actually has instructions for doing that. Though, to be honest, maybe broken DRM's a good excuse to protest DRM and find some other source of entertainment. Like maybe heading over to redshirtjeff.com and buying a DNS shirt. Sorry, I couldn't resist. There are also hardware video acceleration issues with 64-bit Pi OS that might slow down video playback in some cases, but hopefully those will be resolved soon. In the end, I'd say basically if you run a modern 4th generation Raspberry Pi like the Pi 4 Model B, Pi 400, or Compute Model 4, go ahead and use the 64-bit Pi OS. The downsides are minimal for almost everyone, and the wider usage will hopefully lead to the final major bugs being squashed once and for all. Moving forward, the 32-bit Pi OS will probably stick around until at least 2026, but then my new question is, when will it switch places on the download list, making the 64-bit OS the default? After all, if there are ever new Pis with even more RAM or a newer processor with more ARM 64-bit instructions,
Как я уже сказал, прошло 23 минуты, и ждем еще, я, честно говоря, даже не знаю. Возможно, это она просто уже зависла, и это бесконечная загрузка будет бесконечное время, но посмотрим. Еще минут 20 подожду, и все на этом. Короче, прошло уже, наверное, минут 40, я, наверное, просто попробую сейчас ее перезапустить, потому что потребление оперативы слишком какое-то маленькое, 558 мегабайт, и логин в Story Mode уже 40 минут целых висит. Мне кажется, с таким потреблением оперативы он тупо не загрузится, но подозрительно как-то мало. Наверное, стоит попробовать ее перезапустить и посмотреть на результат. Так, я перезапустил GTA, и потребление оперативы, в принципе, выросло. Да, сколько там, 230 мегабайт, 9:12 сейчас время. Я сейчас отойду, где-то на полчаса. Вернусь и посмотрю, загрузится она или нет. За полчаса, по идее, ну, чисто теоретически что-то должно произойти. Курсор я оставил. Ну, окно активно, зависнуть теперь опять оно не должно. Так что ждем. Так, уже прошло 25 минут, и она не загрузилась. Но потребление оперативы еще на нормальном, в принципе, уровне. Это явно больше, чем те 500 чем-то мегабайт, которые были тогда, когда GTA зависла в первый раз. Ну, вот, например, Social Club в самой игре открывается и работает. То есть вот он открытый Social Club, который открывается при нажатии на кнопку Home. Можно переключаться между вкладками. Ну, то есть, типа, с горем напополам она работает. Но почему сама игра не грузится? Вот это, конечно, вопрос. Она даже диск не использует, то есть вот 0,1 мегабайт в секунду, и все на этом. Так, господа, я отъезжал примерно на часа 3, и оно загрузилось. Но, как вы видите, оператива забита полностью, и... В общем, текстуры не прогружаются. Но она работает. Я даже не знаю, что из этого более удивительно. Это что вообще нет текстуры, или то, что она работает. Честно говоря, я удивлен. Так, ну-ка. Попробуем escape выйти. Меню паузы. Так, а ну-ка сейчас. Клавиатура вообще не откликается. Просто, конечно, там просто... О, так, вот. Так, proof. То, что это Raspberry Pi. Ну, давай. Вот, BCN 2711. Ну, там. Так. Попробуем на улицу хотя бы выйти. Сколько здесь кадров? 1 FPS где-то, наверное, примерно так. Или пол FPS. 1, наверное, есть. Так, я вижу улицу, я вижу машину даже. Обалдеть. Мне вот интересно, если бы это была 8-гиговая версия Raspberry Pi, ну, вероятнее всего, скорее всего, текстуры бы, ну, были намного более... Ну, то есть, явно не было бы вот этих вот прозрачных текстур. В принципе, наверное, даже если зайти сейчас в GTA Online, ну, я, правда, не знаю, сколько она будет загружаться, хотя, по идее, она должна быстро загрузиться за счет того, что у нас мир уже загружен. Хотя у GTA Online другая карта, на самом деле. Когда происходит переключение между GTA Online и сюжетным режимом, карта меняется. Загружается карта для онлайна или для сюжетного режима, но в зависимости от того. Так, давайте режим переключим от другого лица. Да, это туго, конечно, работает, но она работает, что самое удивительное. Да, он идет вперед, но вид при этом не меняется. То есть английская V вид меняет, по-моему, GTA, если не ошибаюсь. Но он не этот... Ладно, попробуем машину сесть. Хотя бы выехать отсюда из дома, и это уже будет успех. Это можно считать полностью работоспособной GTA 5 на Raspberry Pi. Я не могу понять, садится в машину или нет, потому что я почему-то не могу переключить камеру. Так, я возобновил запись, у меня просто ограничение в 5 минут на каждое видео. 4К. Ну, камеру бы повернуть, понять вообще, что там происходит, почему не может сесть. Ой, блин. Я, честно говоря, думал, что в GTA Online зайти, проехать от дома до казино и покрутить рулетку в казино, но, по-моему, это, к сожалению, невозможно. О! Тьфу, охренеть, анимация просто не отображалась. Так, а ну-ка, камера может переключиться. Кстати, посмотрите на салон. Это салон даже не минималки, это салон... Я помню, у меня такой был на древнем ноуте, когда я играл в GTA 5. Это когда не хватает видеопамяти, GTA выгружает нормально полноценные текстуры и модель салона, и становится такой вот квадратный руль полигональный, и карта на... Вот здесь вообще отображается название радиостанции, когда загружен нормальный салон. Но когда загружен малополигональный салон, здесь отображается карта GTA 4. Потому что на самом деле все вот эти вот салоны GTA 5 из GTA 4. Ну, не все, конечно, большинство салонов здесь из GTA 4. Это просто более детальные салоны из GTA 4. Ладно, попробуем. О, машина завелась. Так, мы двигаемся. Да, мы едем. Я не понимаю, камера... камера просто... Это мы, наверное, не едем. О, мы поехали. Так, теперь мы точно едем. Но почему не переключается камера, я не понимаю. От первого лица, конечно, надо так себе ехать. Нажал направо. Поворачиваем. Я просто хочу выехать из дома, с этой территории, и это в какой-то степени уже можно считать победой. То есть, ну, конечно, хотелось бы взять еще 8-гиговый Raspberry Pi. Я думаю, там, скорее всего, ситуация была бы получше, сильно получше, чем здесь. Ну, не сильно, я, честно говоря, не знаю. Но, скорее всего, вот эти вот текстуры, которых нет, это, скорее всего, из-за, ну, понятное дело, видеопамяти. У нас ее нет, скорее всего. Мы остановились. Тут вообще есть решетка, которая открывается, ворота. Но я не знаю, открыта она или нет, потому что если она не открыта, мы сейчас не просто врежемся. Хода зависла просто. А ну-ка, escape. Хотя она что-то пытается сохранить там. О, стоп, смотрите, руль перегрузилась консоль машины. И ворота открылись, ворота прогрузились. Потребление оперативы выросло на 100 мегабайт. Думали, это все убирается в оперативы 3.8 из 3.9. Фрейнд онлайн, из на онлайн. Это, конечно, полезная информация в данный момент. Ну, давай, едь, вперед. Так, исчезла миникарта. Are you sure to saving you the turn it off? Камера? Автосейв, already content saved on, do you want to override the data in the slot user? Нет. Я не понимаю, почему возникает этот интерфейс сохранения, откуда? Ну, то есть я же не пытаюсь выйти из игры, или я не пытаюсь там через телефон сохранить. Почему, откуда возникает автосейв? Ну, выяснить оно жестко, это из оперативы, скорее всего. Я, правда, не понимаю, файл подкачки, он же должен работать, но походу. Надо этот интерфейс еще убрать. О, так, сейчас оно спросит, вы хотите отключить автосохранение? Ну, конечно. Ладно, вот сейчас, блин. Да ну ёб твою мать. Ладно, хорошо, пусть сохраняет. Я просто не понимаю, какого черта оно лезет в это сохранение. Так, прошло уже, я даже не знаю, минут, наверное, 10, пока оно сохранялось, и даже какие-то части мира начали прогружаться. Даже, по-моему, FPS чуть подрос. Ой. Так, может, я камеру все-таки смогу переключить. Самое главное, никуда не врезаться, потому что врезаться в данный момент будет слишком большой ошибкой. Я не представляю, как при таком FPS. Почему-то камера не меняется, я не знаю почему. Попробовал, вот сейчас зажму V, может оно пропускает какие-то там события клавиатуры из-за этого. Вот. Да. Так, ну это уже какой-то успех. Покинули дом. А для вас это выглядит нормально, потому что я это ускорю. Чтобы, так сказать, не тратить время. У вас там будет там 60 FPS, самое настоящее ускорение. Наверное. Я уже, кстати, отпустил клавиши. Но он, в принципе, задержка, кстати, нажатия, ну, такая не сильно большая, секунд 10. Даже если он не провалится под землю сейчас, то он как-то так уверенно вниз идет. Коллизия, что, по идее, она прогружена. Не вижу, кстати, ни людей, ни машин, вообще ничего нету в окружающем мире. И, кстати, потребление оперативы упало на 600 мегабайт. Чтобы вы понимали, я пытался запустить игру в фуллскрине, когда пытался ее вообще запустить в целом, и меню там даже грузилось, ну, FPS в меню по сравнению с 640 на 480 в текущем варианте, и Full HD, даже меню просто FPS в 3 раза, наверное, падал. То есть, ну, я не знаю, насколько можно еще уменьшить разрешение в GTA, может, там, не знаю, ну, сейчас 640 на 480, может, там 320 на 240, если уменьшить, оно будет получше работать. Ой, мы сейчас пальму урежемся, походу. Машина, кстати, слева, вот она прогрузилась одна какая-то. Или что, светофор? А, не машина какая-то. Какая-то едет машина. Так, дорога по центру, я так понимаю, слева, по идее, там, где столб, там, скорее всего, наверное, тротуар, и мы сейчас едем прямо по дороге. Правда, ни хрена не понимаю, куда мы едем. Ладно, еще раз попытаюсь переключить камеру. Еще раз попробуем, допустим, радио открыть, Q буква английская. Сейчас я ее зажал, интерфейс радио должен появиться. Но он не появляется. То есть ни телефон не открывается, ни Q, ни Escape, только, получается, работает VASD. Ну, F там как-то разгружено пополам работает. Я так понимаю, проблема связана с прерываниями клавиатуры. Игра как-то, ну, обрабатывает в порядке приоритета. То есть она VASD, я так понимаю, имеет больше приоритет, чем какие-то другие кнопки. Поэтому я вот не могу даже Escape нажать, в меню выйти. Потому что, ну, оно просто вот не работает. Не работает Escape, не работает телефон, радио, камера. Ну, то есть все упирается в проц в данный момент. Потому что обработка прерывания — это уже заслуга процессора. Просто силенок не хватает. Там поток данных такой, наверное. Давайте, кстати, посмотрим, что происходит. Альтабнемся. Кстати, альтабнется нормально, вот, пожалуйста. GTA 5, ну, если GTA 5 потребляется 770 мегабайт. Курсор, ну. Вот, наконец, провалился курсор в игру. Камера двигается. Ну, вот Escape не работает. Escape не работает, ё-моё. Здесь даже вот миникарта, она, в принципе, не прогружается. То есть, прогружаются только его значки, но не сама миникарта. Честно говоря, я думал зайти в GTA Online, но я примерно увидел. Ну, я думал, хотя бы будет, ну, что-то более, чуть-чуть хотя бы, более работоспособное. Тут, я так понимаю, уже даже дорога прорисовалась. Пока в паузе сидел. Сейчас посмотрим. Да, дорога, охренеть. То есть, ну-ка. Ладно, попробуем куда-то съездить. Телефон достается. Вы представьте, телефон достается только сейчас, учитывая, что я пытался его достать 300 лет назад. Телефон черный, экран не светится. Не знаю, может, можно накатить какой-то файл настроек, чтобы вообще прям подключать вот это все освещение и так далее. Может, хотя бы получится стабильно 1 FPS выжать из этой всей, конечно, картины. Нет, там бред, там мод ставить надо. И, блин, это мод сейчас ставить, это надо перезагружать GTA. Учитывая то, что она грузилась, я даже не знаю, сколько времени, явно больше, чем полчаса загружался сюжетный режим. Честно говоря, даже нет никакого желания ставить мод, там еще что-то, потому что, ну, это... Я начал записывать это видео где-то, наверное, в 8:30 утра, уже 4 дня. И вот, в принципе, все, что удалось выжать. Это, кстати, графика... Там все отключено абсолютно. Так, ладно, гайз. Я думаю, на этом стоит заканчивать, потому что, честно говоря, ну, больше, наверное, мы не добьемся. Сама GTA запустилась, она работает, реально работает. То есть, я думаю, глупо это отрицать, что она не работает. Она работает, можем ездить, кататься. Мир даже вот как-то более-менее прогружается. Так, и последний пруф на тему того, что это действительно Raspberry Pi, а не какой-то там подключенный монитор. Вот она, Raspberry Pi. Ой, блин, провод такой. Отключаю питание от нее. Вот, пожалуйста. Raspberry Pi потухла. Ну и, собственно, отключилась GTA. Давайте возьмем обратно. Ну, как видите, загружается Raspberry Pi. То есть никакого монтажа, еще какой-то херни. Ну, в принципе, типа, что скрывать, вы можете сами поставить 11 винду, сами протестировать, у вас тоже оно должно заработать. То есть единственный критерий, который вам нужен, это как минимум хотя бы 4-гиговый Raspberry Pi 4-й версии и SSD 200. Ну, вот у меня 240 гигабайт я использовал. Вот. Я думаю попробовать CS запустить, CSGO можно попробовать запустить. Что еще? CSGO, ну, может быть, San Andreas какой-нибудь, или 4-ю GTA. Ну, 4-я GTA даже более требовательная, чем 5-я, потому что процессор особенно, она вообще не оптимизирована от слова совсем. Даже не знаю, пишите в комменты, что можно еще попробовать запустить здесь из-за обычных компьютерных игр. И я думаю, получится это сделать. Вот, собственно.
The video timeline will be segmented and time codes will be in the description. It's really hard to believe that it was 9 years ago that I uploaded this top 30 games of all time list. It doesn't, for those who want to skip the intro and get straight into the list, the video timeline will be segmented and time codes will be in the description. It's really hard to believe that it was 9 years ago that I uploaded this top 30 games of all time list. It doesn't even will be in the description. It's really hard to believe that it was 9 years ago that I uploaded this top 30 games of all time list. It doesn't even seem possible, but regardless, that video is fraudulent. It wasn't actually my list, it was a shared list that I did with Landon, who was making content on the channel with me at the time. I figured it's probably time that I updated that list, considering how many phenomenal games I've played since then, and really turn it into a personal ranking of favorites. That means I'm not trying to be objective here. This is by no means some impartial list of best video games ever made. That's why you won't see games like Halo or Half-Life 2 or BioShock. You know, games I have a ton of respect for and admit are fantastic, but I'm just not a big fan of the first-person shooter genre. The same goes for MMOs. They're just not my thing. So, I say all that to get my personal bias out of the way, and I'll add to it that I usually look for story-focused single-player experiences. I am not a social gamer and don't care for competitive multiplayer, though I do still enjoy the occasional platformer or arcade-style game. That being said, I'm also not going to include childhood favorites that I have very fond memories of, but that I also know aren't very good games. To start, I want to go over some honorable mentions. These would include titles that I love, but just can't quite find a place for in this top 50. Games like Crystalis, ActRaiser, Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind, Jedi Knight 2, Alan Wake, Super Smash Bros. Melee, a wealth of Fire Emblem titles, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Rogue Squadron, Final Fantasy XII, Golden Sun, Ico, Metroid Prime, Horizon Zero Dawn, Planescape Torment, Portal. I mean, I could go on forever, but let's not. Anyway, there are also quite a few games that I'm confident would make this list, but for whatever reason I just haven't finished playing them yet, usually because I get really busy on projects and kind of lose my place. These would include Earthbound, Vandal Hearts, Odin Sphere, Kentucky Route Zero, Rogue Galaxy, Tactics Ogre, Soul Reaver, Bloodborne, Grandia, and a lot more. So, with that preamble out of the way, let's get started on the list. Number 50, Punch-Out! I still remember the day I played this for the first time. I was 5 years old, we had just recently gotten an NES at my house, and my Aunt Shirley was dating this new guy who was coming over to me. Hopes cheered us. Full game, but also a timeless classic. I was captured immediately by its wacky characters, catchy music, and great sense of challenge. It's a simple game, but also a timeless classic that's impossible not to love. The best part of that day was that after seeing how much I loved the game, he just let me keep it. I don't have any idea what happened to this guy. He and my aunt didn't stay together for very long, and sadly, my aunt passed away a few years ago, so I can't really ask her. But he created a really amazing memory for me with that gesture, so thank you, whoever you are, wherever you are now. I really appreciate it. Number 49, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. It's unfortunate that the stealth action genre hasn't achieved much wide-scale popularity. You can still find remnants of it in first or third-person adventure and action titles, but it's usually included merely as a playstyle or optional approach, second fiddle to high-octane melee or shooter mechanics, and I think that's a shame. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory is one of the few true stealth action titles that, to me, still holds up as one of the finest ever created, and it's impressive that it found a space to succeed alongside the massively popular shooter genre at the time. One of the most challenging and rewarding gaming experiences of my life was completing a perfect ghost run of Chaos Theory, one where I didn't kill a single enemy and was never detected once. I miss games like this, and I hope we'll see a resurgence one day, even if it has to come from the indie crowd. Number 48, Suikoden 2. This game was somewhat ugly, and it combines classical turn-based much higher on the list. Also, the tactical war minigame is a bit lacking in polish for the grandiose. The only reason this doesn't sit much higher on the list is because the English script is a bit elementary, is a bit lacking in polish, and Suikoden 2 features one of the finest villains in the history of double effort by a wonderful team and one that bleeds with heart and passion. Number 47, Fable 2. As I put this list together, it struck me that there's a specific set of traits that I really look for in the games I play. Of course, I prioritize good storytelling and engaging gameplay mechanics, but there's a lot that a great soundtrack and a real sense of charm can make up for. That's basically the foundation of my love for Fable 2, and it's a bit of a theme that you'll see on this list. Having recently played it, there's nothing special about its combat, character progression, just the right combination of really a story is one of a destitute child who's enough to buy that every second of it every time. Number 46, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. I have a bit of a soft spot for well-executed old-school survival horror, especially games with a psychological bend. This is another genre that has pretty much evolved beyond recognition at this point, and has also been completely played out in the indie space. One of the most unique titles I've ever played, however, is Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. This is one of those games that completely blew my mind as a teenager. While it bears many similarities to Resident Evil, it also distinguishes itself with a number of unique features, a control style I could actually tolerate, and a scenario that is genuinely intriguing with well-written dialogue and solid performances. This alone made it superior in my mind to the PS1 Resident Evil titles in just about every way. I loved how the story spanned generations, with the player taking control of multiple characters across history, each of whom played a role in staying the darkness that had been threatening the world for centuries. I also have an affinity for fantasy fiction and loved how sword and sorcery tropes were worked into a contemporary horror tale. The most memorable feature of the game, though, was the sanity meter and the way that the developers played tricks on their players if it ran too low. The camera would tilt and become canted, unsettling noises would echo across hallways, environments would see disconcerting changes, and random disturbing events would suddenly occur, reflecting the character's slip into insanity. Many of these were non-diegetic, fourth-wall breaking effects, like seeing your TV turning up and down on its own, insects crawling across the screen, sudden game over or system crash screens appearing, among many others. Unfortunately, while the game was praised by critics and won several awards, it was not a commercial success, and Nintendo canceled its follow-up, which is tragic as far as I'm concerned. The game is notable, however, if only because it was the first rated M title Nintendo ever published. Number 45, Silent Hill 2. Another great survival horror classic that just edges out Eternal Darkness because its storytelling is deeper and more profound. On that point, it was inspired by the classic Russian novel Crime and Punishment, as well as the work of film directors like David Fincher, Alfred Hitchcock, and David Cronenberg. References to some of these inspirations can be found throughout Crime and Punishment, as well as the work of film directors like David Fincher, Alfred Hitchcock, and David Cronenberg. References to some of these inspirations can be found throughout the game, and the narrative is of particular note to me because it focuses on the psychology of its protagonist. It also has truly terrifying monster designs, much more so than those found in Eternal Darkness, and its puzzle solving is more elaborate and fun. The atmosphere and pervasive, disturbing tone are honestly second to none in this game, making Silent Hill 2 a must-play for fans of survival horror. Number 44, Vagrant Story. I haven't found a single director across all the games I've played who is a better writer and storyteller than Yasumi Matsuno, and Vagrant Story might just be his magnum opus on that side of things. Every cutscene in this game feels like a cinematic masterpiece. There is an incredible sense of urgency and momentum to how he writes his dialogue that makes his pacing second to none among JRPGs. There's no bloat here, no wasted words, and zero disrespect for the player's time. Everything just moves naturally, and the dialogue is always layered with subtext. The words are carefully chosen, making every line feel remarkably quotable, and the tone is never compromised by out-of-place humor. Every element contributes to a holistic vision. Every scene, every word of dialogue, just everything is done with a purpose that makes the experience feel tight and meaningful. I really can't do it justice in so short a space. The only reason it's not a top 10 game for me is because the gameplay mechanics, while absolutely deep, strategic, well thought out, and balanced, are just a little too tedious for me. It takes too much time to navigate menus, to buff your character, debuff the enemies, choose the correct weapon for the situation, enchant that weapon, read the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, target the right body part, etc., etc. If the gameplay were a bit more streamlined, keeping the same ideas, but making them quicker to access and implement, Soulsborne games are perfect examples of how to do this. This would no doubt be one of my absolute favorite games of all time. Number 43, Half Minute Hero. I adore this game's sense of humor at its for me. And a fast pace, a boss casts us to level up, buy equipment that you need, and take the boss out to save the world. This game is amazing, and everyone should give it a chance. Number 42, Nier Automata. Nier Automata was not my first exposure to the work of Yoko Taro. I was one of the few who dabbled with Drakengard back in the day, but it is without a doubt the most polished and complete game he has ever directed to date. This is largely due to the fact that Platinum Games took big ideas and eccentric style were intrigued by his melancholic, unconventional. Additionally, the music, composed by Keiichi Okabe and featuring vocal performances from Emmy Evans, is some of the most beautiful ever to be written for video games. Number 41, Nier Replicant Gestalt. Quality, originally implicant passion that Diablo really shine here though, and the way their camaraderie builds over the game, sticking together even through difficult losses, makes this lovable cast unforgettable by the time the credits roll. Number 40, Suikoden. Many people will be surprised to turn-based sound Genesis scenario Suikoden 2, but I do think it's executed better. Number 39, The Witcher 2. This game was my first introduction to the world of The Witcher, and I'm so glad I decided to give it a try. I'd say the core reason why I appreciate The Witcher is because of its philosophical leanings, the way characters debate principles of morality and politics. It's never preachy in the way that it approaches this. It's not so interested in answering the questions it poses, or in condemning its characters, but rather in unveiling their weaknesses and inconsistencies. In other words, showing that human beings are exceptionally flawed, and that the world isn't as black and white as we try to make it out to be. Throw this into a medieval fantasy setting where you play as a monster hunter, and you're gonna hook me. It's just that simple. The role-playing elements are great, with the choices you make carrying over into the third game, and the cast is just amazing. It's pretty much exactly what I look for in role-playing games. This entry in particular isn't the most polished game you'll ever see, but just as with the first game, it was a step closer toward the masterpiece that is The Witcher 3, which, spoiler alert, we'll be talking about a little later. Number 38, Red Dead Redemption. Before I played this game, I was completely uninterested in westerns. Whether it was films or novels or anything else, I just had no desire to engage with them. That setting just didn't grab me at all. All of that changed with Red Dead Redemption. I don't know why or how, but it just clicked with me. And not even as a standalone Western story, but retroactively, helping me appreciate all the old, classic Western films I had once turned my nose up at. There was just something about its open world, gun mechanics, and wonderful cast of characters, as well as the thoughtfully executed story that just lit up the light bulb in my head and totally changed my perspective. And I'll forever be grateful to this game for doing that for me. It really has some outstanding, beautiful moments. Number 37, The Last of Us. Like many players, I was completely sucked into the world of The Last of Us after its heart-rending opening sequence. It's a game that, despite its heavy, serious tone, knows how to ebb and flow, to release tension, then deliver it again as it keeps the plot's momentum moving forward. Most impressive are the performances from its cast, helped by the motion capture techniques used, which allowed the actors to be present in the same space, lending not only their voices but also their physicality. The results speak for themselves, showcasing convincing drama across the board, and all the payoffs are well earned. This is a game that guides you into caring for flawed characters and leaves you feeling duly conflicted by the decisions they make. It takes a gameplay foundation laid out by the Uncharted series, but does a better job of using excessive violence to enhance the narrative's thematic core, reconciling it with the hordes of dead you leave in your wake. All of this results in this is a game that guides you into caring for flawed characters and leaves you feeling duly conflicted by the decisions they make. It takes a gameplay foundation laid out by the Uncharted series, but does a better job of using excessive violence to enhance the narrative's thematic core, reconciling it with the hordes of dead you leave in your wake. All of this results in an unforgettable experience that left a long-lasting impression on me. Number 36, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I play a lot of story-heavy, thematically ambitious games, so every now and then, it's nice to play something that doesn't take itself seriously, something that really leans into its own absurdity, with a strong sense of Ace Attorney is wonderful for style, super memorable characters. I was thoroughly surprised by how much this game hooked me, and the entire series is great. Number 35, Tecmo Super Bowl. This will likely remain my use of every team and playoff, and all the perfect. This was the only thing I turnovers, sacks, and injuries. Add to this, it's one of the best OSTs ever created for a video game. Number 34, Super Mario 64. I can't find the soundtrack for. It's one of the most fun games I've ever played. Number 33, Dead Space. Dead Space is very close to being my favorite survival horror game. There's only one title coming up that beats it out, but that's mostly because I have such great memories with that game playing with buddies. However, I do think Dead Space is the superior solo experience with a more interesting setting, grounded writing, convincing performances, and an overall more terrifying atmosphere. I love the alien vibes it gives off, and the way the UI is handled in particular is really impressive. They converted the traditional overlay into diegetic elements of the game world, with the pause menu and map being accessed by Isaac as a holographic display, as well as his health meter being built into the suit he's wearing. It was a really cool idea, and I wish more games would try to do this. It's got a cool weapon upgrading system, enemies who can have individual limbs targeted and torn off, levels that work in cool zero-gravity elements. It's just really well executed all around. Number 32, Resident Evil 4. So yes, while I may feel that Dead Space is the better solo experience, I cannot erase the incredible memories I have playing Resident Evil 4 with friends in high school. Handing the controller off, collaborating on strategies to get through tough sections, experimenting and debating about weapon upgrading, trying to help each other find all the secrets, learning how to conserve ammo by turning any particular map into Suplex Central. It's possibly the only game on the list that has forced me to think about that social aspect as part of my ranking. Ultimately, Resident Evil 4 means a little bit more to me because of that, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it's incredibly well designed and legitimately terrifying in its own right. I loved managing the inventory in the briefcase and how that played into which gun you would use in a given area, or whether you decided to use grenades, or how free you felt you could be with restorative items. As much as it's a matter of contention with old school Resident Evil fans that RE4 uses an over-the-shoulder camera, that ended up being precisely what made the game more appealing to me, and it went on to inspire a ton of games that came after, not the least of which was Dead Space. It also walks that tightrope between campy fun and convincing horror, which is really hard to pull off, but RE4 gets it right. Number 31, Final Fantasy IV. Note here that I'm using footage 3D version look. The PSP script is addendum to this PD, but I think the stellar writing playing FF4. Final Fantasy IV. Note here that I'm using footage from the 3D version of the game. That's because it's far and away my preferred way of playing FF4. I know a lot of people like the PSP version and really hate how the 3D version looks, and I get that. I don't blame you at all. But I think the stellar writing, cinematography, and surprisingly good voice acting in the 3D version more than make up for that. The PSP script is based on the GBA version, which I don't like at all, and I'm honestly not a fan of this sprite art anyway, so yeah, for me, it's the 3D version all the way. A quick addendum to this point that I want to make, now that I'm in the process of editing this, is that the newly released Pixel Remaster on Steam can be customized in a million ways if you're willing to mod the game. So you can basically tailor that to your exact tastes. And for me, that meant replacing the script with the version that's seen in the 3D version of the game, and that pretty much makes that a very comparable version as well. I still really like the cinematography. I think it adds to the emotional storytelling of the game, but if you really hate the 3D version, then the Pixel Remaster, I think, has a much better look than the PSP version does. Final Fantasy IV was one of the first video games to make a legitimate attempt to tell a deep and involved story featuring complex characters. It was a real pioneer in that sense, and it still holds up today, particularly the 3D version. The cast is wonderful, each character gets a spotlight at some point in the story, the music is spectacular, and there are just a ton of unforgettable moments throughout. It also helps that I'm just a complete sucker for the classic Final Fantasy formula when it comes to dungeons, combat, pacing, and overall design philosophy. This game just hits all the right notes for me. Number 30, Mass Effect. Mass Effect was kind of a big turning point for me as an RPG player. Growing up during the 90s, I gravitated toward Japanese RPGs, in large part because the way they presented their stories was far more dynamic, emotionally gripping, and visually interesting. In a game like Planescape Torment, for instance, which I just barely left off this list, the dialogue is entirely carried by the strength of the text alone. The game literally freezes. The characters don't move, don't emote, don't animate in any way. The music generally remains on the looping area music. As far back as Final Fantasy II on the Famicom, Square was trying to emote with their characters by moving them in cutscenes. There was this theatrical element to them that enhanced the drama. Unique music would play, a track specifically designed for that moment, and these aspects of event scene direction became more and more elaborate over time. Dialogue boxes were separated when different characters spoke. There was just this extra level of effort put into the presentation of the story that really helped them land emotionally in a way I didn't see in CRPGs as a kid. Then I tried Mass Effect, and my entire perspective, and in a lot of ways my preferences between the two, began to change. Now it felt like I was in a movie, making decisions about what to say, seeing characters emote and move around with cinematography that was actually interesting and enhanced what was being said. On top of this, the world itself is so well thought out and masterfully revealed over the course of the story. It presents great mysteries and paces itself so that you're always driven to move forward. It was a bit clumsy in how it handled interpersonal relationships with the crew, especially when it came to romance, something greatly improved on in the sequel, but it set a foundation for a series that became really special to me, and I absolutely loved the setting. I've said this in other videos, but as a kid growing up, I had a strong passion for astronomy, something I lost a little bit as I got into school. And Mass Effect basically transported me back to a summer night with my father, where he taught me about the constellations. That galaxy map and the music that plays really sparked powerful memories for me and made exploration a joy. Number 29, Ghost of Tsushima. To say I was pleasantly surprised by Ghost of Tsushima would be a massive understatement. That said, I wouldn't say that it really did anything unique. It didn't introduce any sort of novel, is getting a bit played out in the AAA space. What mission, weapon upgrades, all of the single best sword combat I've ever experienced. It's rare at this stage of my life as a crotchety, old, quote-unquote, man in gaming terms, to really emote. It was so cool. Add on to this that I think the story is really well executed, with a finale that genuinely touched me, and you have my favorite game to be released within the last couple of years. Number 28, Undertale. That they are different by the fact that it was basically made by one person. Toby Fox is a beast. Number 27, Fire Emblem Awakening. I do this knowing full well how I start with Awakening. I started on Path of Rage. I've played and the perspective. I never Spirit. A culmination absolutely is just on a complete its impact. I've never done that for any other game other than Ocarina of Time, which is coming up a little later. Number 26, Journey. As we're about to see here with a few of my picks, I really enjoy minimalist storytelling. I've always believed in the mantra that less is more. This was in large part what drew me to Journey when I first heard about it, and this game went above and beyond my expectations. It's a tightly directed experience that knows exactly where it's going and how it wants to get you there. And because of that, everything comes together with this perfect synchronicity. The music feels like a soundtrack written for a movie. It has this way of lining up perfectly with what you're doing, and is able to deliver the emotion of the story with an expert sense of timing. Pair this up with the stunning art direction and cinematography, and you get something that is completely breathtaking from start to finish. It's a short game, but it's one with an enlightening core theme that guides every inch of how the game was designed, and really delivers on its premise in subtle but profound ways. For those who enjoy a more open experience, Journey's spiritual successor, Sky, is also very much worth looking into. Number 25, Super Mario Bros. 3. I talked a lot about Tecmo Super Bowl earlier, and how for a long time it was my favorite NES game. That was when I was a child, before I could really appreciate how well designed Mario games are, and in particular, Super Mario Bros. 3, which remains my favorite NES to deliver the most start to finish, found ways. Super Mario Bros. 3 well designed, or a lava level to the end of each world. 4. Demon Souls. It took with Terra Souls near endless like other acting this fallen new subgenre, and for many of us, this has become the premier format for action RPGs. Number 23, Final Fantasy, the backgrounds of this series. And what has it as a love letter to the games that came before it, a culmination of some of its best ideas, and an adventure that felt like the quintessential. Final Fantasy IX was a love letter to the games that came before it, a culmination of some of its best ideas, and an adventure that felt like the quintessential entry in the series. It has a cast of characters impossible not to love, rich humor and drama alike, gorgeous architectural designs and pre-rendered backgrounds, a fun story that has such a magical feel to it, and of course, a wonderful soundtrack from Nobuo Uematsu. It encapsulated everything I love about this series, and while it might not be my very favorite entry, I wouldn't even bother arguing about it with someone who wanted to make that. Starting on Disc 3, actions are at their most fun in this title. Number 22, Final Fantasy VI. Just eking out FF4 rounded and best in the series, unmatched at Gravitas. Game doesn't sit higher in the ranking. Number 21, Xenoblade believed it would sell well enough to justify a localization effort. This sparked an online movement, and while I wasn't involved, I emailed daily and I ever characters that are ever written for video games. Though it might not be as deep or interesting on the narrative side as Xenogears, I do think it's a more tightly executed game, and during a time when there was a drought for stellar JRPGs, this game felt like an oasis where I could drink my fill, restock on supplies, and venture back out into the wasteland. Number 20, Metal Gear Solid 3. This was one of the problems with absolutely enthralling stealth action games. It's easily my favorite in the series and one of my favorite video games of all time, period. Number 19, Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. I was obsessed with the Sands of Time trilogy in high school, but the first game is the real standout among them. Maybe it had something to do with the Matrix being such a phenomenon, but the bullet time rewind feature just completely blew my mind. It was so novel and unique. The climbing mechanics, wall running, combat, all of it was just insane. Add to this a sense of charm in the presentation and storytelling, narrated by the main character as you played through the game, and the total package here felt like a revolution in video games. I had never seen anything like it before, and I simply couldn't get enough. It's witty, exciting, challenging at times, and just an absolute blast to play. This is another one of those timeless classics that I'll replay over and over again for the rest of my life. Number 18, Star Fox 64. People might be surprised to see this so high. I'm kind of surprised myself. But even in returning to Star Fox 64 for this video, I couldn't deny how amazing I feel it is. It walks a very thin line between a self-aware sense of fun that still manages to feel badass, and a waste couldn't deny how for. People might be one of those timeless classics that I'll replay over and over again for the rest of my life. Number 18, Star Fox 64. People might be surprised to see this so high. I'm kind of surprised myself. But even in returning to Star Fox 64 for this video and a wasteland of easy, it's really hard in voice cast. They were never able to capture it, but also opened up into all range mode from all the medals for each level. The music really helps pull it all together too. Honestly, this might be my favorite soundtrack from Koji Kondo. Number 17, Trials of Mana, or Seiken Densetsu 3. This is another game I found the most fun I've ever had. I'm curious, like Capcom did with Mana, tells a simpler and a unique story to tell with Mana did it way better. There's a cool class system that allows you to upgrade each character along a light or dark alignment, and the music is just fantastic. The bosses in this game are huge and flying across the world on a dragon. Seriously, this might be my favorite version of an airship. Animation in this game is tried to remake, and what I think of it, much. In the end, I'll take the original. I adore this game. Number 16, Radiant Historia. I don't know if I would have ever discovered this game without HD. Cheat Bailey's Let's Play series, so I'm really grateful to him for introducing me. No, it's definitely a step up from what they did with Secret of Mana, but that's not really saying much. In the end, I'll take the Dailies Let's Play series, so I'm really grateful to him for introducing me to one of my favorite JRPGs. Is given a book to revisit and replay. It was such a classic play. It also tied of many of them as each. You can see 15, Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. This was another game that really caught me by surprise, and was so much deeper thematically than I expected. You can really see the care and attention the devs put into being sincere and respectful to those who suffer from the symptoms that Senua lives with, bringing awareness to what can be a terrifying life experience for many people, and most of us have very little knowledge about this. I found it extremely enlightening, and it prompted a lot of research on my part, and I feel like I was enriched because of it. The way they were able to give the illusion of voice hearing, I found it extremely enlightening, and it prompted a lot of research on my part, and I feel like I was enriched because of it. The way they were able to give the illusion of voice hearing with binaural sound design completely sold me on their vision, and the way they tied all of this in with a story about grief and acceptance was honestly brilliant. This was an indie game with the presentation of a AAA title, and it was just so impressive on every front. Number 14, The Legend of Zelda became in those days. Talking I as one of my revolutionary, and so didn't take long to change my mind. Number 13, Shadow of the Colossus. Melon itself and the me from enjoying the game. The music is also just complete, upper shelf, S+ tier stuff. It's godlike. Number 12, Stop to them, and I adore his minimalist approaches. So didn't take long course to change my mind. Number 13, Shadow of the Colossus. This was another game that felt revolutionary and so far ahead of its time. I had never played something like Shadow of the Colossus at the time, and to be honest, I still haven't really played anything like it ever since. There's no one in the industry who makes games like Fumito Ueda. His worlds just have this esoteric, melancholic feel to them, and I adore his minimalist approach to storytelling. Taking down each of the 16 massive bosses this game has in store was a puzzle unto itself, and the climbing mechanics and animation were incredible for the time. The controls are certainly difficult to get a handle on, particularly in the modern day, but it never stopped me from enjoying the game. The music is also just complete, upper shelf, S+ tier stuff. It's godlike. Number 12, Xenogears. There's no adequate way to briefly summarize how absolutely incredible the story of Xenogears is, but luckily for you, we've already completed a 21-episode podcast series where we took a comprehensive look at every scene to make profound comment as typical on the PlayStation. It's a disturbing but hopeful tale about beautiful in every way. But regardless, it is an obvious labor of love that they poured every ounce of energy into, and it bleeds with passion. Number 11, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. What this cycle of and it made this politically driven medieval fantasy expected direction and just nailing every aspect of it. Number 10, Final Fantasy Tactics. How Earth system strategy were smooth by incompatibilization. Mass Effect 2 did way better than Suikoden. All its promise and potential. Some of the RPG elements were stripped down and streamlined, but the shooting mechanics and control are more clear about how. Also, it has one of the best Hyper Light Drifter. Hyper Light Drifter is flung to explore. Number 7, Dark Souls. This is peak action RPG gaming for me. Number 6, Harvest Moon 64. I suspect a few people are probably going to be shocked to see this game ranked so high. Listen, some games can't be quantified by the sum of their parts. I connected with Harvest Moon on a much higher level than that. I picked this up right in the midst of my formative years, and I wanted to unconscious Wessel, who wrote A Parent's Guide to Atmosphere that is educational and enriching. Number 5, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time changed my perspective on what a video game could be. Whether diddly and would ever look back, heard every challenge and explored every crevice. It is an astoundingly well-crafted game and deserves every word of praise it has ever received. Number 4, Terranigma. For me, playing Terranigma was something akin to a spiritual. The story chronicles the miraculous and demonstrated with kids and vulnerable for potions that summer. If The Witcher 2 was my introduction to the world of Geralt of Rivia, then the third game cemented my fandom for life. Playing it convinced me to read the novels the story was based on, and I was pleased to discover how well this entry was able to capture the spirit of those books. The world is so rich and dense, and there are very few characters in fiction who I felt I could relate to more than Geralt. Perhaps its most impressive feature, though, is its side content. Up to this point, I had never seen such care put into side quests. They weren't just fetch quests or hunts that I was used to seeing in every other RPG. These actually told engaging stories and filled out the world, the characters, and the rules of how everything operates. These are so well written on the whole that they're arguably more engaging than the main quest, and the expansions are even better across the board. I loved how the combat mirrors the cat and mouse style of combat described in the books, how signs were worked in, as well as alchemy, all of which is necessary to utilize if you want to succeed on higher difficulties. The Legend of Zelda certainly made a promise to me as a kid, providing a vision of what my ideal fantasy world might look like one day, but The Witcher 3 realized it in every possible way. Also, Gwent is amazing. I rarely care for collectible card games and RPGs, but this one really grabbed me. It's super addicting. Number 2, Final Fantasy VII. It's a depth of stories, passionate about. Number 1, Chrono Trigger. Incredible Trigger, Xenoblade combat I was brief way, but I've actually covered many of these in full in other videos.
I hate seeing those poor whales like that.
Me too. I just think of their families in the ocean out there looking for them. Well, the asshole's gonna help us find Rachel.
Or what? You'll actually shoot him? Chloe, do not count on my rewind. Seriously.
Obviously, I'm not counting on you. That's why I have a gun. And I might even save you someday.
About time.
I am so going to hate you. There's no way we could have guessed this is what would happen to us when we grew up.
I'm looking forward to the day when we can just go on a road trip to Portland.
Fuck yeah. You, me, and Rachel.
Absolutely. So let's play this cool, okay? Just talk to Frank so we can get that code for the book from him. That's all.
Got it. No dicking around.
Let's roll.
Oh, look. The Wonder Twins. You should have come alone.
She's my partner.
Yeah, we're bodyguard. So let's get to business. Where's my fucking money?
I don't have the money. Yet.
Oh, really? Then why did you text me that you did?
Because I wanted to tell you in person.
Oh, I'm truly touched, Chloe. Now why are you losers really here?
We just want to ask you some questions.
You have some serious lady balls. No. Jesus, okay. But I'm not getting you high.
Frank, we're not here to get high.
No, you don't look like the type. Not like Chloe here. So what do you Hardy boys want?
Just the names of some of your clients.
Oh, is that all? Oh, well, why didn't you just tell me? How about I just give you the keys to my RV while I'm at it?
You don't get it, man. This is for a good cause.
No, man, I do not get it. Especially from a weirdo like you. You know, I hate the way you talk to me like you know more than I do.
No, I'm not.
Oh, Christ, I hate you Blackwell shits. You expect everything for free. You're not getting any handouts from me. I work for a living, you understand?
Yes, Frank. Without those Blackwell shits as customers, you wouldn't have any work at all. Dude, you're a drug dealer.
You snobby whores. Don't come into my home and judge me. That's why I go to church. And you want something from me? How about a blade up the ass, huh?
Calm down, Frank. Let's just talk.
Don't you ever tell me what to do. Get it, bitch? Get it?
Stop the fuck up now!
Papadoo! You fucking killed my dog!
Oh my god! Oh no! Chloe.
I just shot a man and his dog. I killed Frank Powers.
You saved my life, Chloe. It was self-defense for both of us.
Max? Frank is really dead.
I know, but we can't stop now. We have to find that code. Fast.
Before the cops come.
That's it. Let's get out of here.
Sorry, Frank. I'm sorry.
Chloe, are you okay?
I'm sorry. I keep saying Frank dead. And I'm the one who killed him.
Listen, you saved my life. And yours. We have to keep going forward. Chloe, please listen. I know this is awful, but we're in it together, okay? I didn't have your back and I let you down. Please don't cry.
Max, I'm gonna go to the police after we find Rachel. I can't live keeping this a secret, and I don't want to be a teenage fugitive on the run, and dude, I swear I won't even mention you, okay? This is all me.
Chloe, it was self-defense. I know you're hurting, but you have to just block out everything and keep moving forward. Rachel is waiting.
Okay, you're right. Focus on Rachel. It's all about Rachel now. Okay.
We will. I know this week has been so weird and fucked up, but Chloe, this has to be our destiny. Or at least one of them. Let's just find out where this is all going to end, okay? For Rachel. For Kate.
And for Frank. He was dragged into this bullshit too.
That's my Chloe. Now let's be a lean, mean research team. You have to go online and help decipher these coordinates. Because they might finally lead us to Rachel.
Here we come, Rachel.
Rebecca thinks herself make me laugh, oh clown. Rebecca thinks herself make me laugh, oh clown. Rebecca thinks herself make me laugh, oh clown. That's the only request I'm doing. You made me laugh, glad to hear it. Request I'm doing. You made me laugh, glad to hear it. Request I'm doing. You made me laugh, glad to hear it.
...2011. Obama had been in office just under 3 years. The iPhone 4S was the latest, shiniest tech. GTA from the... 2011. 2011. Obama had been in office just under 3 years. The iPhone 4S was the latest, shiniest tech. GTA 5 was still over 2 years away. The PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360 were still current gen. And Star Citizen entered early development. Chris Roberts' project hit Kickstarter in 2012, around 1 year after initial Star Citizen entered early development. Chris Roberts' project hit Kickstarter in 2012, around 1 year after initial prototype development. Today, 11 years later, developers at CIG still don't have a finalized version of the game. Worse, they recently made 11 years later, developers at CIG still don't have a finalized version of the game. Worse, they recently made major cutbacks to the game's public roadmap. For any other game, making cuts to a roadmap might not be such a bad thing. But Star Citizen is different. It prides itself on open and transparent development. Indeed, such openness is generally considered to be a requirement due to the fact that the game continues to be crowdfunded. So, before we look at exactly what CIG have done, let's first take a look at why they have done it. For that, we can use CIG's very own words. There still remains a very loud contingent of roadmap watchers who see projection as promises, and their continued noise every time we shift deliverables has become a distraction both internally at CIG and within our community, as well as to prospective Star Citizen fans watching from the sidelines and our open development communications. In short, CIG feel that backers and fans of Star Citizen place too much faith on the roadmap. They're saying that development changes, that priorities and goals shift. They also seem to be implying that Star Citizen backers and community just simply don't understand game development. So, if backers had it wrong all these years, is the roadmap relatively pointless, something vague and ever-changeable? Has Star Citizen roadmap always been such a case of shifting priorities? Well again, CIG can answer that one for us too. With this release of the roadmap, what we put in there is what we can achieve with what we have right now. It's what we are pretty damn sure we can do, what people feel is completely doable. That's from Evan Roberts, no less, albeit from before the current iteration of the roadmap. And that quote is as recent as 2019. So really, I guess Chris needs to work with his brother, as clearly Evan and CIG both have very different ideas of what Star Citizen roadmap is all about. Okay, so now I've got all the hyperbole out of the way, I'm sure at least a few of you are waiting for me to be a little more serious about all this. So being a little more serious and a little less reactionary, what exactly is going on and what have CIG said? Well, it all began with a regular update from CIG and CIG's recent roadmap roundup of regular series. They made a few announcements. Essentially, they want to change how they are presenting information about Star Citizen's development. Back in December of 2020, they released a new form of roadmap which was comprised of 2 segments, a progress tracker and a release view. The progress tracker details the tasks that CIG are currently working on. It gives insight into their current status and progress. The company feels that this view is the most important view on development. The release view, meanwhile, is a release schedule that highlights when certain features and updates will become available. This is set by quarterly releases. On screen, you can see an older screenshot of this release view. This, though, is how it looks today. The big change CIG have made then is to the release view. As you can see, previously it showed the next 4 releases. Now, after the change, it shows only the next release. This means that backers are now blind to the future releases. It's only possible to see what content will be coming to Star Citizen over the next few months. The reason for this change, as CIG themselves have said, is because they are continuously missing release dates and regularly cutting or delaying features, and they say that due to the nature of development. Naturally, some backers express disappointment when this happens, or as CIG themselves put it, backers continue noise. This, they say, has been a problem for them internally, all of this noise. They also feel that it is a problem for prospective backers, people watching from the sidelines who are deciding whether or not to back the game. Clearly, these prospective backers are trying to decide whether or not to give CIG their money. They want to know if the project is worthwhile and where it is headed. So perhaps these prospective backers get a bit jittery, a bit jumpy when they hear current backers complaining about delays, shifting priorities and cut content. So using CIG's words, one could quite reasonably make the argument that the company is worried about money. Now, at the end of the day, are CIG making the correct move here? Well, as far as I'm concerned, yes they are. If they are unable to commit to content that they're placing on the release view roadmap, then that content just shouldn't be listed there in the first place. CIG are correct. The company shouldn't be telling backers to expect content when that content has a good chance of not arriving. So yes, I do feel that CIG have made the right move here. But they haven't done it in the right way. Telling backers that they are making noise is churlish. It's a clear expression of frustration from CIG and directly at their backers. It also suggests that CIG are taking their backers for granted. Beyond that, however, there is a far wider issue. 2011. 2011. Why is Star Citizen still in early alpha after 11 years? I'm sure the Star Citizen fanatics out there, well, they're going to tell me I just don't understand game development. Well, according to CIG, neither do they.
There's the fam! Look at the family with the nukes! What is this? Yeah, pinball is textured like a...
Can it be the end of the week? Can we just skip right to the end?
Sorry.
I want to skip this one. It doesn't feel like a good one.
You feel like a bad moon rising?
I guess so. Maybe
right.
it's just the fact that we're getting the week off to a start with the Atari Jaguar, as we often do. Oh my god. Believe it or not, today is the final chapter in terms of Atari Jaguar's console catalog. We'll be playing the final few cartridge games released for the system from 1995 through 1998. These are going to be the biggest and the best. These are going to be games that are in development for years and years. They're finally coming out, and they're finally going to save the Jaguar. Just you wait and see. Alex, you look like you have something to say.
I do. I don't know if we'll have
this one. It doesn't feel like a good one.
You feel like a bad moon rising?
I guess so. Maybe
right.
it's just the fact that we're getting the week off to a start with the Atari Jaguar, as we often do. Oh my god. Believe it or not, today is the final chapter in terms of Atari Jaguar's console catalog. We'll be playing the final few cartridge games released for the system from 1995 through 1998. These are going to be the biggest and the best. These are going to be games that are in development for years and years. They're finally coming out, and they're finally going to save the Jaguar. Just you wait and see. Alex?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's September of 95, I believe. We're back in business. You know what's big in 1995? Ultra Vortex. Yeah, Ultra Vortex.
God.
It's the singular form of Vortex, you see. That is a good logo.
That
At Punk Rock Knight from Chess.
Okay.
You know from Chess.
Yeah, from
the tablet was on Earth. This ancient artifact referred to a being known as the...
Hey everyone who's here. Welcome.
Is that you?
I guess.
Oh man. Oh man. Man, I don't think I've ever seen this game.
Oh, this
Alex.
Rocka.
I said the false. There's a time limit. Then, girl.
Yeah, we.
Oops, we had to
Someone ended.
what they were inspired. It's at least oops. Ew, left on the I found a mouth in your stomach. Your stomach mouth. This isn't even first gen. It's called a find a you.
Oh.
You can do but it's back to the pack.
He's stuck.
We're gonna have to see up much
out here.
Is that supposed to happen? I don't think it was.
Yeah, it looked like talk much less story now.
Make some more.
Yeah.
Get my head.
Beats. Listen.
Or
just talk about Jim.
Yeah, a little bit. I guess that's the mode they were going for.
Guy.
Like I said,
this game sucks.
That's the 20.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I love my wife for getting this up.
Yeah, Gordon down. We're 32.
Revenant Conan.
Yeah, thank you.
That would have made us so mad.
Why is it C instead of A?
So
and
pretty
far right in Ballroom
our favorite cat.
We just got final played a pin.
Wow, this is
it's an original, developed originally and exclusively for the Jaguar, like it or not.
Our nuclear bombs and missiles.
There's little these pinball physics, especially it's not my things like big. The
screen was it.
Hey, it's like things will never get better.
Yeah, real this
board speaks to that. It appeals to the it's the other formula for it. Why not?
One con.
And this or represent something like Alien. I love the table.
The local farmers market? What market?
I think that's a catchy name.
How about this? Hot stuff.
Ooh, hot stuff. The
brain. Here.
We could reskin this. Make it so hot stuff is carrying a couple of big it lets you wing bliss. Yes.
150,000 babies.
Yes.
Shony.
This one you really only want super bomb, but
compared to
wall of the flopping war game.
Unkinetic.
That's the second. Ender like how I just kill every last human. You destroy all the humans. At the cost of Earth.
I guess so.
Yeah, the problem is, I think, once you destroy all the humanoids, they don't come back. So you're at this apocalypse level. It's like, nope, fuck you. Not to tell you your business, but I know where the fire button is. Yeah, if you're
very juicy screen.
Now this is accurate to what the original arcade game would do after you destroy all the humans. You see that? They just all converge on you.
Good lord.
And for completeness sake, drugs. Yeah, drugs.
Department for the 100 bits. Yeah, very shroom-centric.
And then you explode. Left or right.
You can listen to it. I will put it up until the human came out.
It's possible as the original.
See, known as Missile Command.
And hero footage showed up and would move her head. Sorry for
Jaguar.
We're survival, a couple of holes, and you're like, you kicked ass. They got car games there that play Missile Command. Me, every century. December 90. This game. See that? 4-bit button. They make you.
No, I guess it's not that bad. Is this Darkwave? I actually don't know my music genres very well.
Well, it's not hyper. Funeral has it's not.
Oh,
that was.
Well, you're stuck. Like
something goes to show you how responsive you expect these games to respond. Just pick up games.
No.
Points.
No, you win.
Okay, but
you win.
I'm king shit.
You are king
shit of Atari Cart.
King shit yourself.
One fucker. Now, does anyone happen to know if this was released on other platforms? I gotta say, I'm not too familiar with. It's really good.
Yes.
That'd be a good reality series. Can Brazil's soccer team beat Kuwait?
Yes, I don't gold it.
Impish little face. First minute. Enjoyed it. Member of Jaguar. Free pop. This is you did. Do I get any other shit? Arenas are smaller. Decided to pod. Now this music is Doomwave.
It is.
What is a switch of some games and get first level drive. A mess. How I remember they used fake Minmo font. They couldn't even get the real Comic Sans. Tough. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah. Okay. Now we gotta go with that. This Jaguar.
Fine.
Larger game you showed off. Game.
It's a 100 bits. 90s was like the premier time for shitty motocross games.
In there then. Dude, you see this is the next game we're gonna. There's the 2 machine item tests that for over button. So I think they're open.
You look so sad.
Strategy game where you're balancing cooldown timers and chest openings and just generally insane the other rallies. Here, I drop it. Gremlins. There's your chest scale. We got lots of them. There was a whole who made some sad hit me. 60 people would. Okay, Larry. I got behind it. Otherwise, it's like Paul. You think the job? Bad luck. No, a bunch of. I stop.
What is that? Oh, it's Fight for Life.
The static camera. I have a jump kick now.
No, you don't. Stop. Come
on.
Help me!
What's say? Simple thing. We're at finally 6. It's in Jaguar. Be good actually. Dennis. Come on. No difference. Yeah, good port for Jaguar. Got a few addition. Project him.
I see.
Okay.
No blood.
We'd have that all you break out. The right did taser activation. Well, here, but for
just kill the apple.
Yeah, it's totally dungeon crawler. It's on Jack that you can like equip it. That's fucking this. Okay. System. Oh, let's. I'm telling you. They're shooting stars. They'll fall on your head and kill you. Vince Valenti. These sound like real names. Jaguar. Okay, well, it's a first-person dungeon crawler on Jaguar. I'm as surprised as you are. How about that? Oh, you're really. Do we have? Wasn't expecting. You have a party. Use my
janitor
stuff, but everyone's yes. In fact, can you like 100 hours later? That can't be good.
Yeah, no.
Years. Here we go. Under. Yeah, woof. Cars in America. The box. And we'll be. Click. You can do.
Can I look?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 to go. Those 3
WizKid.
Iron Soldier coming.
Sure.
It's delivered crunches for cross game.
No. Finish 5.
Soldier.
You're gonna.
Exactly. We're gonna came out. Yeah. The types some part. What I was no. Yes.
I did. That box. Remember to change it at least twice a week.
Yeah, you gotta fully change out the litter.
On your belt.
At the Atari Jaguars full cartridge lineup. He says we're
this week we complete.
Don't work. Aiming mechanics that don't work. There's a mechanic where you have to blink in the game. You gotta make your character blink, for God's sake. It is an incredible train wreck of a game, and I hope you enjoy it. So, oh yeah, Margot's there too. Nice. It's a collab. Go say hi to Gomi and Margot, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Thanks for watching.
See you, folks.
Change can be scary. Most people go out of their way to avoid change, even if the grass is actually greener on the other side. That's why the doubters and naysayers will be left behind when crypto starts taking over the financial system. Have you ever stopped and thought to yourself, what is money? It sounds like a ridiculous question. Obviously, everybody knows what money is, right? Let's put it another way. What gives money value? Now that is an entirely different thing. Imagine you're going to a store to buy a drink. Why would the store owner accept your piece of paper for that drink? Because society generally accepts the fact that everyone will accept this piece of paper for a good or a service. Money is like a mind virus that's infected everyone on this planet. And just like a virus, it mutates and becomes more infectious. What I mean by that is cryptocurrency is the newest iteration of the money mind virus, and it's more contagious than anything we've seen before. Since the beginning of time, we've used money as a way to exchange IOUs. During our caveman years, our currency was denominated in food and reputation. The best hunters would have the most mates because they had the most food. The wisest elder was the wealthiest because he had the most knowledge. Amassing food or knowledge was the only way to move up the social hierarchy. After thousands of years, we stopped being a nomadic species. Why is that? We discovered farming. Farming led to a stable supply of food all year round, which meant that being the best hunter wasn't as important anymore. On the other hand, knowledge became even more valuable. Knowing when to plant your crops, when to harvest, and how to store them properly was more important than being physically fit. And so the money mind virus mutated so that information was more valuable than physical ability. A few hundred years later, we had the Industrial Revolution. For hundreds of years, a horse served as a mode of transportation and a sign of wealth. And literally overnight, it was made obsolete. If you look back at the early 1900s, most people thought that cars would never replace horses. But within 10 years, 90% of the main form of transportation in the United States was a car. Farmers that had a ton of horses watched their wealth evaporate because of technological innovation. Factories forced people to specialize in their craft. It didn't make sense for a blacksmith to also grow his own food. So we started using gold as an intermediary for value exchange. But gold is heavy and not that convenient to carry around. So the US passed the Gold Standard Act of 1900, which established that gold was the only metal for redeeming paper currency. So within a very short period of time, the money mind virus mutated from horses to livestock to gold to just pieces of paper. Fast forward 200 years and we have the creation of the internet. Notice how these disruptions are happening faster and faster. The hunter-gatherer phase lasted for tens of thousands of years. The farming phase lasted for a few thousand years. The industrial age is only 200 years old. And the information age is only 30 years old. 8 out of 10 of the largest companies in the world are tech companies that amass their fortunes because of the internet. How? By connecting our society together and monetizing their platform. Uber is just a platform that connects you with a taxi. Google is just another platform that connects you with a website. Facebook is another platform that just connects you with your friends. Banks are a platform that connect you with your money. The value is in the data these platforms control. And just like that, the money mind virus mutated again from paper notes to numbers in a database. Think about where the vast majority of your money is stored. Is it stored as cash under your mattress, or is it stored as a number in a bank account? Cryptocurrency is only 13 years old, and we're already seeing how it's becoming the new iteration of the money mind virus. This last year, El Salvador officially classified Bitcoin as legal tender. Shops in Argentina are using Binance to accept payments. Arizona just proposed a bill to make Bitcoin the same as cash. New York's mayor is getting his first paycheck stack paid in Bitcoin. What most people don't realize is that when you stack one innovation on top of another, the result is exponential growth. Humans are not designed to think about the world in exponential terms. Let me show you a thought experiment. Imagine you have a lake, and on that lake is a lily pad. Every day, the amount of lily pads double. If the lake is 100% full of lily pads by day 30, at what point, Arizona, as like that, the money mind virus mutated again from paper notes to numbers in a database.
Think about where the vast majority of your money is stored.
Is it stored as cash under? Just last year, El Salvador officially classified Bitcoin as legal tender. Shops in Argentina are using Binance
to accept payments. Arizona just proposed a bill to make Bitcoin the same as cash. New York's mayor is getting his first paycheck paid in Bitcoin. What most people don't realize is that when you stack one innovation check bill to make Bitcoin the same as cash, New York's mayor is getting his first paycheck paid in Bitcoin. What most people don't realize is that when you stack one innovation on top of another, the result is exponential growth. Humans are not designed to think about the world in exponential terms. Let me show you a thought experiment. Imagine you have a lake, and on that lake is a lily pad. Every day, the amount of lily pads double. If the lake is 100% full of lily pads by day 30, at what point do you think it's only half full? Pause this video and think about the answer before you continue. Ready? I bet you guessed that it would take 15 days for the lake to be half full. And if you did, you'd be completely wrong. The lake would be half full by day 29, because by day 30, it would double again and the lake would be completely full. So why am I even bringing this up? Because cryptocurrency is an innovation that's built on top of the internet, which means it's going to gain adoption much, much faster than anything else that came before. Some estimates say by 2030, crypto will have 4 billion users, a rate that's outpacing the adoption of the internet. At 4 billion users, that's 200 times larger than today. And that brings us back to the original question. What is money? Well, that's up to the adoption of the internet. At 4 billion users, that's 200 times larger than today. And that brings us back to the original question. What is a rate that's outpacing the adoption of the internet? At 4 billion users, that's 200 times larger than today. And that brings us back to the original question. What is money? Well, that's up to you to decide.
Are you ready?
With the announcement that the next GTA is actually in development, I thought it would be fun to share some of my personal thoughts on what I expect for the game and everything leading up to the game's release. But before we continue today's video, I have to talk to you about my new fave, where you want someone with Discord, Instagram, when you need them, during expanded and about expanded. Oh, by the way, GTA 6 type of deal. You have to give Rockstar some credit here because they know exactly what they're doing. There's very little hype about expanding and enhanced. The RDO fan base wants to see them burn, and all they do is mention GTA 6 is in active development, and the internet explodes. And they haven't even shown anything of the game yet, and it's a further example of how Rockstar never really changes their ways, and nor have they do it. All they have to do is post a tweet, and the internet goes insane. It's for this reason that when it comes to announcing the game, I wouldn't really expect any sort of hype build up and sneaky teasers here and there towards the official announcement of the game, because I'm personally just expecting them to just do it the exact same way as they did with GTA 5. They post the hashtag GTA 5 with a link to the newswire and maybe a screenshot, and the internet would just go absolutely mental for a week. Then the trailer will drop, and well, everything will just roll from there. Every single frame in the trailer will get picked upon and see if you can find even a sliver of detail, and this will continue to go on until the release of the game. When it comes to this release date, I personally think that 2022 is going to be very interesting, based on a few things that we know thus far from leaks and rumors, and also what we can learn from the past. We can safely assume the game will likely come out next year, probably in a September to November timeframe. Why? Allow me to explain. GTA 5 got announced on October 25th, 2011. The first trailer dropped on November 2nd. The original release date was planned 1.5 years later in spring of 2013, but then obviously it got delayed until September 17th, 2013 in January. Back in May of 2020, there were some leaks about a big spending increase for marketing by Take-Two in fiscal year 2024, which is from April 2023 until March 2024, which definitely fits the timeline of that 1.5 years after the initial announcement of the game existing and being in development. Obviously, this doesn't include the usual Rockstar delay of a couple of months, because at this point, that's pretty standard stuff. As for the game itself, personally, I'm expecting the location of the game to be in Vice City, for the simple reason that we've had a rework of Liberty City in GTA 4 and a rework of Los Santos in GTA 5. So the obvious next step would be Vice City in GTA 6. This doesn't mean that we'll get a small map, because it is called Vice City, won't mean that it will just simply be 2 islands and that's it. If you look back at GTA 4 and GTA 5's maps, they were completely different than the originals in terms of scale, size, and looks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get like some swamp type of areas and whatnot. Heck, maybe we could even go hunt for some alligators. Alligators were in Red Dead Redemption 2, so they do have the systems in place. Yes, the wishful thinking and speculating of a new GTA has finally begun. Another rumor and or leaks a while ago was also about a possible female and male role. There's 2 ways that this could potentially pan out. Either Rockstar can decide to let us choose whether we want to play as a female or a male, like in Saints Row, maybe even have some additional customization of how we want to make our character look like, and then obviously decide to make us stick to one person as a lead role. Or they could go down the multiple character route yet again. Personally, I was a fan of the multiple characters from a gameplay perspective. I did feel it opened up a lot of opportunities in terms of gameplay, but I did feel that the story of GTA 5 did suffer from it. Having a dynamic duo of a male and female could possibly work out very well. Bonnie and Clyde vibes, anyone? Rockstar has done it in Red Dead Redemption 2 with Arthur and Sadie. The relationship and the development of those 2 characters was very interesting, and while Sadie wasn't playable, the amount of people screaming for a Sadie story DLC is proof that Rockstar is able to write a compelling female role. RDR2 is full of strong and interesting women that aren't just there to show off their tits and have to be rescued by the big strong man coming to save the day. Having multiple characters adds a lot of replayability to the game, and I think looking back where it went wrong with GTA 5 from a story point of view is that Rockstar had to try and balance 3 lead characters and then the side characters too. GTA, in my opinion, has always had its best and most iconic moments when you're interacting with secondary characters like Lamar in GTA 5, the Truth in GTA San Andreas, and Diaz in Vice City. Just to give 3 quick examples here, because I don't particularly want to spend an hour talking about every single iconic character in the game. And of course, I couldn't finish this video without talking about the online portion of the game. The main reason why I don't think the map will be small in size like the original Vice City map is because of online. Just imagine trying to have 30 players all at once in a Vice City map. Granted, it might even be more players considering that we have next-gen power. Here's hoping though that if they do go beyond 30 players, that will do dedicated servers, because peer-to-peer in 2022 and beyond would be an absolute laughingstock. The amount of races, TDMs, etc. that you would be able to make wouldn't really make for a good online experience too in a Vice City map. I know some, if not most of you watching this, are probably just focused on the single-player side of the game right now. But realistically, most of the time by most people that are going to play GTA 6 is going to be spent in online. So obviously the game is going to be built with that in mind too. Rockstar has a lot of lessons from previous titles that they can learn from. They have managed to find the right way with DLCs in GTA Online, but the infrequency of the updates isn't really helping the game at the moment. It just simply takes way too long until we have something new to play, especially this late in the game's lifecycle. And well, if they're launching the game like they did with GTA Online or Red Dead Online, then we're probably in trouble. I really hope that they will realize that the game has to release with enough online content to play, not go apeshit on release date with all kinds of issues and disconnects and whatnot, and then they don't drop the ball as hard as they did with Red Dead Online. I'm just simply looking forward to playing a GTA game again with a goal instead of just playing it for the sake of it, especially when it comes to online. And I really don't hope we get to carry over our
Alright, so it is the morning of the first day of rehearsals. I say morning, but it's actually, let's see, 11:23. So it is afternoon, I guess, but we won't start rehearsing until about 1. We're going to meet at 12:30 in the lobby, grab a quick sandwich on the way, and then get started. I believe Jerry and Jose and some of the crew guys are there getting stuff set up because, like I said earlier, it's kind of a full tech rehearsal too, so we're getting everything set up, mics and miking up the drum kit and the console and the in-ears and all that stuff, so there's a lot to be done from a technical standpoint from those guys too, so we're super thankful for them and all they do to help it everything run smoothly. But yeah, I just spent the morning sitting here going through the music and listening. I don't have my guitars because we dropped all our gear last night. We dropped on our way from the airport, and we dropped it at Neil's studio. So I just kind of, again, more mental practice, as weird as that sounds, but been listening and just trying to hammer it into my brain, and also got a few things done that I had left on my plate work-wise, some stuff for the show that I mixed and did the music for. I had to do some last-minute things for uploading cue sheets and stuff for that. So I got it all done, which is nice because now I can just focus 100% on the tour and the music and all of that. So yeah, for some reason my voice is, actually not for some reason, usually when I stay in hotels, I don't know if it's their AC units or heat or whatever, my voice always feels dry in the mornings here, so yeah, hopefully that'll come to life here in a little while, and we are looking forward to getting started. It's a video. It's a video. It's a video.
The question is Jerry and Ho if they want something. I'll be nice and answer if they want anything.
Alright, loaded up on some Jersey mics. Headed to the studio to start rehearsing. What do you think, Rando? Loaded up on some Jersey mics. Headed to the studio to start rehearsing. Alright, loaded up on some Jersey mics. Headed to the studio to start rehearsing. What do you think, Rando?
Oh yeah, baby.
Ready?
I'm ready. There it is.
Got the big boy.
Martin Lane. That was one of the names we kicked around to name the band for Transatlantic. Oh, no, Flying Colors, I think. Martin Lane.
She's got the girl that lives right there, parked right here. She can't turn it in. Should I just park on the lead?
Okay. So we're going to rehearse in there on the kit that's normally here.
Yeah, we just...
Because I saw this, I was like, oh, we ain't going to be playing like 5 times.
Alright, we are partially set up. None of the instruments except the drums really, but set up here in the studio. We've got a pretty compact console that Jerry's set up for us where we can save everything, run our mixes from, and travel with and fly with if we even need to, which we do at the end of this. And we've got the in-ear system, Snake, in-ear packs, Neil set up. Bill's gonna be over there. I'll be here. Randy will be here. Obviously, Mike will be there. But yeah, it's gonna be nice. We can get everything pretty close to dialed in for our in-ears and run through everything.
Look where the gain is. It's Randy. It's still not right, man. I'm adding 54 dB of gain, which is insane.
That's gotta be pretty clean. There's no noise in that for sure.
Quite possible. Yeah, it's like...
That feels my favorite part of the show.
We are getting all set up and ready to rehearse. Jerry's dialing in the console for a rough front of house mix and for our ears, but we also have an app on our phone where we can mix it ourselves, which is very convenient. All ready to play.
Better now than 3 days from now, Jerry.
Hey, nice. I bet I look really good with all that light. Yeah, that's good.
This just in. Mickey pooped.
B3, go ahead. That's all good. Is that your loudest? Cool. Okay. And then your other ear was yeah, you turn that down. Yeah, good. I like to hear all the other stuff, but my stuff just a little bit above it. But vocals?
Check, 1, 2.
That might be a little, just a little less.
All right, day one of rehearsal is done, and it went really well. I'm really bad about remembering to film while we're actually rehearsing because there's a lot going on, and to be honest, my main goal is to really make sure I know what I'm doing and fine-tune my parts and my vocals and all that. So we feel pretty good about it, and we have another day, really kind of not even half a day. We're going to meet at a little after lunchtime, basically enough time to run the whole set one time and then maybe fine-tune some parts quickly. And then we have to load up the trailer and get on the bus and head up to New York City where we have our first show. I believe the Sony Hall, where we hope to see a bunch of you there for the first show to kick off this tour. We're really excited to play this music, and just to get to play with these guys live again is going to be so much fun. The rehearsals are so much fun. These guys are so good, and it's just so much fun to get to play this music that we wrote all together, and it feels like forever. I mean, we got to play Morse Fest, but at this point, that feels like forever ago even. So the last time we toured, we wrote all together, and it feels like forever. I mean, we got to play Morse Fest, but at this point, that feels like forever ago even. So the last time we toured feels like ages ago. So we are ready to get out there and play for you guys. So we really hope you all show up and are ready for an evening of innocence and danger, because that's what we got for you. So we hope to see you all at a show near you. See ya. All right, Gary, I'm at the airport next to a interesting statue of eagles or something. Heading out for the NMB US tour. We've had some winter weather here the past couple days, but everything seems to be on time and looking good. So heading to Nashville, we have 2 days of rehearsals with the guys. It's also a kind of a pre-production rehearsal, so we'll be able to dial in our in-ears and get our mixes set for the first show, which will be super nice. I'm not sure that we've had the luxury of doing that before, but yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to playing this music for you all, and also documenting the process along the way. So stay tuned. Here we go. All right, heading to Dallas, then Nashville. All right, made it to Dallas for my short layover. One more flight left here, about an hour and a half to Nashville, but first stop, the all-important Starbucks coffee. Ready to get there. I can't say that I really miss the flying and traveling. So I spent my flight, which wasn't that long of one, but I spent it actually practicing. I thought, that sounds kind of weird, but I thought it'd be cool to mention and talk about. And it's actually cool because I recently saw Steve Vai. He made a post where he was sitting in a studio and he was without his instrument, and I think said he was visualizing how. But yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to playing this music for you all. And all right, made it to the all-important Starbucks coffee. Ready to get there. I can't say that I really miss the flying and traveling. So I spent my flight, which wasn't that long of one, but I spent it. Can't say that I really miss the flying and traveling. So I spent my flight, which wasn't that long of one, but I spent it actually practicing. I thought, that sounds kind of weird, but I thought it'd be cool to mention and talk about. And it's actually cool because I recently saw Steve Vai. He made a post where he was sitting in a studio and he was without his instrument, and I think he was visualizing how he would play it and all of that, and that was cool because it's something I've done for a while now. I've seen Neil do it on an airplane, even playing keyboard on the tray in front of you, and yeah, you can visualize like where you're at on the fretboard. A lot of times it's helpful because I'm really thinking about my starting note, let's say for the beginning of the solo or a middle part or a really tricky part of the solo or something, because a lot of the times if I have my starting note, I'll be good. You know, maybe not good, well, we'll see. I guess we'll too soon, but as long as I have my starting note most of the time, I just know, I know where to go already from there, but sometimes you can space out and not know your starting note, and that can throw you off. But yeah, so I just went to the music and was practicing in my mind. So I don't know if any of you guys have ever tried that. I would recommend it. I think it is actually very helpful to practice initially also. Or I'm just a complete weirdo. We'll see how good I play on the tour. Most of y'all will be like, it didn't work. Got the coffee in it. So, moving to board. I found. Yay, George. And he was nice enough to pick up my bags for me. So we got our bags in here waiting for a ride. Yep. And then Mexican food. Made it. Ready to rock.
While I don't like to show off, I sometimes come down to Muscle Beach to flex and stay in shape because one needs to maintain a healthy body in order to benefit from a healthy mind and spirit. Sometimes it just takes me a little while to get warmed up. Sometimes Muscle Beach to flex and stay. While I don't like to show off, I sometimes come down to Muscle Beach to flex and stay in shape because one needs to maintain a healthy body in order to benefit from a healthy mind and spirit. Sometimes it just takes me a little while to get warmed up. Let's try this one more time. Okay, now she must just have beginner's luck. Let me try to get some air. I guess that we're all born with different talents, endowed with various degrees of natural skill, strength, and intelligence, but we can also all improve our various weaknesses with lots of practice. With lots of practice. While none of the ladies at Muscle Beach seem impressed or intimidated with my upper body strength, you better believe they still know who the world's most dangerous anthropologist is. Now let's go have a stroll by the water. The term occult means secret or hidden in the context of supernatural, mystical, or magical beliefs, practices, or phenomena. From a modern Christian perspective, these practices are considered heresy and frowned upon, and a few short centuries ago were punishable by death, usually after a considerable amount of torture. Before Christianity, however, much of the spirituality of the ancient world involved mysticism and magic and was performed out in the open. This was especially true in places that were influenced by a demographic of people who are mostly remembered by the color red, the most famous being the Phoenicians, which means red in Greek, but also the Minoans, Etruscans, Egyptians, Mycenaeans, and several Native American tribes, among others on both hemispheres of the Americas. These ancient civilizations were known for being seafaring and controlled a vast global trade network, which generated great wealth, especially during the Bronze Age, but came to a relatively abrupt end after a series of wars which ended in defeat at the hands of the Roman Empire. These Egyptians, the color red, the most famous being the Phoenicians, which means red in Greek, but also the Minoans, Etruscans, Egyptians, Mycenaeans, and several Native American tribes, among others on both hemispheres of the Americas. These ancient civilizations were known for being seafaring and controlled a vast global trade network, which generated great wealth, especially during the Bronze Age, but came to a relatively abrupt end after a series of wars which ended in defeat at the hands of the Roman Empire.
We're outnumbered, and the Romans chose on the battlefield to place the strength of his infantry. It's a wise choice. It's not as wise as they think. Ready yourself! When they see how happily advanced, they will respond. Whatever your losses, you must drive them back and sow complete confusion.
Some scholars contend that the original and early forms of Christianity was considerably different from the type that the Roman Catholic Church disseminated several centuries after the life of Christ. Some researchers claim that Jesus himself may have been part of a sect known as the Essenes, which practiced a form of Gnosticism, which implies a direct connection with divinity, as opposed to requiring a pope, priests, and a hierarchical power structure that was imposed later by the church. These Gnostic practices were deemed heretical, vilified, and forced to go underground, especially in places like Europe, where the Inquisition hunted and executed those that continued to practice in secret. Groups like the Cathars, Templars, and what in a general sense are referred to as pagans were labeled as witches, and either exiled or killed. In a prior video I made called A Brief History of Witches, which I'll leave a link to in the description, I'd said that many of the witches were Rh negative, and that the rhesus negatives were targeted. Of course, many of you astutely commented that Rh negative blood factor was discovered in 1940, so how would they have known who to target centuries earlier? While you guys are absolutely correct, my intention was to make you think, without spelling it out. They were, according to some, targeting a specific race that was entering Europe from the Middle East. These people were bringing their old religion into Europe, and many Roman soldiers, for example, subscribed to these Aryan rituals, which went by different names. In the case of the soldiers, Mithraism was most common, and the emperor felt threatened by it. These ancient religions, which predate Christianity by many millennia, and some claim go all the way back to the Ice Age, during the mythical times of Atlantis, continue to be practiced in secret under the guise of alchemy, with the ancient teachings disguised as symbols and passed on orally or in the form of some esoteric books. Some of these books were discovered a few years ago in the Czech Republic, many containing instructions of sex rituals and what would be considered by most to be dark magic. It turns out that this esoteric library belonged to the inner occult order of the SS, the Black Sun, and more specifically Himmler, who was very into the occult as a sort of technology, as the Germans believed the ancient Aryans possessed powers which have been lost to modern man.
In the distant past, the Atlanteans, the fourth root race of creation, had split into pure and bestial species. After many thousands of years, the pure race, the Aryan godmen of the fifth root race, had interbred with the beasts. The result was catastrophic decline and the near loss of the Aryan psychic powers.
The SS occult elite regarded themselves as a form of holy knights, like the Knights Templar and Teutonic orders, and this library of 13,000 books found near Prague had not been accessed since World War II. Norwegian newspapers reported claims that at least some of the material was seized from the Norwegian Order of Freemasons in Oslo during the Nazi occupation of the country, and this is possible, and I'm sure many books were taken from similar secret societies all over Europe occupied by the Germans. Himmler founded the H Sonderkommando in 1935. The H stood for Hex, which is the German word for witch. Their mission was to collect as much information as possible on sorcery, the occult, and the supernatural in general. The majority of the collection was known as the Witches' Library. It focused on witches and their persecution in medieval Germany. Himmler believed that the Roman Catholic Church attempted to eliminate the German Aryan race with witch hunts. This was also the case with what we call werewolves, which I've already covered in a prior video. From the perspective of the SS elite, they represented the descendants of the Protestant side of the infamous 30 Years' War, in which there was a split in the church, which resulted in a degree of religious freedom and the Protestant Reformation. Himmler also allegedly learned that one of his ancestors had been burned as a witch, which I can't confirm, but the idea that Aryans were being burned to death is common knowledge in occult orders. The books were to be kept in Weibelsburg Castle in western Germany, which was given the name Black Camelot by some, and is where Himmler created his court of SS knights, mimicking King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Today, the castle is a museum, and the esoteric occult practices of the National Socialist Party is rarely discussed, except to ridicule. But there are some exceptions, however, particularly in places in South America, where beliefs in ancient civilizations like Atlantis, magic, and other occult practices were shared with the Germans and continued after World War II. When one thinks about an occult connection between the Germanic or Prussian Empire and South America, the first nation that likely comes to mind is Argentina, as relations between Germany and Argentina stretch back to 1871, when the first ambassador of Germany was sent to Argentina. German immigration in Argentina is the largest in Hispanic America. Over 3 million Argentines are of German descent. They had great influence in the Argentine education system, and many German schools were placed in the country. Argentina stayed neutral during World War II, except for the very end, but after the war, under President Juan Perón, many German National Socialist officials immigrated to Argentina and other parts of South America. Argentina is strategically located near one of nationalist Germany's most secretive colonies, called Base 211, located in Neuschwabenland, Antarctica. While I've covered Antarctica in numerous videos, including the advanced technology the Germans developed during World War II that was moved there, and many people speculate was the true source of the UFO phenomena of the 40s and 50s, today I'd like to turn our attention to another South American nation which had favorable ties to the German Empire, and that was Chile. The first ties between Germany and Chile can be traced back to the 16th century, when the first German settlers arrived in the newly found settlements, and in 1810, when Chile became independent from Spain, Hamburg was one of the first cities that engaged in intense trade with Chile. During the Revolution of Germany in 1848, as Chile encouraged Germans to immigrate, more and more German settlers arrived in Chile. In modern day's relationship, Chileans view Germans positively, and Germans view Chileans in a similar manner. Miguel Serrano, who passed away in 2009, was a Chilean diplomat, writer, and occultist who supported the German National Socialist Party during the war and after it. He became a prominent figure in the esoteric movement, which mirrored many of the occult ideas being explored by the SS. Chile also remained neutral during most of World War II, but Serrano campaigned in support of Germany and favored a far-right political ideology. In 1942, he joined an occult order founded by a German migrant, which combined pro-Aryan sentiment with ceremonial magic and Kundalini yoga. This order claimed that the group owed its allegiance to a secretive Brahmin elite who resided in the Himalayas, a topic which I covered in my prior video called the Order of the Green Dragon. Through techniques of harnessing and transmuting life force energy, which in the East is known as Chi or Ki and called Prana in India, this energy is also known as Orgone, a term coined by another German researcher, Wilhelm Reich, who based the word off of orgasm. The order espoused a belief in an astral body, which could be awakened through various rituals and meditative practices by amplifying and channeling vril, or sex energy, prior to a full climax, which was said to make available to the practitioner access to the astral realms. Another influential Germanic occultist that migrated to South America was Arnoldo Krumm-Heller, a German esotericist who became an important figure in the spread of occultism in Latin America. He moved to Chile and other parts of Latin America, where he founded several occult orders, which included rituals like a Gnostic Mass as performed by other occultists, such as Aleister Crowley, but in other respects differed from approaches taken by Crowley, so I wanted to be sure to point that out as well. As the Second World War officially ended, Serrano was convinced that the Fuhrer had not committed suicide in Berlin, as was claimed by the victorious Allies. Instead, Serrano believed that he had escaped and was living in Antarctica, either in a secluded, warm environment on the continent, or more than likely under the ice cap itself in a military colony established by the U-boat division. After visiting Antarctica as a journalist with the Chilean army in 1947 and 1948, Serrano was absolutely convinced about the nationalist German occupation of the South Polar continent and wrote a book espousing that, quote, Antarctica is inhabited by unknown beings. He then traveled to Germany and then Switzerland, where he met that, and point that out as well. As the Second World War officially ended, Serrano was convinced that the Fuhrer had not committed suicide in Berlin, as was claimed by the victorious Allies. Instead, Serrano believed that he had escaped and was living in Antarctica, either in a secluded, warm environment on the continent, or more than likely under the ice cap itself in a military colony established by the U-boat division. After visiting Antarctica as a journalist with the Chilean army in 1947 and 1948, Serrano was absolutely convinced about the nationalist German occupation of the South Polar continent and wrote a book espousing that, quote, Antarctica is inhabited by unknown beings. He then traveled to Germany and then Switzerland, where he met the psychoanalyst Carl Jung and published a book about his time there. It seems Serrano has always been fond of Dr. Jung and the human potential. Quote, in 1947, I took a trip to the Antarctic, which I subsequently described in a book called Invitation to the Ice Fields. One thing I did not mention in that book, however, is that I took with me a book entitled The Ego and the Unconscious by Carl Gustav Jung. In my book, I explain the circumstances which brought me to meet Carl Jung. He wrote the foreword for my book, The Visits of the Queen of Sheba. I think that this Swiss professor knew better than anyone else in our time who H really was. Jung stated that H was possessed by the collective unconscious of the Aryan race. This means that H was the spokesman of the whole Aryan world. This extraordinary theme is explored in my book, The Last Avatar. Lucifer is the morning star. I'm a Luciferian in the sense that Lucifer is the morning star, the most beautiful light, and the morning star is a god, goddess, Venus. Contrary to misconceptions, Lucifer has nothing to do with Satanism. The Third Reich banned the Thule Society and other occult orders because there was too much old nonsense in these esoteric clubs, as well as some connections with Freemasonic societies, Aleister Crowley Satanism, and so on. The SS was also influenced by the Templar Order. They tried hard to produce the Overman by using blood alchemy, the absolute man. The SS tried to transmute man to Superman in Sonnenmensch, or Sunman, a man who will again be a god. This is an old Aryan concept, which is not unlike traditional Greek thought and the initiation of the mysteries of Apollo and Dionysus. The Dorian Greeks had a nostalgia for Hyperborea, and so do we. The first polar or Hyperborean race had the power called Odal, or Vril, which has now been lost. The task of the adept is to try to recover this power and become like Shiva, or Wotan again, the Overman. There are many legends about the Tibetans and the Battle of the Bunker. As a matter of fact, the mission of the Tibetans was to preserve and protect the entrance of the Hollow Earth, like the Incas in America. The real link between Tibet and the Third Reich was a swastika, the same as that of the religion of Bon, of pre-Buddhist Tibet, which was Aryan of the Dropas, of the Hyperborean.
The Hyperborean Aryan gods lost the purity of the blood. They mixed with the daughters of man, an involution, a paradise lost. The Avatar comes at the last moment when everything seems lost. When the memory of the blood is faint, almost obliterated. The Avatar rekindles the spirit, shakes the world, and infuses courage in those still loyal. During the final offensive in the Ardennes, SS soldiers, wounded in British and American hospitals, steadfastly refused blood transfusions for fear of losing the memory of the blood. The whole SS initiation ceremony at Wedellsburg centered around the recuperation and the regeneration of this lost memory of blood. In order to understand Miguel Serrano, particularly this deep, obscure tome, this esoteric masterpiece, one needs to have read Savitri Devi, at least A Lightning and the Sun. This is not a book. It is a musical mystery and mysticism, darkness and light, esoteric symbolism, astral travel, master and pupil, the memory of the blood, and so much more. A book describing the ongoing titanic and eternal battle between gods and devils. A dark force, a satanic spirit, and the coming or returning Hyperborean Aryan age.
Blood memory is sometimes described as our ancestral, meaning genetic, connection to our language, songs, spirituality, and cultural teachings. It's the good feeling that we experience when we're near these things. In psychology, genetic memory implies that certain kinds of memories could be inherited, being present at birth in the absence of any associated sensory experience. Some interpretations of this memory of the blood ties it into the Grail quest, the same guarded esoteric treasure leading back through ancient secret societies, the Knights Templar, the Cathars of the 12th and 13th centuries, and a dynasty of obscure French kings deposed more than 1300 years ago. The Grail treasure was not comprised of material riches, but a secret, so explosive and controversial that it radiates out from antiquity all the way through into contemporary politics, modern religions, and an ancient war which did not end with the Phoenicians, but continues, often covertly, until this day. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon, as well as through various other major book outlets. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section for those that are interested. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon.
There you are. There you are. There you are.
Here's a tune for you. I'm your set. Come on.
I can't. I had an accident with my father.
Oh, what? Please. Next word to sturdy all shits. Give it here.
Thanks to sub, thanks to our entertainment and the chance of saying something farmery and a Belfast accent. Let me think. Are you gonna be using that manure spreader? Pretty good, huh? Pretty good, huh? There's certain accents I do that actually go, the pitch goes up or down. Like for Belfast, and then I end up going up. But like if I was doing Birmingham, which I'm very, very good at, I'll go down like that. Like, fucking, what the fuck was that? Birmingham. Discuss. Alright. Alright. Gaan ze weg. fucking Martin Freeman like that. Oh, to get the Scouse accent, I spent quite a long time in Liverpool when, going into pubs and all that. And the good thing is with the mask need to recognise me and really, getting to... You don't need that. I've not even fucking been to Liverpool once. Listen. Alright, la. Going to weg. Loch, going to weg. Anybody for Liverpool would like to back me up here, please? Anybody?
What the is my channel about? I've been trying to figure that out. It's a really weird topic for a vlog, but it's just something I really need to get off my chest and just say. I need everyone to know what my channel is about because I have never said it before. Ever. Not even to myself. And it's just weird because like over the years, I've been doing YouTube since 2014. Over the years, I have played so many different games on the channel. And I know what you're gonna say, you're a gaming channel, Leah, duh. But I'm within that. I have my own niche within the gaming channel stuff. And that is what is so hard to figure out and to pinpoint. And what I've been waffling back and forth with for the past few years now, trying to figure out what my niche is and what my viewers like to see exactly. It's actually a lot harder to figure out than one might think. After many, many debates within my noggin with myself and also with the data I've collected over the past years, I have come up with what I think my channel is about. And you can let me know if you agree or disagree, but I will explain a bit more as we go on in the video. I'm also going to be talking about our community and more ideas I have to build our community as a whole with exciting new things. So stay tuned for that after I'm done talking about what my channel is. So first of all, Lilia TV is about genuine first-time reaction gameplay of beloved video games. Yes, I had to write that down. Genuine first-time reaction gameplay is the most important part of it because anybody can play video games on YouTube, right? So there's just gameplay videos, there's walkthroughs, there's how-tos, there's, stuff like that. And there's just like your standard Let's Play, which doesn't mean you haven't played the game before. What my channel really focuses on and what I want it to focus on in the future is that first-time reaction content, which is, I think, why some of the games that have done so well on this channel are games that really spark a reaction from me and from the community watching, like Portal, which just for some reason, that is all about my first time reacting to Portal. It was huge. It blew up for some reason at the time. I was like, wow, that's weird. But, it makes sense once I figured out why. It's because people want to see that reaction to a special game that they love, not only the story, but the puzzles. So that was really cool to figure out about my channel. And the same sort of reasoning goes for Dark Souls. Like Dark Souls 1 did so well because people would like to see people suffering in Dark Souls for the first time and seeing how they react to the challenges that the game presents for the first time and seeing the growth of the player over time, as they complete the game. Which just it blew my mind when I realized this because it's so much different. It adds so much more to content when that happens versus when you're just playing any old game for any old reason, just like for the game's sake. So if that is a little confusing for you, I don't blame you. It's still confusing for me. But basically, what I'm going to attempt to do in the future is really, really focus on the first time reaction aspect of it and choose games based on that, based on what I think if my reaction to the game, either gameplay wise, strategy wise, or emotionally, would add anything at all to the video itself or to the game itself for the viewer watching it. Which is why I would love recommendations of different games that you guys would like to see me play and react to for the first time. It may surprise you that as much of a gamer that I am, there are many games that I have not played yet that are incredibly beloved and classic. And I have such a long list of games that I want to play, So let me know. That brings me to my second point. Building an amazing and cheesy community is the other thing that my channel is about. And it's something that I've always really tried to focus on with my live streams and my community from my live streams and from YouTube, but it's always been really hard to add the community that's only on YouTube into that little like bubble that we have. And we have a little bubble from the live streams over on Twitch and from YouTube, but it really mostly comes from when I live stream. So since I've only been live streaming on Twitch, it's really been hard for me to combine the two together, and YouTube has always sort of felt like the outlier, and it shouldn't be, because YouTube is my main gig. Like I only stream on Twitch part-time. YouTube is my full-time thing. I work every day on the channel to make videos. It's very time consuming. Twitch is also time consuming, but only as much as I'm live. So it's quite different, So plan for this fix, hopefully, is to add, starting with one live stream every week on YouTube. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do, but the purpose of this live stream is just going to be to connect with you guys and just sort of grow the community more than what it is, because I just feel like I'm behind glass. I'm like behind your monitor. I'm like, guys, hello, I'm here, but I can't actually talk to you very well. Hello. So I'm actually going to be live here on YouTube, and I'm going to try and get to know you guys better and just do whatever. I don't know. We'll figure out what we're going to do on the live stream later. I think the important thing is just to like be live and hang out with you guys once a week to start, and then we'll just see how it goes. And I'm also going to be posting more community tab posts. You may have noticed I've been doing that more lately. Anyways, that's just another way that I've been trying to engage with you guys and just be like, hey, I'm here, even though I'm not uploading a video today or whatever, you know? So expect more of that, polls and updates and things. It's really great. If you haven't checked out the community tab, it's pretty great. And it shows up if you're scrolling through your phone on YouTube. The post will show up there too, so it's pretty handy dandy actually. Also, if you didn't know, we have a public Discord server. We also have a private one that is accessible to YouTube members and patrons, as well as Twitch subscribers. But there is a public one that anyone can join. So I'm hoping that when we bump up this community aspect and I get to know you guys a little bit better during live streams and whatnot, maybe the public Discord might spring to life. So if you're interested in joining the community that way too, if you're a Discord user, I'm going to also attempt to be more active in there. There's a lot of handy channels in there too. If you want to ask me questions, if you want to share memes, all kinds of crap. So check it out. Link is down below in the description. Okay, finally, the last thing I just want to quickly mention is I am working on more benefits for YouTube members and patrons. I haven't updated my Patreon stuff in a long time, like way too long. So all of the benefits that I have on there are kind of like out of date, old news, and really not doing very much. So I'd really like that aspect of the community to be boosted as well, because I just feel, I feel like you guys deserve so much. There's a lot of people that are supporting this channel, and I really just want to show it some love, update it. So I'm thinking of different ways to give back to you guys for becoming a member on YouTube, becoming a patron on Patreon, and I have some really good ideas. So I'm hoping that you like them. I'm going to announce that at a later time, though, but just be aware that if you are a patron or a member on YouTube, there are more amazing things to come. So just FYI. Thank you. Okay, so what the actual F is my channel about? Well, it's about genuine first-time reaction gameplay of beloved video games, of course. Still kind of a long sentence, isn't it? But I hope that was sort of clear to you guys. I think even just telling you that and just saying it out loud into the ether, this video is helping me sort of understand what it is. I really do plan to focus very heavily on that, really about me and you with you that can figure out how to make that more clear in my message. Like, okay, so how do I tell someone why they should be here and why they should subscribe and why they should watch more videos? And I honestly did not know. Like, I just gave up making the video because I was like, I don't know. Like, I can't think of a reason why someone would watch my channel over the next guy. Which made me really sad, you know? It really did. So I'm hoping that this is the answer. If you are not here for the genuine first-time reaction gameplay of your beloved video games, let me know why you are actually here. I know that you guys are also here for, like, my personality and like the cheese and stuff like that too, but I hope that fits in with the genuine reaction things. It's my specific reaction. And if I can, if we can lure people into this channel with that type of video, and then also this amazing community that we have built up, I think that that's just two really strong, unique points to this channel and just to us as a whole together building it. And I hope it works out. So wish me luck for 2022. Those are sort of my plans. And you guys are a huge part of it. Like, you are 50% of it, at least. Actually, you're like the whole thing. You're like the reason it exists. But aside from that, 50% of my plan for this year is you guys, to focus on you guys, and then to focus on the specific branding of my channel and the videos that I make. So knock on wood. Hopefully it works. Thank you guys for your support and your eyeballs as always. Stay cheesy. Look for a live stream announcement soon for YouTube. I will start doing that. And I will say one more time, if you want to watch me live even more, I'm over on Twitch twice a week. So, yes. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Bus. Should we just jump out? Maybe we should try saving the car here. Oh, I think I just saw my engine fly down the mountain. Yeah. We're gonna take out the hype person. I feel like this is turning into one of those episodes where we're gonna die a million times. Okay, we're back. Now we're just gonna be careful here. You know, here, let's just go ahead and do it. Do I have the other engine? The V8 motors are good, 6.3 liter. Here, chunk that down in there, and we'll get the little baby motor, and we're gonna stick it in. Now I think there's still hyperzine in the tank, which that might be, oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be a bit of an issue. Only 6% though, so it should hopefully die down really quick. Also, apparently my sound is just really broken today. Is it something to do with the app? I don't know what it is. Okay. All right, so I figured out what my sound issues were. The game, for some reason, was turning it on and off, like in the actual sound menu. Because when I went there, it was basically down to 0, even though I haven't changed anything, unless there's like a mute button somewhere. But anyways, we are good to go. Let's go find a stop. Here we go. We got our first stop of the day. We have a tower stop. These are normally pretty good. Sometimes you'll get a vehicle in here, which I'm hoping that's going to be the case. Because I think we eventually do need to switch to something just a little bit more sturdy. Like if we found another truck, I'd be perfectly fine with that. But I feel like this one's been through the ringer. Also, I could have sworn I just saw an AI car. I don't know. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Wait, is this bus like fully ready to go? I mean, we're not going to switch to it because the bus always sounds like a good idea. And then you realize when you start driving, it's like, this is not very fun. All right, we got headlights on here. There was really nothing good in this stop. Kind of disappointing for a stop like this. All right, let's crank this back up. All right, no, come on. Get running. I think we need to be neutral. Here we go. It's been a while since I've actually used the manual gears. I got kind of lazy and started going in automatic, but that's not the way to play this game. You definitely need to use the manual gearbox. Oh, yeah, we got another good stop. All right. Oh, it got a little laggy, too. That normally means there's a ton of stuff in here for me to actually grab. All right, okay, let's get into here. What do we have? Well, here's the truck I was looking for. I mean, it's seen better days. We'll carry this one out. There's motors in here. I see wheels. I mean, we could do a whole swap here. That seems like it might take a little bit of time, but is it even worth it? I mean, this thing has less body panels than my normal car does. There's a hood over here, though. We'll take that. On a Shia original hood. Let's go. Bop. What? When could you put these on backwards? Hold on, let's try this again. Okay. And wait for it. Wait for it. And pop. Why does this go on backwards? I mean, obviously the coolant tank's blocking it, right? Hold on. Move this out. Is it closed now? Oh, no. Why is the coolant tank open? Okay, we're good. Yeah, this hood just doesn't work. I mean, it's okay, though. We're going to use it anyways. It mounts backwards. It must mount on the other car. Is there a car that it does? Oh, there's a car that does that. That makes sense now. It'd be really cool if a red UFO were to show up. I don't think we're going to get one of those anytime soon. All right, let's get all this stuff out of here, and let's get moving. Well, at least we have a hood. I mean, it doesn't really fit very well, but it's fine. Is there a car behind? I feel like we're getting followed. Is there a car behind us? Oh, we just stalled. It's fine. Manual gears. Police car. On. Wait, is that? No, that's not a new vehicle, I think. On. Neutral. There we go. Fine. Just. It's like legit stuck right now. Oh, I got the power of a manual transmission. Wow, that was awesome. Hey, look at that. That is a garage. That's good. Oh, getting lag. Looks like there's a bus, but there might be vehicles in here. That's normally a good thing. And we just hit a rabbit. Fine. Oh, look at this. There's a car. Nice. Okay. Stop this. Let's get out. What is this car? Well, I mean, it's kind of cool looking. What do we got going on here? Got an engine? Nope. Engine's in the back. You know, it might be time to switch vehicles. I mean, honestly, this thing looks like it's in pretty decent shape. Oil tank's empty. Fuel empty. But, I mean, other than that, well, actually, everything might be empty on this car. Oh, look, fuel tank's empty. Okay, everything's empty. That's not a good sign, but you know what? We're going to probably switch out vehicles. But yeah, we survived another night. Oh, there's a bus. Hi, Mr. Bus. Let's see. What do we got? We got oil in here. Yeah, we should be able to fix this thing up. We're not going to put hyperosine in it. I'm tired of dying. So here, let's do this. We're going to make this normal. We're just switching to a fresh vehicle. I'm not complaining. It looks like our. On. Maybe in the crate of fuel, we might have to get creative my own fuel. I feel like it'd be funnier to pour out. Not an issue at all, so we'll just put this over here. Fuel in the water taken care of, but we just don't. Here comes a police car. Hey, sir, I need you to stop in the name of the law. Okay, I need your fuel. This is probably a bad. I need you to stop talking or stop making noise or stop living. Whatever I need you to stop doing. There's a chance I just shoved it into the house. Hold on. Almost done. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we've officially murdered another person. You have fuel, right? Can we not get the pumpkins out of this? I feel like that should totally be a feature. Maybe in the future. Okay, let's see. Fuel. Where's your fuel tank at, buddy? Is it in the back? Probably in the back. So can I remove the light bar yet? No, we cannot. Dude, everything popped out of this thing. Wait, fuel tank. Fuel. Oh, here we go. Can I take this out? Oh, this is one that's got an oil mixture. You know, this will be fine. So can I totally do this? So what we're going to do, we're going to put this over this, and no, this isn't gonna work, is it? You know, this sounded a lot smarter in my head. I think we have to manually tip it. Okay. Hey, you think some of that's getting in there? Hold on. No, tip. No, other way. There we go. All right. Some of that fuel is bound to make it in, right? Oh, geez. Is it out? Oh, physics. This in, and then we need. Did something else just spawn in? Look around. Oh, what the heck? Wait, what? There's multiple cops now. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Whoa. Oh, there's another one.
In summer of 2018, an Aeromexico Connect Embraer 190 crashed just seconds after attempting to take off. It seemed that the aircraft only climbed just about 30 feet above the runway before it came down. What happened here? Had the nearby thunderstorm something to do with it, or was there something else at play? Spoiler alert, yes there was. Join me as we find out what happened to Aeromexico Flight 2. On July 31st, 2018, the pilots of an Aeromexico Connect Embraer 190 were preparing for departure at Durango, Mexico. The 1 hour and 40 minute flight should have taken passengers and crew to Mexico City. As the two pilots were preparing for departure, the weather around the airport started to deteriorate rapidly on the flight deck. The young man was very happy about this opportunity, since he was actually in the process of becoming a pilot on the Embraer 190 as well. He had even already passed most of his simulator training in this regard. When the captain and the first officer heard this, they were delighted to have an ambitioned young cadet with them. They even offered him to trade places with the first officer so that the inexperienced pilot could experience his very first takeoff in the cockpit of the aircraft that he would soon be flying regularly. And so they did, the unthinkable. The first officer relinquished his seat and moved to the jump seat, while the cadet took a seat at the first officer's station. Soon, the last passenger was on board, cargo doors were closed, and the Embraer 190 started taxiing to runway 03 for departure. Meanwhile, the sky around the airport grew darker and darker. As the captain and the unqualified first officer neared the runway, they were given the information that the wind was blowing from the front right at 20 knots. Also, rain had started to fall, but the crew decided to ignore this fact so they would not have to redo their takeoff calculations. In fact, this would very much have been required by general flight procedures. As the aircraft lined up on the wet runway, the control in the tower had a good view of the arrival of the thunderstorm. It brought along a heavy downpour and severe gusts. But for some reason, the controller decided that this information was not relevant to the aircraft that was about to depart, and did not inform the crew of his observations. At 15:22, the captain and his companions commenced a takeoff roll as wind spattered the aircraft and heavy rain started to reduce the forward visibility to near zero. Still, the takeoff proceeded normally up to the point where the aircraft reached a speed of 80 knots. At this point, the latest, the pilots compared their airspeed indicators to detect any instrument errors or a wind shear condition. When the captain called out 80 knots, it would have been the duty of the first officer to check whether his displays also read 80 knots, and if that was the case, confirm with checked. When the captain made his call out, the first officer hesitated for a short while, then replied with a mandatory checked, even though his speed indication had shown a speed that was almost 10 knots faster than the one of the captain. This was the first indication that the aircraft was entering a wind shear, a phenomenon in which wind speed and direction can fluctuate rapidly. In absence of any other abnormalities, the captain decided to continue the takeoff. At the pre-calculated speed of 147 knots, he gave the order to rotate to look at it, so that the latter would raise the aircraft's nose and lift it up into the stormy sky. The aircraft shook as the young man did so, but still it managed to climb away from the runway. After the wheels had left the ground, he ordered the captain to retract the landing gear, just as he had learned in the simulator and on flights on other aircraft. But just seconds after he did so, the wind started shifting more and more. First, it reached a full crosswind, then, as the aircraft started to struggle, it developed into an almost direct tailwind of about 25 knots. This was a far cry from the strong headwind the crew had expected, and it caught the aircraft in the worst possible position, at low speed, just 30 feet above the ground. Meanwhile, the tower controller had lost sight of the aircraft in the heavy rain. He had seen the aircraft disappear into the rain as it was still on the ground, commencing its takeoff roll. He tried handing the aircraft over to the departure radar controller, but never received an answer from the crew. Just as he wanted to check his radar screens, the light in the tower went out, along with all computers and radar information. For 8 seconds, it became very quiet. Then finally, the emergency generator connected, the lights came back on, but unfortunately the radar screens did not. In search of the aircraft, the controller called the departure controller, hoping that maybe the crew had called there without notifying him. But to no avail, the aircraft was nowhere to be found. Concerned and fearing the worst, the controller finally ordered cars to perform a runway inspection. Let's go back to the aircraft. It had just lifted off the ground and reached a height of just 30 feet or 10 meters above the ground. The airspeed decreased rapidly due to the quickly shifting storm wind that was now blowing almost directly from the rear side of the aircraft. By now, the captain must have realized that probably he had made a mistake by taking off in weather this severe, accompanied by an unqualified first officer in the right-hand seat. The aircraft lost almost 22 knots of speed in a matter of seconds, which made a successful climb all but impossible. The engines were already at maximum power, so at this point, there was nothing the crew could have done to save them from the impending impact. They had brought themselves into a terrible situation. A few seconds after the captain had attempted to regain control of the aircraft, the Embraer's hull made contact with the asphalt about 2,150 meters down the runway. Both engines were ripped off and the plane continued to slide along the runway. It took out multiple runway lights and other installations and finally came to rest about 400 meters past the runway end. Luckily, the aircraft's hull remained relatively intact. Immediately after it came to a stop, the crew initiated an evacuation that was rather successful. Still, 14 people, including the captain, were seriously injured in this accident, and another 25 people received minor injuries. The aircraft itself had caught fire soon after the evacuation had started, and burned up after everyone had made it out. The evacuees and the burning wreckage was quickly discovered by the vehicles the tower control had dispatched just a minute before. So if you're wondering like I was, how bad must this thunderstorm have been? There are multiple videos of failed takeoff taken from inside the aircraft. See for yourself. And here's another one, showing the storm moving across Durango. When investigators analysed the case, they came to the conclusion that the flight had probably fallen victim to an insidious phenomenon called a microburst. A microburst is created by a column of sinking air that after hitting ground level spreads out in all directions and is capable of producing damaging winds, often producing damage similar to that caused by tornadoes. They can sometimes occur below thunderclouds. This theory was further solidified by the last images that the airport surveillance cameras had captured just before dropping offline due to the power outage. Multiple trees were uprooted just as the aircraft was taking off. One of those trees took out the power lines that provided power to the airport. Therefore, the investigation came to the conclusion that the low-level wind shear associated with the microburst had caused the loss of speed and lift and therefore also the crash of Aeromexico 2431. Still, they of course also found fault with the captain's decision to allow an unqualified observer to assume the roles of an active first officer. The captain was not qualified to provide instruction, and the observer was not fully qualified to operate this aircraft type. Also, the performance of the air traffic control and air traffic control services at Durango Airport in general were found to be lacking. From the tower, the air traffic controller had a literal first row seat to the approaching storm, but he chose not to warn the crew about his observations. Next, the batteries that should have provided backup power to communications, radar and computer systems were found to be discharged, which resulted in all computers in the tower failing after power was lost due to the damaged power line. It took the emergency generator 8 seconds to come online, which is normal. During the short power transient, the batteries should have kept the computers running. Since they didn't, the computers took over 6 minutes to reboot, by which time the aircraft had already crashed. The entire situation was detrimental to the situational awareness of the controller. Lastly, the board noted that while the controller could have spotted the danger visually, there was no official wind shear detection system installed at Durango. This equipment is costly and usually found rather on larger airports than on regional ones. Had it been installed, maybe the condition could have been detected and the crew would have been warned. You see, this accident was full of strange surprises, subpar decisions, and even worse luck. A lot of bad decisions were involved. From
Frost, Edmo. Thanks to sub. Hello, Milwaukee, USA. Milwaukee, Happy Days. Serial killer. What's his name again? Jeffrey Dahmer. Anything else about Milwaukee?
Welcome back.
Jeffrey Dahmer. Anything else about Milwaukee? Anything else? Can you add some nice things to Milwaukee? Red Letter Media. Anything else? They make power tools. Oh, really? Wayne's World. Right. Laverne and Shirley. Oh, no, I've never watched it. Who said Fonzie? Fucking amazing. A Happy Days.
It's time to have a look at the loopy again, specifically this time with the magical shop accessory. Now what this is supposed to do is take a video input, grab a screenshot of it, and then you can put text and little sticker type emoji things over the screenshot and then print it out with a sticker printer. It's not actually working though, or at least not properly, because it just comes up with an error on almost every video signal I put into it, which I think is because I found a video from the Long Island Retro Gaming channel, I think it is called, and he said he's fixed a few of these by replacing all the capacitors. He's got a video of that, which I will link to, so that's what I'm going to do, or at least with the help of someone who's better at soldering than I am, is replace the capacitors in this to hopefully fix it. But I'm going to show you what it does, because almost every video device I have is PAL, including that 360, and it should really only work with NTSC devices, which is half of what my problem is. I've tried it on 2 or 3 devices that should be NTSC, and it doesn't like it, so it's most likely the capacitor issue, but I'm going to show you what it's doing anyway. I like that little startup tune. So now what this should do.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is Jason, host of Fighting Words Financial, and let's talk a little bit about the state of the economy, inflation, and all that stuff I talked about in my last video. I just went through an incredible presentation today with one of the companies that I work with. It's a financial advisory company, so we do get research that we pay for, of course. Now, I don't have permission to share the actual presentation that that I actually but it's all backup, so we do get research that we pay for, of course. Now, I don't have permission to share the actual presentation that that I actually saw, but it's all backed up by data indexes and things like that, and I'm going to talk about that today. I'm going to go through my notes, which is something you haven't seen me do in a while, which is kind of look down my notes. This is going to be very factual. I'm doing this in large part because of a couple of emails that I got, and at least one comment on there saying, on my last video saying that I wasn't feeling the pain of of technology investors. That's not true at all. It's also what's not true is that I don't have a non-diversified portfolio. I have plenty of tech stocks, but I also have plenty of other stocks. Those happen to have softened the blow to some degree with all of this market volatility. But trust me, guys, I'm feeling all of the pain of the technology markets just like you are. It's just that when your time horizon is very, very long, you tend not to be affected by all of these market swings so much, because you realize you have so many more opportunities to be right and to be in the money later on down the road. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on right now in terms of the state of the economy and inflation. I am not a naturally positive person or a naturally upbeat person, even though that's not necessarily reflected in my videos. I am very upbeat on the economy, and that is because of the evidence that's out there. And let's talk about that. Now, guys, if you like this type of content and you want more evidence-based content, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. Please like this video. I always forget to do that in my videos, so I just want to make sure I got that. So let's talk about inflation being past its peak and why that's not really my opinion, why that's probably a fact unless something really changes. So right now, I'm going to go over some of the information that was covered in this presentation, and it starts off with data from the ISM, which is I think it's the Institute of Supply Management. In their last report, they stated that U.S. manufacturing sector remains in a demand-driven, supply chain constrained environment with indications of labor and supplier delivery improvement. Now, let's talk about what that means when they say labor and delivery improvement. Backlogs are clearing as employment is rising, and that suggests some easing of supply chain constraints. The direction of prices should actually follow this with a little bit of a delay, of course. Now, Kathy Wood also noted this in her last podcast, that retail inventories have been increasing since November. Despite all of the complaints from retailers, their inventories have actually been increasing since September. Global shipping rates, which is something that's been on the minds of a lot of people, including me who deal with international shipping, those rates have been decreasing. Q4 2021 rates are down considerably from Q3 2021 rates. Air freight costs are also decreasing. So let's talk about prices paid versus prices received index, which is something that's been on the minds of a lot of people, including me, who have actually been increasing since September. Global shipping rates, which is something that's been on the minds of a lot of people, including me who deal with international shipping, those rates have been decreasing. Q4 2021 rates are down
to this, it's going to look for the video signal. And so now there's currently no video input, but if we turn on the 360, it's going to detect it. And you press A and it'll grab a screenshot. Now, I tested just about all of my video devices, or like old stuff like this, that is composite video, and almost every single one, it just comes up with a video error. But for some reason the 360, it will actually grab, but I think because it's PAL, it's just coming up all grey and distorted like that. But yeah, for basically everything else, it doesn't work at all. And I don't know why it will kind of accept the 360, or why the capacitor issue could potentially affect that. it doesn't really make any sense, but that is currently what it's doing. And then when you do this, it will process the screenshot. And we'll go OK. Okay, so it's going to print that now, even though we didn't put any of like the extra features on it or anything. I just want to see what happens when we print this. Okay, print completed. There we go, we have a very distorted Xbox 360 logo. So going off that video from the Long Island Retro Gaming channel, I'm going to take this apart and then try and get some new capacitors and get my friend to solder it in, and then if that all works, we'll put it back in and see if it works correctly with other devices and not come up with errors and get proper screenshots. I really hope it works. Well, it's been almost 2 months since I did that print from the 360. It took a very long time to get the replacement capacitors, but it's finally done. So this is what the main component on the inside of the cartridge looks like. And then it's got this kind of L adapter to make it actually plug in. So there's all these different capacitors on it. They've all been replaced. Unfortunately, not exactly with 100% the exact same types as the original ones, but as close as I could get. All the voltages are correct. I think one of the microfarads was a little bit higher because I couldn't get one exactly the same, but from what I can tell, it doesn't matter too much if the microfarads is a bit higher. And also, these two capacitors, or 3 capacitors here, I couldn't find any of these solid state types or whatever they're called in the right thing, so they've been replaced with the, that other type of capacitor, whatever they're called. It's still the right specifications, but yeah, hopefully it's all good. Yeah, now that it's actually been done, I can put it back together, and then I really hope that it has fixed it like that guy on the other YouTube video was saying it should fix. So yeah, I'll put it back together and see what happens. So I've got it set up again, and just as a reminder, that's what it looks like when I had the 360 connected to it, all grey and discoloured like that. So that 360 was a PAL 360, and I'm pretty sure this device only properly supports NTSC, which is why I've got the IS Nitro connected to it this time, which should be outputting an NTSC signal. Go to the single thing again. So there's no input at the moment, so we'll turn on the Nitro capture. So now that's a direct feed from the Nitro capture. And I think it has worked. That grabbed a perfectly good screenshot. Okay. I think it actually fixed it. That's amazing. But that is only black and white, which is black and white on the system. Wow. Okay, so there's colour on that screenshot. And no, that's gone to black and white. Why is that? Oh no, it's getting colour. Just that initial screenshot is black and white for some reason. Okay, that's good. Print completed. It worked. That's amazing. That's extremely amazing. I'm so happy that it fixed it. After waiting all that time for the capacitors, it's actually worked. That's incredible. Now, I'll have to cut this, plug some other devices into it, and see if it does work with PAL or not. But that's extremely good. Okay, so now I've got my PAL Wii Mini connected to it. So we'll find out now if it will actually work with PAL or not, which I don't think it will. Go to that, which is a bit more colour. So that's the black and white screenshot that it grabs to start with, and we'll go this and see if it... Okay, so no, it doesn't probably work with PAL, because that's not grabbing the colour out of it. So that's interesting. Okay, one thing I just found quickly is if I change the Wii to 50 Hz and also put it through this PAL to NTSC converter, which also does NTSC to PAL, but through this converter it will capture a screenshot from a PAL device in colour, but you can't really tell so much from the video there probably, but it is quite a bit reduced in image quality. Okay, so the first thing we're going to look at again is the Nitro capture, because that's the only device I've got that natively puts out NTSC. So you just go to this first one, and this is where it puts a direct feed through the output, so that's like just a straight feed through, and you get the sound and everything. Then you press the A button again, and it gets a quick black and white screenshot, and then you go OK, and then that's when it actually renders the screenshot. And you can see there that it's not completely full screen. The Nitro capture does put a black border around its video for whatever reason. So then we go OK. We can then go in here and do some fun editing stuff, like put some text on it. And so that just overlays it on top of the screenshot. And then you can change it to vertical or horizontal. Change the color. So the text color, the outline color, and have a background as well. And the size. And this one you can have it in a border of some sort as well. And if you press the L or R button on the controller, the menu hides so you can see the complete screenshot. And then here you can move it around. And I'm not completely sure what these other menus do here, but that's basically how that works. And then this is the print menu. You can change the number and the size and the brightness and contrast and stuff, but I'm not going to actually print it. So that's how that works overall, and from what I've tested so far, because the Nitro capture is putting out a proper NTSC signal, that should be out, which I'm playing here. Now I have my PAL Super Nintendo plugged in directly, the video adapter connected, which I've had problems before with it, with video signal compatibility with old devices.
considerably from Q3 2021 rates. Air freight costs are also decreasing. So let's talk about prices paid versus prices received indexes. These are both indexes that are tracked by economists. Both the prices paid index and the prices received index across the Federal Reserve's regional survey have begun to retreat over the last couple of months. Let's move on to gas prices and money supply growth. Guys, money supply growth is really, really important if you're one of those folks that's really concerned with inflation, or it's really just important overall, but let's talk about that. Gas prices appear to have peaked, while Fed tapering and unwinding the Fed's balance sheets and interest rate tightening should slow money supply growth even more than it has been so far, and all of those ancillary inflationary impacts from an increasing money supply. Now, according to the Fed, money supply growth, or M2, has in fact decreased in the last quarter worldwide, with the US leading the way with the largest change, but with the rate of change also decreasing and decelerating in the Eurozone, Japan, and China as well. One of the big future indicators of where we're going in terms of inflation is consumer expectations, and there are a number of indexes and research that's done on an ongoing basis. This isn't anything new, folks. Consumer inflation expectations based on research here state that both 1-year and 3-year inflation expectations have begun to become a little more calm in the last 2 months, and those concerns have started to ebb, not just for economists, but for consumers as well. Now, consumers still have some angst and concerns related to really large discretionary purchases, but even those have moderated in the last few months, as reflected by the index. One of the big things that I think about all the time is rental price increases, as I am someone who owns rental properties, but for me, it's also a good indicator if rents start to really increase really high in the area where I live. That's an indicator that people will, the people coming into my businesses might slow down a little bit. Now, rents are expected to continue to increase, but the leading indicator called HPI has now peaked, and the rate of increase has been decreasing for the last 2 months. This leads me to believe, and this leads a lot of economists to believe, and I'm not an economist by the way, that rental expectations to a degree have flattened a little bit. Now, we are expecting rental rents to follow the same trajectory as home price growth for a bit, but remember that there's something else that's being baked into rental increases right now, and that is 2 years of rental increases that naturally should have happened that were artificially depressed by the eviction moratoriums. All right, now those are all the reasons that inflation has started to turn a corner here. Let's talk a little bit about growth in the economy and just a few things that are going on right now. So you can't just talk about manufacturing in our economy. You have to talk about services as well. The services consumption index is growing at all-time high rates right now. Labor demand remains very, very strong, indicating a healthy labor market. Job openings remain at all-time highs, and the demand for qualified labor is continuing to build. This is one of the greatest things I think that's going on, is that wage growth remains on fire here. ECI surged in the latest third quarter data amidst this intensifying labor tightness, and small business compensation plans continue to grow to all-time highs. And I think one of the most telling things about this is that most of that wage growth is actually concentrated in folks who have lower incomes to begin with. Elevated wage growth should continue to be a theme in the next couple of months as we see some of that wage growth get pushed up the income chain. Additionally, the inventory cycle looks like it's going to continue to support production. Demand solidity and inventory restocking amidst this multi-year cyclical disruption and the lows we went through in the supply channel is continuing to have this tailwind with manufacturing activity and demand, and things are looking pretty good. So think about it. Today's supply constraints are really going to equal tomorrow's GDP upside. Inventory rebuilding is going to continue, and it's going to emerge as an outsized contributor to GDP in the coming quarters. That's not necessarily evident today. It did in fact already start to emerge in the latest third quarter data, and the outlook remains really good, asymmetric in fact with respect to inventories, helping to juice that headline growth. Now, this is all directly from the report that we were given in our presentation here, and I don't have permission to recreate that in its entirety, so I'm just kind of giving you guys the highlights here. So here's what to expect over the next couple of months, and it really isn't a question of if at this point, but really a matter of when. There are two important things that are going to go on here. The Fed is going to start to unwind their balance sheet, which means they're going to sell some assets they have on their balance sheet, and additionally, a large proportion of pandemic-era support is going to be drying up in this quarter. That means there's a lot of money that's going to be sucked out of the economy. So based on the latest CBO, or Congressional Budget Office estimates, federal spending in fiscal year 2022 is going to be $5.55 trillion. Now that sounds like a really high number, but it's actually pretty far off the high of last year of $6.85 trillion. That is a whopping $1.3 trillion reduction in spending, and the equivalent of roughly 6% of GDP. This is certainly something that is going to massively reduce inflation. It's also important to note that these figures actually include the massive infrastructure bill that was signed into law, and this actually includes the half of the bill that hasn't been passed yet, which is the Build Back Better plan. So that bill is only going to add roughly $300 to $350 billion a year in spending over the next 10 years, or essentially a third of what we spend on defense annually. Despite all the big numbers that are thrown around and the scare tactics used by media, it really isn't that large of an increase in spending because the bill covers a 10-year period. So the second result, and the one that is most apparent to us as stock investors, is going to be market volatility. Now, I don't mean a market crash. What I mean is that money is going to be in motion, and that presents opportunity. There's going to be a lot of portfolio rebalancing from many institutional investors. Many of these folks have hundreds of billions of dollars under management. I think we should be prepared for massive sector rotation, and we see some of that already going on right now.
Just two more from me. Maris Breedis, the IBF Cruiserweight champion. I don't know if you've seen, but he actually got a tattoo calling you out and then did a rap freestyle. This is someone who's the Cruiserweight champion in boxing. Does that sort of show that the power that you hold in boxing?
I guess so. People begging me for fights, Tommy begging me for fights, this guy, Mario, begging me for fights. It was...
This is Marius.
What? Marius? I seen the tattoo, but I don't know who he is. But someone was like, a world champion got you tattooed. I was like, okay, like I don't know what he wants from me, but a lot of people calling me out constantly, and yeah, I think it's funny.
with the crash in tech stocks. And as investors realize that inflation is peaking, I think we're going to see more of that sector rotation, and especially as supply chain woes start to normalize, and the economy will probably slow a little bit, not into recession by any means, but the insane rate of growth that we're experiencing right now will probably normalize to something more like 2 to 3%, which is healthy growth in the economy. It's not anemic like it has been suggested in the past, but it's going to be healthy growth in the economy. We're already seeing some pretty large outflows from certain sectors. If you're a technology investor, then you've certainly experienced this, and I think that you can expect this to continue for a while. Most of the sectors where money is leaving right now are technology, commodities, energy, tips, and any other sectors that are really benefiting from an inflationary environment. The money is going to go into asset classes that are rate sensitive, at least positively rate sensitive, that are going to benefit from rising interest rates. And these are long bonds, gold, housing, and some other sectors. We're already seeing some of this with pressure on the NASDAQ, of course, and with large price declines in some of the technology market favorites over the last couple of months. I'm feeling the pain just like you guys are. Now, depending on your time horizon, and depending on the kind of investor you are, if you need this money in the next year or so, or you're just not a patient person, or you just have to trade because you think that's something you need to do, this could be a disaster for you. It could appear to be a disaster for you if your time horizon is very short, or you could be like me and you are salivating at what you think represents deep value in technology stocks right now. This is not a repeat of 1999. This is not a repeat of the dot-com bubble. The hottest technology stocks right now, while many of them are not profitable, they actually have real customers, folks. They have growing revenues, and they pathway to profitability, which is something that most of those dot-com stocks lacked. Now, profitability for many of these companies may be a long way off, like a couple of years, or in the case of genomics, 5 to 7 years off, but I am definitely on the side of seeing this sector rotation, through the lens of a long-term investor, and I see a lot of long-term value. Thank you very much, folks. This is just my opinion today. If you like this video, please subscribe. I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments. You can feel free to tell me how wrong you think I am. I'll see you folks next time.
It doesn't really hurt because they don't have teeth, so they can't bite, but they sure can pinch. To tell you the truth, it actually kind of tickles. Being around all these ducks reminded me of one of my favorite stories from Greek mythology, that of Penelope, who in Homer's Odyssey was the wife of the hero Odysseus. When she was born, her father Icarius, a Spartan prince, threw her into the sea to drown because he wanted a son, but a family of ducks rescued her, and seeing this as an omen or a sign from the gods, Icarius named the child Penelope after the Greek word for duck. and raised her as his favorite child. When Penelope reached womanhood, the hero Odysseus asked for her hand in marriage. Although reluctant to part with his daughter, Icarius agreed, and Penelope went with her new husband to his home on the island of Ithaca. Penelope and Odysseus were deeply in love, so it was with great sorrow that Odysseus later left her to fight.
I know this is a long
Children
shot,
lasted 10 years, and
but
it took
that
Odysseus
old
another 10 years
track
to
he
get home.
saw ruins up in these mountains.
To Ithaca. During that time, Penelope received the attention of many suitors. For a while, she put them off by saying that she would consider marriage only after she finished weaving a shroud for her father-in-law, who was grieving over Odysseus' absence. Each day, Penelope would sit weaving the cloth, but at night she would secretly unravel her work. After 3 years, a servant revealed Penelope's secret, and she had to finish the shroud. When her suitors became insistent again, Penelope announced that she would marry the man who could string a bow that Odysseus had left behind and shoot an arrow through the loops on a row of 12 axe heads. Unknown to Penelope, Odysseus had arrived home disguised as a beggar. He wanted to review the situation in his kingdom before revealing his return. The disguised Odysseus won the archery contest and then killed all the suitors. At first, Penelope would not believe that Odysseus was her husband, for the gods had hidden his identity from her. However, Odysseus revealed his true identity by telling Penelope a secret about their marriage that only she knew, that one leg of their bed was made from a still-living olive tree, and the loving couple were finally reunited. Of course, few academics took any of the stories regarding the Trojan War seriously, until Heinrich Schliemann actually discovered the fabled site of the lost city of Troy mentioned in the works of Homer. For much of Western history, claiming foreign ancestry was the key to political legitimacy. From the Roman Empire to the Renaissance, noble families across Europe insisted that they were not related to the populations they ruled. They traced their ancestry back to the illustrious foreign powers, including figures of myth and legend. Among the most popular were the protagonists of the Trojan War. Europeans were familiar with the exploits of the Greek heroes, such as Ajax and Achilles, as recorded in the Iliad. Roman emperors, Germanic warlords, and crusading nobles, however, identified themselves not with the Greek victors of the war, but with the defeated Trojans. While European nationalists today see migrants of the Middle Eastern wars as an existential threat to their homelands, European Roman and medieval elites boasted of their Trojan ancestors, refugees fleeing from the ruins of their Asian home. The most famous of these refugees was Aeneas, the Prince of Troy. Barely mentioned in the Iliad, he became a key figure of Roman myth in the 1st century BC. Romans imagined that the Trojan prince had escaped his city, as it was sacked by the Greeks. Aeneas resettled in Italy, conquered the local people, and became the forefather of Romulus, the founder of Rome. The Roman Republic was by then master of the Mediterranean world, and the story of Aeneas offered justification for its conquest. By conquering the Italian peninsula, it could be argued...
Hey
Rome
everyone,
had
it's
finished
Colin.
Aeneas'
How's
mission.
it going?
By humbling the Greek city-states and Hellenistic kingdoms of the Eastern Mediterranean and Phoenicians, Rome had avenged Troy's fall. The Romans were ruled by Troy, such as it was a defining which leads to centuries when groups of Germanic Aryans wrestled much of Western Europe from the Roman control. Besides seizing territory, Germanic elites led themselves as sons of the Italian soil. They preferred to think that they were of Aryan ancestry, destined to reconquer and reign across the world. The refugees was Romans imagined that the Trojan prince had escaped his city, as it was sacked by the Greeks. Aeneas resettled in Italy, conquered the local people, and became the forefather of Romulus, the founder of Rome. The Roman Republic was by then master of the Mediterranean world, and the story of Aeneas offered justification for its conquest. By conquering the Italian peninsula, it could be argued Rome had finished Aeneas' mission. By humbling the Greek city-states and Hellenistic kingdoms of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Phoenicians, Rome had avenged Troy's fall. The Romans were an intensely patriotic people, but rather than imagine themselves as sons of the Italian soil, they preferred to think that they were of Aryan ancestry, destined to reconquer and reign across the world. The legend of Aeneas was such a powerful ideological tool that Julius Caesar and his adopted son Augustus claimed that their genealogy proved direct descent from Aeneas. The poet Virgil immortalized their claims in the Aeneid, an epic poem about Aeneas' journey from Troy to Rome, and Caesar and Augustus transformed the Roman Republic into an empire ruled by a single dynasty, smoothing the transition by conflating Rome's Trojan heritage with their own family tree. This was effective for a while, until the 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries, when groups of Germanic Aryans wrestled much of Western Europe from the Roman control. Besides seizing territory, Germanic elites also used the symbols of Roman authority, including claims of Trojan origins and symbols used in ancient Troy, such as the swastika, which the Aryan tribes also historically revered. For most ancient Greeks, the Trojan War was much more than just a myth. It was a defining moment in their distant past. According to Herodotus, the writer from the 5th century BC, considered the father of history, it was generally assumed to have been a real event. And while it is true that Herodotus sometimes exaggerates for effect, his accounts have consistently been found to be more or less reliable. The name Troy refers both to a place in legend and a real-life archaeological site. In legend, Troy is a city that was besieged for 10 years and eventually conquered by a Greek army led by King Agamemnon. The reason for the wars was, according to Homer's Iliad, the abduction of Helen, a queen from Sparta, by Paris, the son of Troy's king Priam. In some non-literal but deeper, hidden, or occult interpretations of the myth, Helen of Troy is linked to Lilith as the personification of death, but not in the physical context. In the mystery schools, death has a different spiritual meaning, as set forth in the Zohar, for example, concerning certain interpretations of the consequences brought about by the apple in the Garden of Eden story. Throughout the Iliad, the gods constantly intervene in support of characters on both sides of the conflict. Troy also refers to a real ancient city located on the northwest coast of Turkey, which, since antiquity, has been identified by many as being the Troy discussed in legend. Whether the Trojan War actually took place, and whether the site in northwest Turkey is the same Troy, is still a matter of debate. According to legend, the Trojan War took place near the end of the Bronze Age, probably before 1200 BC, possibly around the time that the Mycenaean civilization flourished in Greece. According to Heinrich Schliemann, who conducted a series of excavations in modern-day Turkey in the 1870s, the city of Troy goes back at least 2,700 years, backed by treasures he discovered and claimed to be from King Priam. While there's no doubt that Schliemann did find golden artifacts, ancient swastikas, and real remnants from an ancient city in Anatolia located where Troy was said to have once stood, it is still questionable if this was the same Troy spoken about in Greek mythology or another city built upon it centuries later. The earliest account for this war comes from Homer, who lived around the 8th century BC, several centuries after the event took place, and doesn't appear to have been written down until even later, likely during the 6th century BC. Homer's Iliad is an ancient Greek epic poem set in the 10th year of the siege against Troy. A number of key events happen in the poem, including a duel between the king of Sparta and husband of Helen against Paris, with the winner supposed to receive Helen as a prize, ending the war. However, the gods intervene to break up the duel before it's finished, and the war continues. Contrary to popular belief, the Iliad does not end with the destruction of Troy, but with a temporary truce after which the fighting presumably continues. Another work attributed to Homer is the Odyssey, set after the destruction of the city, referencing how the Greeks took Troy using the famous Trojan horse, a wooden structure concealing warriors within it. The city, immortalized by Homer's poems and allegedly discovered by Heinrich Schliemann, seems to be located on an archaeological site that shows that it was inhabited going back at least 5,000 years, not to mention other nearby sites, such as Göbekli Tepe, that date back twice as far. After one city was destroyed, a new city would be built on top of it, creating a human-made mound called a tell. According to researchers from the University of Amsterdam, there is not one single Troy, there are at least 10, lying in layers on top of each other. So while Schliemann's 17-year-old Greek wife, Sophia, looked very impressive, adorned in all that ancient gold and treasures he discovered, there still remains doubt if he dug down deep enough to reach the actual Troy spoken about in myth, and not another city built upon it at a later date. The same could be said about the famous funeral mask of Agamemnon that he discovered in 1876, with no real indication it actually belonged to the Mycenaean king Agamemnon, leader of the Greeks in Homer's Iliad, despite the fact that it was made of gold and was found at the site of Mycenae. That said, let's take a closer look at the mythology from another perspective. If you study the Iliad closely, you'll discover that the shields of the leaders of the Greek armies at the siege of Troy were painted with lions or serpents, while the Trojan defenders also had lions or eagles on their shields. The Iliad also describes a huge eagle as appearing over the contending armies at the siege of Troy. What do these symbols mean? According to Josephus in his Antiquities of the Jews, the Spartan king Arios sent an embassy to the Jewish high priest acknowledging that the Jews and Spartans were racially akin, both having descended from Abraham. It's also interesting to note that the seal on the letter from Sparta showed an eagle holding a serpent, a symbol we see in other places, which I will get to in a future video. As for the Trojan lion, this is also a biblically referenced symbol we find in Genesis. So were some of the ancient Greeks and Trojans related to each other? I recently made a video about lion symbology, which I will leave a link to in the description. In the Greek legends, we find that Dardanus, son of Zeus and Electra, was the founder of Dardanus in Troad, named after himself. Troad was a region in Anatolia, and according to the Encyclopedia Britannica, Dardanus became the founder of the royal house of Troy, his original home being Arcadia, which was located in the Peloponnese. Peloponnese is the region of Greece where the Spartans were from. So where did Dardanus come from? I'll get to that shortly. According to the 9th century British historian and Welsh monk Nennius, who authored The History of the Britons, about the ancient history of the indigenous British folk, a group of people under the leadership of Brutus, from whom Britain took its name, invaded England some 1100 years before the time of Jesus, or over 3,000 years ago, and set up a dynasty of British kings. The legends and histories of the ancient world trace Brutus and his people back to Italy, and through his ancestors, back to ancient Troy. Keep in mind, this was a time of major upheaval and earth changes in the area which affected the entire Mediterranean. Many scholars attribute this time as coinciding with what is recorded in the Bible as the time of Exodus. Hecataeus of Abdera, a 4th century BC Greek historian, states that, quote, "Now the Egyptians say that also after these events, a great number of colonies were spread from Egypt all over the inhabited world. They say also that those who set forth with Danus, likewise from Egypt, settled what is practically the oldest city of Greece, Argos," end quote. Some scholars link Dardanus with Darda of the Bible, the son of Zara and grandson of Judah. The Athenians believe that they themselves were colonists from Sais in Egypt, according to Diodorus of Sicily, the ancient Greek historian and author of Bibliotheca Historica from around 60 BC. That said, according to the Egyptians, via Plato, the ancient Egyptian priests of Sais said that both Sais in Egypt and Athens of Greece were founded by the same patron goddess Athena, or Neith, to the Egyptians. So it becomes interesting once we make the connection between Egypt, Greece, Italy, ancient Anatolia, or Troy, and Northern Europe, or Britain. In my last video, we talked about the Etruscans, the civilization that predated the Roman Empire in Italy, who did not call themselves Etruscan, which comes from Etruria or Tuscana, the Roman name of their homeland. Etruscans called themselves Rasenna or Rosna, or later Rutuli, all of which come to mean red, or the red ones. We know the Etruscans depicted themselves painted red, and even with blonde hair, used red ochre to color their skin red, much like another ancient Mediterranean civilization from the island of Crete, the Minoans, which is also not what they called themselves, as Minoan comes from Minotaur, which translated means bull of Minos. That said, the Minoans, like the Etruscans, also painted their white skin with red ochre, and like the Etruscans, worshipped the goddess and revered the serpent. The ancient Egyptian pharaohs also depicted themselves as red, applying red ochre to their skin and mummies, as depicted in their art, along with the serpent. Which brings us to the Phoenicians, a maritime civilization of the ancient Mediterranean who are considered Canaanites, and were called Phoenicians by the Greek, from the Greek word phynos, meaning red. Also, in a recent video, I talked about the Vikings, Eric the Red, and I said that his name was likely due to his red beard, which may or may not have been his natural hair color, but I used I also previously covered the red-skin Indians of the New World, who painted their white skin red and also used swastikas and serpent symbolism. So it seems that there was an ancient seafaring civilization from the Americas to the Mediterranean to Northern Europe and other places, but I'm running out of time, who revered the goddess in their religion, which today is called pagan, as well as snakes or serpent symbology, which today is vilified as evil and are associated with the color red, which is also the color attributed to the tribe of Dan, whose unique symbol is, you guessed it, the snake. Of course, this story is much older than the Bible, as Plato said while alluding to the colors of Atlantis, and I quote from Critias, "The stone which was used in the work they quarried from underneath the center island, and from underneath the zones, on the outer as well as the inner side. One kind was white, another black, and a third red." It's interesting that the flag of Egypt consists of these same three Atlantean colors, of red, white, and black, with an eagle, which in pagan times represented Zeus, the planet Jupiter, that has a 12-year orbit around the sun, which is why the zodiac on our modern calendar is based on 12, which was extended to 12 by the ancient Romans, when Emperor Augustus added July for Julius Caesar, and August, named after himself, the ancient Roman eagle being their emblem, the same emblem as nationalist Germany that rejected the out-of-Africa theory in favor for research into origins from Atlantis, and whose flag, which I'm not permitted to show here, used the same swastika as found in Troy or Greece and other places, and whose flag also used black, white, and red. The Phrygians were an ancient Indo-European or Aryan people who during classical antiquity lived in Western Anatolia, or the Balkans, and more specifically, today's Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Eastern Germany, Albania, and Western Ukraine. Herodotus states that according to the Macedonians, they migrated into Anatolia probably between 1200 BC and 800 BC due to the Bronze Age collapse, particularly the fall of the Hittite Empire. The state of Phrygia rose in the 8th century BC in modern Turkey, passed successively into the Persian Empire of Cyrus the Great, then the Empire of Alexander and his successors, and eventually became part of the Roman Empire. Herodotus also states that it was acknowledged by the Egyptians that the Phrygians were a nation older than the Egyptians. Josephus claimed that the Phrygians were founded by the biblical figure Togarmah, grandson of Japheth, from who the ancient Aryans are said to be descended from. The Phrygian language is now extinct, but their cultural influence and identity can be recognized in ancient art. In classical Greek iconography, Paris, the son of King Priam of Troy, is represented as non-Greek by his Phrygian cap, and according to the Iliad, the Phrygians were Trojan allies during the Trojan War. It was worn also by Mithras, the Indo-Iranian or Aryan deity, which gave rise to a mystery cult in the Roman world whose cap has a soft conical shape. The Amazons, the tribe of women warriors of mythology, are also associated with the Phrygian cap, which incidentally is where the Amazigh, the Caucasian tribes of northern Africa around Mount Atlas, get their name. They're more commonly referred to as Berbers, but that's a derogatory term which comes from barbarians, who also were associated with the cap. The Scythians, another Aryan tribe, were also depicted wearing the Phrygian headgear, as well as the Thracians, most notably Bendis, the Thracian goddess of the moon and the hunt. It survived into modern imagery as the Liberty Cap of the American and French revolutionaries, which came to signify freedom and the pursuit of liberty. But the Phrygian caps did not originally function as liberty caps. The original cap of liberty was the Roman pallius, the felt cap of emancipated slaves of ancient Rome. I'll go into this in more detail in an upcoming video on Spartacus, a Thracian gladiator that escaped slavery and led an uprising against the Roman Republic. In the 4th century BC, the early Hellenistic period, the Phrygian cap was associated with Attis, of Greek mythology, whose priests were eunuchs. This cult started with the deity Agdistis, who had both male and female attributes. As the story goes, the Olympian gods cut off the male organ and cast it away, but I'll leave this myth to a future video as well. Conical hats have also been attributed to witchcraft and forms of divination, with some very ancient ones made of gold thought to contain astronomical and calendrical symbols used in ancient rituals and prophecy. Early Christian art depicts the three wise men, the Magi, where we get the term magician, as wearing the Phrygian cap, who were experts in the art of astrology and magic. The cap also appears in depictions of the legendary King Midas, who had the magic Midas touch, turning anything he touched into gold. This brings us to an interesting discovery made recently of a large, inscribed stone found by a Turkish farmer while dredging an irrigation canal that has led to the uncovering of an ancient city belonging to a king rumored to have defeated King Midas, the mythical Greek ruler. The stone was extracted using the farmer's tractor and transported to a Turkish museum for cleaning, photographing, and translation. Scholars from the Oriental Institute translated the hieroglyphic markings written in Luwian, one of the oldest branches of Indo-European languages native to the Turkish region, and read by alternating between right to left and left to right. Markings indicated that the messages came from a king named Hartapu towards the end of the 8th century BC, the same time as Midas' mythical rule, and boasted of defeating the golden-handed king of Phrygia. So it's possible that Midas is based on a real 8th century king. King Hartapu likely ruled the area surrounding the ancient city that would have covered an expanse of around 300 acres at its peak, making it one of the largest cities of the Bronze and Iron Age in Turkey. Today, a large earthen mound covers what archaeologists believe was a large empire 3,000 years ago. The lead archaeologist said, quote, "Inside this mound are going to be palaces, monuments, and houses. This is a marvelous, incredibly lucky find. Excavations are planned for this summer." In another recent video, I discussed the esoteric meaning of the double-headed eagle, and while I could have gone much deeper into its occult significance, I should have also emphasized that its earliest appearance is also in Anatolia, or modern Turkey, in what was part of the Hittite Empire, one of the earliest, if not the earliest, Aryan offshoot from the original Proto-Indo-Europeans. Another local attraction, which may technically be regarded as in Armenia, is Mount Ararat, the biblical mountain that Noah allegedly settled on after the Great Deluge, part of the Caucasus Mountains, where we get the term Caucasian from, and where many occult authors, secret societies, and pre-World War II archaeologists claim some of the survivors from Atlantis settled after the demise of their legendary homeland. The Canary Islands are located just off the coast of Africa, in the Atlantic, about 62 miles west of Morocco, in a region known as Macronesia. The largest of the 8 main islands is called Tenerife, with about a half a dozen other smaller islands that make up the archipelago. In ancient times, the island chain was often referred to as the Fortunate Islands, and historically have been considered a bridge in the Atlantic Ocean between the 4 continents, Africa, North America, South America, and Europe. The Canaries, as they're informally called, have a population of just over 2 million inhabitants, with almost half living on Tenerife, which sees about 5 million tourists a year, one of the most important tourist destinations in Spain, of which it's technically a part of since 1496, when the island was officially conquered. The Aboriginal inhabitants were called Guanches, which literally means person of Tenerife, and they were fierce fighters, handing the Spanish forces and their European allies a crushing defeat in their first major battle in 1494. That said, many of the natives died from new European infectious diseases, such as the flu and probably smallpox, to which they lacked resistance and immunity, with many of the surviving women intermarrying with the colonists as they were regarded as extremely beautiful, attractive, and desirable. Genetically speaking, the native Aboriginal population were most similar to the native Berbers of North Africa, who called themselves Amazigh, confirmed by data from genome-wide testing in 2017. They were tall, fair-skinned, with much of the population being blonde or redheaded, which can be attested to not only through DNA, but by the mummies they left by their ruling class. Population demographics change, and the ethnic makeup you see somewhere today, such as in North Africa, for example, is different than it was in the past, especially over centuries or millennia. The native population of North Africa, which should probably be named South Mediterranean instead, consists of people who, prior to Islamification, slave trades, and migrations, were genetically closest to certain Europeans, such as the ancient Basque, who lived between Spain and France, who also shared genetic affinities to the fair-skinned mummies of Tenerife. This week, it was reported that in addition to the mummies that were found on the island, a collective burial has been discovered by drone. We are in a burial cave in the cemetery of the ancient Canary Islands. It is a collective burial. They regularly use these ancient caves to bury their dead. We're talking about a human collective, a burial that represents the entire community. We have men and we have women of different ages represented, including many children. In addition to the skeletal remains that we are finding, we also find the remains of the wraps with which they are buried with. In this location, we have deposits, a minimum number of 65 individuals. The site is unique, special, as it teaches us about the past, reminds us about our identity and who we are. The human remains on the Canary Islands are in exceptional condition, and most importantly, shows human collaboration. It is imperative that we continue to invite people who want to participate and provide archaeological assistance, paying special attention to conservation. And so it is important for people to participate, collaborate, and feel that it is all about our responsibility to conserve our heritage, to protect it, in addition to learning from it. The Guanches were the last known Caucasian-type people still living in the Stone Age when they were conquered by the Spanish, as the island had no metal, and the Guanches had no boats. In fact, they seemed to have a distinct fear of the water, and lived on Tenerife only, not even traveling to other islands in the archipelago. That said, DNA sequencing of Cro-Magnon types conclude that they were genetically identical to certain modern European demographics. Would you like to guess which ones? The museum on Tenerife boasts the largest collection of Cro-Magnon skulls anywhere in the world, and the Guanches, the original natives of the Canary Islands, were direct descendants of Cro-Magnon, which in my book, Species with Amnesia, I explained is the origin of Rh-negative blood type, which incidentally is not a mutation. I'll include a link in the description to a video I did on this subject, which covers it in a bit more detail. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon, as well as through various other major book outlets. They make a great gift.
I said this to a guy recently on the plane. He's the alligator wrestler. His big finale is putting his head in an alligator's mouth. Well, let me. I said this to a guy recently on the plane. He's an alligator wrestler. His big finale is putting his head in an alligator's mouth. Well, let me back up. His big finale was putting his head in an alligator's mouth into a fatal accident. And I asked him, what does he think the mistake was that he made? He said, well, he forgot to wipe the sweat off his brow because the alligator's mouth is so sensitive to any foreign substance that hits the tongue and makes the alligator gag and shuts his mouth quickly. And that's what he felt the mistake was he made. So I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it slowly. He felt the mistake he made before putting his head in the alligator's mouth was that he forgot to wipe the sweat off his brow because the alligator's mouth is so sensitive. So any foreign substance like sweat or stupidity or human head. But that just showed me that there's crazy people all over the country. You know, I thought it was just limited to my family, but there's crazy, right? But there's crazy people everywhere. In fact, if you can't think of the crazy person in your house, it's probably you. Because I have 3 generations of crazy in my family. To show you how dysfunctional my family is, I was on the comedy contest on television once, and I lost. Thank you. Thank you for your support. And every night they rerun the episode, and when they do them, family will still watch it, still thinking I have a chance to win. My grandmother would call me, I thought you had them this time, baby. I think you keep losing because you keep telling the same jokes. I love my grandmother. My grandmother is 93. Yep. She always thinks someone's trying to break in the house. Every 5 minutes, I see a shadow. Put the gun down. Well, I see a shadow, baby. I know you do. You get cataracts. Oh, yeah, I forgot cataracts or no cataracts. When cataracts or no cataracts, you still got to protect yourself. Like my late husband always said. Well, whatever it was, he always said it. I miss him. We did everything together. We was married for, let me see, Lincoln Freed to Slaves in 1862. Chubba Checker came out the twist in 60. We always said it. Cataracts, no cataracts, you still got to protect yourself. Like my late husband always said. Well, whatever it was, he always said it. I miss him. We did everything together. We was married for, let me see, Lincoln Freed together. We was married for, let me see, Lincoln Freed to Slaves in 1862. Chubba Checker came out the twist in 62. Chubba Checker came out the twist in 60. We was married for 2 years. That's the only way my grandmother can remember anything. She always has to start with the emancipation of the slaves. It could be simple things like going to the grocery store. Grandma, you need anything at the grocery store? Do I need anything at the grocery store? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Lincoln Freed the Slave. 62. Chubba Checker came out with. I went to the grocery store on Wednesday. No, I'm good.
This is, without a doubt, one of the best news stories I have heard in a very long time. Hello, my friends, and welcome to the Electric Viking. Fantastic to have you here on the channel. Welcome to all the new subscribers. Unreal to have you here. Welcome back to everyone else. 2022, boy, it's going to be fantastic. And if you're the channel in 2022, I'll put a link in the description below to our Patreon account. A big shout out, big thank you to our Patreon supporters. You really do make a huge difference to this channel being what it is. Now, Shell has just turned a gas station EV charging station. Now, this is the beginning of what will be a very common occurrence within the next few years. I think within the next probably 10 years, probably half of the petrol stations, gas stations that we see around the planet in the West, in China, will have been converted to electric stations. Yep, they're going to change them to electric stations. That's what petrol station business in a big electric vehicle charging point, kilowatt DC, along with 8 panels on the roof, and honestly, a lot of. Now, this new electric station, what are we going to call them? We call gas stations.
The appearance of Teamster leader Jimmy Hoffa back in 1975 has never been solved. The FBI believes Hoffa was murdered by mobsters, but the trigger man. Tonight we hear from a man who says he's the one who pulled the trigger, even though he and Hoffa were close friends. Yeah, Team's George Knapp here with an exclusive detail on that.
Well, David Paula, mafia hitman Frank Sheeran had a euphemism for murder. Whenever he killed someone, he said they went to Australia, meaning down under the ground. The murder of Hoffa was likely related to what the mob was doing with millions of Teamster dollars here in Las Vegas. Tonight, Frank Sheeran speaks from the grave about how Jimmy Hoffa died.
And I was not then guilty, nor am I guilty now.
When he emerged from prison in the 1970s, former Teamster President Jimmy Hoffa announced he wanted his job back, even though he'd been warned by mafia associates to back off. The mob was concerned that Hoffa might reveal the connection between Teamster loans to Las Vegas casinos and the cash being skimmed from those casinos. Hoffa had to go. On the last day of his life, hours before he was killed, Hoffa placed a frantic call to Las Vegas. This FBI telex shows he phoned the Dunes Hotel to speak to his lawyer, Morris Schenker, who'd bought into the Dunes with a Teamster loan of his own. Just a few weeks earlier, Hoffa had visited Las Vegas to meet with Schenker face-to-face, and with casino owner Mo Dalis, another recipient of Teamster money. Hoffa finally agreed to a sit-down with his mafia nemesis Tony Provenzano, presumably to work out their differences. They were to meet at the Red Fox restaurant in suburban Detroit. Hoffa insisted that his trusted muscle, Frank the Irishman Sheeran, be there to back him up. In mob slang, Sheeran painted houses. That is, he killed people. 25 to 30 hits in all, most carried out at the orders of mafia kingpin Russell Buffalino.
If a guy's going to talk about that, you're going to do something, you're going to say, I'm going to wipe this guy out like that. Take your in a house, you know.
Late in his life, as he was dying of cancer, Frank Sheeran finally told the story about Hoffa's murder to his longtime lawyer, Charles Brandt, who's written a book, I Heard You Paint Houses. During the last 31 years, there have been others who claim knowledge of what happened to Hoffa. Sheeran appears to be the real deal.
So they selected Sheeran for the hit. And Sheeran said to me, you don't say no. You don't say no to Russell Buffalino about anything. If I said no to Russell, Jimmy would have been just as dead, and I'd have gone to Australia with him. And so he was in a position where he had to do it, or he'd have been killed.
It took years before Sheeran told his lawyer everything about the Hoffa hit. Sheeran had already been mentioned as a possible suspect in a few Hoffa books. He told Brandt he wanted to tell the truth about that day.
Gave me chills. I'm looking at him, and I go, he killed Hoffa.
In recorded interviews, Sheeran slowly filled in the blanks. He and Brandt retraced the events, starting at the restaurant. Sheeran said he was one of 3 men who arrived in this car to pick up Hoffa, who got into the back seat. The meeting had been moved to a house, they told Hoffa, this house on Beaverland Street, a short distance away. Hoffa walked into the house with Sheeran behind him, and Sheeran put 2 bullets into the back of Hoffa's head. You were the shooter. There's plenty to corroborate Sheeran's story. For one thing, Hoffa was cautious. He wouldn't have climbed into the car unless someone he knew was there, someone like Sheeran. From the beginning, the FBI considered Sheeran a prime suspect. Agents have tried everything to get him to talk. When they first searched the car, police dogs detected Hoffa's scent in the back seat, just where Sheeran said Hoffa sat. Agents also found a human hair, but it wasn't until 25 years later that DNA testing confirmed it was Hoffa's hair. As a young prosecutor, Las Vegas attorney Stan Hunterton wrote and defended the motion that allowed the government to seize the car and preserve the evidence. He thinks Sheeran's confession rings true.
I believe that Hoffa was lured into the car, which we seized. There had to be somebody, and perhaps more than one person, in the car that he trusted. He had to be killed quickly, which means fairly nearby, and that's also consistent with Sheeran's confession.
In 2003, days away from dying, Sheeran gave Brandt the okay to go forward with the book. Brandt believes the hitman was trying to reconcile for murdering his friend Jimmy Hoffa.
He's the best man I ever knew.
If Frank Sheeran killed Hoffa and it looks that way, what happened to the body? Turns out the trail leads here to Las Vegas. The answer tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. Charles Brandt, the author of the book about Sheeran, is holding a book signing tomorrow night at 7 at the Reading Room at Mandalay Bay, and we have some links on our website if you want more information. That's lasvegasnow.com.
Any other suspect who might fit that bill, though?
No one's even close, really. There's one.
going. I've done my fair share of retro computer repairs, but this high-performance Mac from 1989 proved to be the most daunting one yet. Clearly the machine filthy, and at some point it's vintage, but I was happy disassembling the machine would make cleaning and evaluate efficiency. This carried into this. The power supply sockets directly into the motherboard and simply lifts out. The hard and floppy drives sit in a carrier with a single carrier away. And that revealed a new level of dirt, even worse than the exterior. The motherboard was covered in grime and dead bugs, as was the inside of the top cover. And here's where a lot of it came from. Some shredded fiberglass insulation suggests that rodents had used the inside of this machine as a nest for a while. They likely got in through this open expansion card slot in the back. Look carefully and you can see how they even chewed the plastic at the bottom of the opening. My optimism for being able to restore this machine was waning. But I pressed on. I disconnected and unlatched the speaker from the front of the case. It was just as dirty as the rest. I took the chassis out to the garage to vacuum the inside, along with the speaker bracket and top cover. The motherboard is just as easy to remove as the other components. It simply slides forward a bit and lifts out. The speaker is press-fit into its plastic bracket and was easy to separate. I turned my attention to the drive carrier next. I disconnected the power and ribbon cables from the drives, then unclipped the hard drive's mounting bracket and pulled it out. The grime was pretty bad here, too. I don't think there's a single part of this machine that didn't get dirty in some way.
GTA 4 as a game completely overshadowed by Behemoth, the Grand Theft Auto 5. Community loyal to the game. Naturally, as time goes on, revolving community shrinks, and by now in 2020, it's pretty. Why I was so surprised. GTA 4 as a game completely overshadowed by the behemoth that is Grand Theft Auto 5. Though there's always been community loyal to the game. Naturally, as time goes on, the ever-evolving community shrinks, and by now in 2020, it's pretty small. That's why I was so surprised when this happened.
For some weeks, there's been a new challenge to GTA 4, the Ivy Flower Pot Challenge.
Hello, I want to take the plan. Thank you very much.
Now, we gotta get all the way to the Urbana Casino.
Which this can sound on the surface, but
This is harder than it looks, man. Sheesh.
What you're seeing is the hashtag Ivy Flower Pot Challenge, where players have the task of taking a flower pot from one side of Liberty City to the other, as fast as possible and with 6 stars. There's a link to the original video in the description. I released this back in October 2 months ago, and I promised you I had no idea off like it did. I was even saying this in DMs. We'll go over 30 videos in response, including attempts by Wherever 57010, BLG, and Niktos. This meant the challenge has been seen by thousands, including the man himself, the very person and Evans. Oh, and Zachbox watched it too, which is pretty cool. As you all know, I have tried and I've failed at the flower pot challenge, but today I have a chance to learn from all of you, and in part 3 I will give it one last shot. Right here in this playlist is every single video uploaded in response to the challenge, which you can find a link to in the description. Some people failed, some people succeeded, and others just created really entertaining videos. Watch.
if you don't know what you do is take this flower pot in the Broker Hospital and bring it all the way to the Alderney Abandoned Casino.
This first video is full of some useful ass information, all of which to help you beat the flower pot challenge.
And then give yourself like 3 or less stars in the way back of the hospital so that the SWAT vans don't spawn, and then the cop will inevitably go to the back of the hospital. Go ahead and run in front of the doors. Give yourself the rest of the 6 stars.
That first tip has already taught me how I can manipulate cop spawns, and the Sun Mall is just the same method.
I guess disarm people.
Bioshock lists off which ones you can use.
So make sure you angle your vehicle a lot more to the side when you're going up the staircase.
As soon as I heard this, I thought about the thumbnail of a video uploaded by someone called Suddenly the Vehicle Begins Bouncing. You tell me Rockstar didn't anticipate us doing this? Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that? Dio skids onto the main road and God or someone, maybe Leslie Benzies, tries yoinking him into the sky.
Weasel News.
Breaking news.
The SCPD has dispatched elite news teams throughout all areas as Liberty City is gripped by the biggest crime of history. An unidentified
The video he created for the challenge. I don't want to show too much as I would prefer you go and watch it yourself. Visit the description for all the videos that I particularly recommend. One thing though, he did attempt to throw the flower pot into a boat, like Rob was trying in part 1, and if he could pull this off, you should be able to avoid a lot of risk that players in the city have to deal with. But of course it doesn't go to plan.
I could already smell victory. Drop the flower pot, kick that bitch out of there, and when I backed up, I got killed.
I've been a viewer of Wherever for many years now, so it's really cool to see him try my challenge. And in the video, he actually came super close to making a world record. It started off with a lucky bobcat spawn. He drove up Algonquin Bridge and then down the other side, but accidentally launched the pile too. Retrieving the flower cost him about 40 seconds. Back a minute later, he was on Hickey Bridge, where he ran through the roadblock safely. It was looking really promising for him until he made one bad decision. Left or right? He chose left, then chaos ensued. BLG came in with an attempt on the Xbox 360. He decided to take Algonquin Bridge on foot and spent a solid couple minutes running across it. Taking the first right, he makes his way north, soon come through Middle Park. The new squad blocking access to Alderney had been finessed, so BLG made his way across no problem. But the helicopters on the other hand definitely were a problem, and he barged into a newsstand for cover. The shopkeeper didn't appreciate it very much. Despite the dangers of an on-foot run, he'd completed the objective in one piece, and Nico was ecstatic.
Hooray.
John Anthony HD. If you know this guy, then you know he's like the running man of DC, I guess you could say.
Okay, so I'm gonna map out my little strategy. We're gonna come out here, we're gonna go down the street, and I'm gonna try to make my way up to this bridge, right?
We've not actually seen this bridge used yet, so let's see how it is.
I've not been shot yet, so it's actually, we're doing really good. Oh shit, that civilian just got shot. He just shot that guy. He can't run. I literally stopped for 10 seconds. Oh, Playboy, why you jumping like that? Why you jumping like that, bro?
The jump glitch you just saw, by the way, is extremely common when holding an object. In fact, John wasn't the only one to notice it.
Okay, alright, so we can't jump with the plant, that's something we just learned.
No.
One major annoyance in the challenge is that for some reason, 90% of the time when you jump with the pod being held, it makes you do this useless animation which stops you dead in your tracks. Right here, I got it 3 times in a row.
Oh shit! Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Run. I'm so dead. Ugh.
But anyways, he got on with his second attempt and tried Algonquin Bridge, which we know is much safer.
I think there is a train. Oh, we gotta take that route. The bottom. Oh, we can get on. Oh fuck. Can I jump? I can jump. Jump, Nico. Oh my god. Oh, go get up, motherfucker. Oh shit, they came down here. What's that shit? Cops are coming down here. Run, Nico. Oh, Nico just cursed him out in some kind of language.
John traveled through the subway tunnels and eventually made his exit, only to be ambushed by Paul Blart himself.
Alright, we're gonna go. Oh shit, that scared the shit out of me. Fuck you, cop. Get out of my way, asshole.
Through Middle Park and then north in Algonquin, the bridge to Alderney was right there. It took him minutes to catch his breath.
We could go in Burger Shot, hold it down for a second. We gotta hold it down for a little bit. Fuck. Holding it down for a second. They're gonna surround me soon. Oh fuck, I'm getting shot. This is not a...
And then his game crashed. There's also a part 2, which I have linked below. It's funny as fuck.
Oh, and hey, if you were to try this challenge, I should let you know that it's not against the rules to pick up health, armor, weapons, whatever, along the way, after the challenge has begun. So you lied to me, Rob. Rob lied to me.
I was happy to see Nikito's get the challenger shot, and he aced it on foot. Of course, Algonquin Bridge. Then he moved up north past the church. He took on the Alderney roadblock, no problem. I made it to the abandoned casino before the textures could even load in. My god, this bridge is popular. Joshua took the first right upon arrival and was quickly getting surrounded by police.
Let's go. There's a fat cop right there in front of me. He should be okay though. Nope, he's got a pistol. Oh, this is gonna fuck me. I'm gonna get fucked. Oh fuck. If I actually make it through this, I would be impressed. Oh no! No, I tried to jump! No!
So yeah, Nico's face says it all. We saw some innovation on run 2 when he decided to take an underground route to head northwards.
Actually, this might give us somewhat of an advantage, because now the helicopter can't see us. Maybe I'm really reevaluating the whole idea of having a ragdoll shit when I get shot. Although, okay, yep, everyone, fantastic.
But the new path wasn't met with overwhelmingly positive reviews. In fact, Joshua was clearly having a rough time, even after trying this challenge for over an hour.
Yep, there we go. You get here and then you're just dead. Dead. Jump, don't get hit. No! We made it so far. Because I'm already at, like, yep, there we go. Okay, alright, well, we lost this one. Yep, I'm dead. 100%. So this is gonna be the final run, regardless of how far we get, regardless of, you know, if we make it or not. But let's go.
I won't spoil the last run for you. Again, it's another entertaining video, which I have linked below, so I want to give it a watch. Dougie Doo comes out of nowhere with a badass cinematic. His channel is full of stuff like this too. Similar to John Anthony, he jumps onto the tracks from the highway. He takes the tunnels all the way to Northlands, right into the line of sight of some FIB agents. This is probably the hardest part of the challenge, so he grabs some body armor and then takes on the bridge. As the police station ends, he's ambushed once again. He slips away from the cops, beating the challenge. Not just for Nico, but Chop too. Brings a tear to my eye. The story of It's Clank Andre is a beautiful one. It starts with blissful ignorance in video 1. I mean, how could he not know this is by far the worst criminal offense one can commit in Liberty City? The 6-star wanted level surprises him, and eventually the pressure destroys him. In video 2 has some big dick energy. Andre makes his way back for another attempt, and you just know his confidence is sky high. He holds up the entire hospital and yoinks the flower pot, though it ends in failure once again. So by video number 3, Andre tried something much different. The mainframe has officially been hacked. What you're seeing here is an actual mod for the flower pot challenge that he created. In this video, he demonstrates how it should be used for my challenge. However, users of this mod can create their own version with a new object, starting point, and ending point. Now as he takes the flower pot, the police are automatically on him like vultures. He takes the right side of Algonquin Bridge and then soon the subway. After a lot of careful waiting in the projects, he rushes Hickey Bridge, where he's shot to the ground, almost killed. Andre wraps around and makes a second attempt while a news team is searching for him below. He's pretty banged up, but he's not far from the finish line. In the end, not even the helicopters could stop him. This was a well-deserved win. Thank you for creating a mod for the challenge. If anyone would like to use it, I have it linked in the description.
I think a lot of people already know this, but there is a video called Can You Take a Flower Pot Across the Map in GT4? I tried it out, thought it's going to be a little bit, you know, easy.
On paper, it does seem like a very straightforward challenge, but clearly it surprised some people, not just King the Sun either.
My first try was basically to get a pickup ready to put the plant in the back, so I could easily just drive to the place. Fuck. Is this a bucket? Yes, it's a bucket. Okay, throw the potted plant in the back. No, Nico, put it in the back. As a clarification, I did forgot that you can actually press E to drop the potted plant, and I decided to try for a little bit longer to throw it into the back of the truck, which then led into this. Oh, Jesus Christus, I see so many people. Run, Nico, just fucking run. Fuck the bucket, Nico.
But despite the difficulties of this challenge, he'd soon be inches away from victory. But one small mistake killed his run right at the end.
Oh, Jesus! Where's the fucking entrance? 9! The sad realization was when the entrance was in front of, well, the bridge. It was not behind the bridge or on the sides, this was the only entrance to a house. And of course, after a couple of deaths extra, I finally managed to do it. Here is my run from taking the potted plant from one side of Liberty City to the other side.
This is yet another amazing video I'm going to particularly recommend you all watch. Thank you for taking part, and I'm glad you eventually found that entrance. So if you'd like to see his run, go to the description and find his link. I love this run from Danio. As an endage, but also take back my previous comment about the races upon us. Danio grabs the pot. To be honest, the gameplay I'm expecting Johnny to give it a shot, but he way down the stairs and cuts left into the beach, and the pursuing police catch on to it in the description. Soon after, the police catch him on top of a bus. Attempt number 4 I watched. Joshua just ends up air braking, so let's quickly cover the last runs and then we'll move on to the world records. There's Son IO. Danko Mortis grabs a strap first front, jumping onto the tracks instead, and northwards and trains taking shortcuts through Burger Shot and Star Junction, eventually running finding a back alleys incognito until it needs the big crowds and the entire new squad hit the floor instantly. All the while, Arian's enjoying a motherfucking hot dog. Arian baits the whole robot team and slips into Alderney. SE Gamers, however, is in a bad situation. There's some armor and a coach you can grab, but News took this game around. For everyone else though, their run is coming to a successful close. Sun drives off a cliff to reach the finish line and the pot flies out, which might actually be a more efficient way to grab it. The FIB want Nico so bad though and shoot him up, he just barely makes it with his life. Danko on foot grabs some armor, runs down a cliff and survives the final sprint to the finish line. Lucas breaks his everything jumping off the bridge. He went his way over a wall alongside the coast and eventually to victory. Meanwhile, Mortis out here grabbing more snacks, but soon he rolls off the cliff and down to the casino. And finally, Arian makes it home too, inches away from death with a sliver of health remaining. Massive thanks to all 6 of you for taking part and to everyone else so far. The final 3 runs all held a world record at one point in time for beating the challenge exceptionally fast. Let's see how they did it exactly. First Bioshock. He was, I think, the first person to complete the flower pot challenge in under 10 minutes. It all begins with his back of the hospital technique. It's the first of several things to go wrong during his run.
Of course there's a fucking cop outside. Hi. Oh my god, no way. Holy shit, this spawn. Oh, anything on the boxes I shouldn't back to, that's even better.
He's lucky enough to get a rancher spawn, and so he drives it immediately to Algonquin Bridge.
Okay, this is actually really good. I think I
continue all the way to This proves once more that there is still so much potential for competitor to opens, but not just to drive. A rock sends the Bobcat sliding into the shallow water, making the plant fall out. She of course grabs it ASAP, but the police are really giving it their all, crushing her almost. Waiting on the other side of the bridge is a noose ambush. The one with the shotgun came so close to killing the run, but she does it by the skin of her teeth, with a time of 5 minutes and 13 seconds compared to Bioshock's 5 minutes and 53 seconds. D-Dash is the current world record holder for the Flower Pot Challenge. Let's watch his run to see how he did it. He has an unusual start. He jumps onto the road and follows it around to the back of the hospital where there happens to be a Bobcat. It's innovative ideas like this which get you world records. However, as a consequence, all the on-foot police open fire and shoot the shit out of his car. Over Algonquin Bridge, not without a little police ambush that causes him to crash. Completely straight roads to build as much speed as possible. Soon he's ramming through Hickey Bridge, making it. I mean, what a chat he doesn't go. And then finally, from my channel membership and Patreon page. If it wasn't for you, I'd basically be uploading these videos.
Mounts to the underside of the carrier and releasing the tab in the front allowed it to slide forward and then lift out. All of these plastic parts went into the bathtub, and I sprayed them down heavily with some all-purpose cleaner. I ended up using almost a half bottle of the stuff because of how much dirt there was and also how extensively it covered the parts. I left the cleaner to soak on everything for a while, and I turned my attention to the motherboard. I was surprised and thankful to find that the clock or PRAM battery on this one hadn't blown up. If it had, that would have almost certainly ruined the chances of getting the board working again. Based on the date listed on this one, I'd guess that this 2CI was manufactured sometime in late 1990. Next, I needed to remove the RAM. The second bank of modules suggests that the computer had been upgraded at some point. This style of SIM slot is a bit tricky to work with, as the retaining clips are made of plastic, and like other parts of the case, are prone to becoming brittle with age. I had to carefully release each side of the memory modules with a spudger to avoid damaging the clips. If they break, then there's nothing to hold the modules securely in place. Given just how, well, disgusting this motherboard had gotten, I decided that trying to simply wipe it down would be pointless. There were just way too many nooks and crannies around components and connectors to try to clean out. Soaking the board made a lot more sense, so I found a storage bin that was the right size and picked up a gallon of distilled water. This would make sure that no mineral residue would be left on the board, unlike with ordinary tap water. I left the board to soak for an hour or so while I went back to check on the case. The cleaner had done a good job, and I used an old toothbrush to scrub some of the corners and tighter spots within the plastic parts. Then everything got a thorough rinse, and I set it all out on a towel to dry. I also used the toothbrush to gently scrub the motherboard while submerged, being careful not to knock any components loose. It was already starting to look a lot better. I emptied the dirty water out of the container and put the board back in for a second soaking. The component merging down the corrosion, let alone all the detritus left behind by the bugs and rodents. I was much more confident that this machine could actually work again, but that didn't mean I was out of the woods just yet. The capacitors on this board had likely failed due to their age, and I needed to replace them. I prefer using hot air to remove surface mount parts, so I masked off the surrounding connectors and components with capped on tape to protect them from things flow surface on the 2CI to just one side. I heated the pad and slid the new cap into place, then off the wall if I was good. I didn't get my so I removed the 4 up the 2CI was change. I damned the brand new one anyway. Yet again, no change. I was beginning to suspect that maybe there were damaged traces on the board that I'd missed, or perhaps problems with the voltage from the power supply. As one last test though, I pulled out a matching vintage Mac monitor from storage and hooked it up.
Oh, no way! What? Oh, the pointer! Oh, yes!
Oh, what a relief. The board seemed to be working okay after all. Usually I have no problems connecting vintage Macs to my test LCD using one of these adapters, but perhaps the refresh rate that the 2CI defaults to is beyond what the scaler can handle. With the basic functionality sorted, I can move on to the drives. The floppy likely needed a good cleaning, so I got it removed from its mounting bracket, an IPA. But on the drive, though, was a thing that was at its own dedicated connector. Finally, the graphics. One of the big features of the 2CI over previous desktop Macs was that it included built-in video on the motherboard. With other machines, you'd have to install a separate video card. Adding one to this machine could still be beneficial, though, in that it would give you access to higher resolutions and better color depth. This Radius DirectColor 824 from 1991 is a good example. It has 256 kilobytes of dedicated video memory and supports resolutions up to 1152 by 882 at 24-bit color, better than what the onboard video can pull off. I got the drive caddy snapped back into place to at 20 amp dedicated connector. Finally, the graphics. One of the big features of the 2CI over previous desktop Macs was that it included built-in video on the motherboard. With other machines, you'd have to install a separate video card. Adding one to this machine could still be beneficial, though, in that it would give you access to higher resolutions and better color depth. This Radius DirectColor 824 from 1991 is a good example. It has 256 kilobytes of dedicated video memory and supports resolutions up to 1152 by 882 at 24-bit color, better than what the onboard video can pull off. I got the drive what the on 2 by 882 at 24-bit color, better than what the onboard video can pull off. I got the drive caddy snapped back into place and reconnected its cables. The PSU went back in along with the hard drive activity LED. Then I buttoned up the case and started the machine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the hard drive's dead.
The hard drive was ridiculously loud and clearly bad. Failures among these SCSI drives are becoming increasingly common, and working replacements are expensive and scarce. Thankfully, the retro computing community has come up with some solid alternatives, like this one called the Blue SCSI. It uses a microcontroller to emulate a SCSI drive, and data is stored on a microSD card. If the host computer supplies termination power on the SCSI bus, then a separate power cable isn't even needed. I was attracted to this project due to its open source nature and relatively low cost, about $30 each, and likewise it's proven very popular with retro Mac enthusiasts. Only some vendors have been approved to sell it due to its non-commercial licensing, so if you pick one up for yourself, make sure it's from one of them so as to properly support the project. The Blue SCSI came with a 3D printed bracket, which I got fastened to the drive carrier. Unfortunately, the original activity LED wiring was just a bit too short to reach, so I made up an extension using a couple of jumper wires. And finally, the restoration was complete. The floppy drive works great now, and I got System 701 installed on the new hard drive. It turns out that the machine has a total of 20 megabytes of RAM, a healthy upgrade over the 4 megs that it shipped with. Being solid state, the Blue SCSI is completely silent and also really fast compared to the original drive. The machine only takes a few seconds to boot up. Sorting out why the speaker doesn't work is really the only thing left to do. I don't think it's necessarily a motherboard problem though, because the audio output jack works just fine. So it could just be a matter of replacing the speaker itself. When it was new, the 2CI was a highly desirable machine. Between its 68030 CPU and Math coprocessor, it was one of the fastest Macs you could buy at the time, and it garnered rave reviews. But it was also very expensive. Prices ranged from $6,300 US for a basic configuration with no hard drive to over $9,000 with an 80 megabyte drive and a copy of Apple's alternative Unix-based operating system called AUX. That generally kept these out of the hands of most users. But for industries that needed the performance, especially graphic design and desktop publishing, they're fondly remembered as hardworking,
Hi, my name is Victor Bart. Welcome to Retro Machines, and today we're gonna do a new build, and I know
Greetings and welcome to an LGR MP3 player thing. And today's item of interest is the classic Rio PMP 300 from Diamond Multimedia Systems in 1998. It was originally set to release on September in late 1998. This also available for that Diamond, providing internet music in the palm of your hand. Weighing in at just 70 grams or 2.4 ounces, the original Rio is one petite portable packing plenty of playback power for the price point. The MP 300 was perhaps the first widely available portable consumer MP3 player, at least in North America. Rio was easily the first commercially successful consumer digital audio player that we got here, selling over 200,000 units in Rio on a Diamond Rio, but I haven't found anything really connecting the two otherwise. Whatever though, MP3s! The file format was a massive time in 1998, and being truly taken aback by the results. The only internet-sourced audio I was familiar with were things like WAV files and low-quality real audio clips, files that were either very short or super compressed in order to feasibly download over dial-up. High-quality audio downloads existed, but the sizes were understandably huge. Then along came MPEG Audio Layer 3 compression, or MP3, and all of a sudden the 5-minute song in listenable quality went from 50 megabytes down to just 5 megabytes or less. Decent copies of songs could be transferred over dial-up in minutes instead of hours, and you could encode your own CDs to store digital copies of them far more effectively than before. Inevitably, a portable MP3 player was going to become a thing before long, and the race was off to get there first and do so at a reasonable price. Diamond's solution with the PMP 300 was to use 32 megabytes of internal flash memory, which they claimed stored 60 minutes of music for a reasonable price. Diamond's solution with the PMP 300 was to use 32 megabytes of internal flash memory, which they claimed stored 60 minutes of music. And it could, albeit encoded at a bitrate of just 64 kilobits per second. Going with the more acceptable 128 kbps, roughly 35 minutes of 16-bit stereo audio can be stored on the unexpanded Diamond Rio. With the more acceptable 128 kbps, roughly 35 minutes of it could, albeit encoded at a bitrate of just 64 kilobits per second. Going with the more acceptable 128 kbps, roughly 35 minutes of 16-bit stereo audio can be stored on the unexpanded Diamond Rio. Meaning that with either bitrate you won't get an entire 74-minute CD on here, but it was still enough to light a wildfire in the music industry with flames that ignited one explosive legal battle. The Recording Industry Association of America wasted no time slapping Diamond Multimedia with a lawsuit on September 10, 1998, days before the Diamond Rio was set to launch in the US. The RIAA argued that the upcoming Rio violated the 1992 Audio Home Recording Act, since in their view it was a digital recording device capable of distributing pirated, copyrighted music. Quoting RIAA President Hillary Rosen, "I know that Diamond explains it is making a player, but we understand it to be a recorder. I think it's well established under copyright law that the reproduction that occurs inside the Rio constitutes a recording." Not so, according to Diamond VP of Corporate Marketing Ken Wirt, saying, "It's a playback device, not a recording device. They shouldn't be going after the playback device. They should be shutting down the websites that are presenting illegal material." Naturally, the media were all over the story because, ooh, MPEG-3 players and the net. The topic was exciting enough without the legal drama, but the potential for an entire new product category to get shot down in the courts was juicy. Often accompanied by some version of the headline "Blame it on Rio," taking after the 1984 film starring Michael Caine and Michelle Johnson. So clever. Thankfully, though, in the end, the judges ruled that the Rio PMP 300 does not qualify as a digital audio recording device because it does not reproduce a digital music involving digital downloading. Sure, purchasing a bong is legal, but how many bong owners smoke tobacco in there? Yes, MP3s are a gateway drug to flack after all, and the floodgates had opened. It was decidedly legal and hit store shelves just in time for Christmas of '98, sold nicely, and by 1999 the floodgates had opened. Soon there were half a dozen competitors from seemingly every other company that had even a passing ability to manufacture hardware, and the whole segment was positively nuclear by the time the iPod came out in 2001, with Apple eventually taking the lion's share of the market and dominating for years. The Rio and Diamond Multimedia might have won the big early battles, but they certainly didn't win the war. They merged with S3 Graphics in 1999 to become Sonic Blue, which hummed along until Sonic Blue filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 2003. They were gutted and sold off a couple of times after that, with the final Rio audio players barely making a dent in 2005. Of course, that's all backstory bound for the history books. As for one CD, offline web pages for browse had changed since playback, file transfers, issues of legality, and so on. And it does that thing that always bothered me back then, where it refers to transferring files. We're always the ones sending the files from the PC itself, which is how the readings. A pitiful pair indeed, with that awful 1990s in-ear design to the PMP 300 itself, looking sticky, leaving a nasty residue. It's also reacted with a plastic bag it was sealed inside, which did surfaces, and thankfully in this case, it turned out nicely after a minute of cleaning. So, the device itself. It sure is a nice little nugget, something to press back in the day, described as being a design feels quite nice in the hands, with rounded edges, and I love them. First few seconds of system. The only screen are the play stat notes when setting up doubling as playback sets to. The loops aren't perfect, but it can be useful, particularly for transcribing song lyrics or listening to a language course. Partnered with companies like Audible to 97 mobile player inside for adding any jing and hard band. Let's say in terms of connecting it. It doesn't actually need to be fully powered on. It just needs to be connected to parallel and configured correctly in the software, and then turn it on and off as it needs if you're doing anything with it, which. And it puts some, let's just open background. Zero viewing of listen to. So let's just write that. This that if it has a fast play. Okay, and here so it came where easy going around it. CD up and just or it's through here. But anyway, version of here. Crap. But I don't know, high capacity, 64 kbps, or you can also put those to real audio, which yeah, that it sounds like crap. But I don't know, oddly nostalgic crap in a way. Got some advanced options, it auto configures all that stuff if you want, and the tracks. And all right, so we got those 3 tracks, and now that just lets us, if it's like an obscure process, because anyway, exciting. This was so exciting. P3 CD player at earlier, and I remember seeing it. It was and of course, since we sure does. It's kind of fascinating going straight back to the late 90s, just sort of browse, really buying MP3 samples, tons of files, and that way you could find like individual stuff memories of that. Got turned on to dude, megabytes, wow. So you literally there's like a sample, an actual album, really buying MP3 samples. All these websites, I went to almost every one of these back in the day, searching free MP3s, MP3.com in particular, I remember being pretty cool, but just sort of browse through sample tracks from these different artists. It's pretty cool, man. Does anybody else remember like actually buying MP3 sampler CDs in the store? Because I know I did. Like that was actually a really efficient way to get a lot of music. I remember them being a little bit less than an actual album, and then it had just tons of files, and that way you didn't have to spend all your time, your precious internet hours on AOL downloading things, which means, you know, you could find like individual stuff that way that you really wanted, but if you got one of these sampler discs, then you just got all kinds of things. I have very fond memories of that. Got turned out to a lot of cool artists. What is this? Boogie Beat by Master's Lab.
Hey, people, listen to the Boogie Beat.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh man, I would play literally all of these if it weren't most likely going to be copyright struck. Dude. Oh yeah. I'm having fun going through these, just on my own. So all the actual tunes are just in here, so we've got around 300 megabytes, wow. So you could fill up 10 times almost with just this one folder. And yeah, that's what that is. And you know, it comes with installation files for Internet Explorer and Netscape Navigator 4.0 and like all kinds of exciting stuff for 1998. Seriously, this was so new and just a fresh idea at the time. But yeah, you can also go back into Music Match Jukebox and get the CD in there, and now we can go to, I think it's this. Yeah, here we go. So here is a list of things that it came with there in this particular database. You can create your own database, you can get a database online, but yeah, the sample tracks, pretty cool. I really need extra resolution for this. I should have been doing this at 800 by 600, but I am not. I don't. Yeah, that's my fault. Whatever, man, not redoing all this. There's one more thing I find pretty amusing. Buy a CD. Do you want to buy a CD? Buying a CD requires a connection to the internet. If you connect to the internet using a phone line and are not already connected, we will connect for you. All right. So you can do yes or no. Don't show it again ever. But yeah, buying CDs online. We take it to Music Match, and you could, if you like some of those sample songs, then you can go and buy the full album, like straight through here. Again, wild concept. It's something I never did back then. It just seems so weird, like giving out any kind of personal information on the internet, much less like a credit card, your address. Like, ooh, don't do that. And then you get some update options. Purchase the full version of Music Match Jukebox for only $29.99. I actually do have this complete in box. I don't know if it's the same version, but I've been meaning to do a video on that. Anyway, yeah, that's about it, I suppose, for this side of things. It was just like opening up a whole new world here, a new fantastic point of view. Just MP3s. I'm back.
This is an episode that's been almost 1 year in the making. The theolocution of Donald Hoffman and Yosha Bach, both of whom should be extremely familiar to you if you've surveyed this channel before, as we've done an Jake Baldino, here to talk about all the video game news that's been going on this week. It's a pretty stacked week considering it's early February where it's usually dead. There's a lot to dive into, so let's jump into the first big surprise story. The next Grand Theft Auto is now officially, really, seriously confirmed and coming. Yes, straight from the horse's mouth, Rockstar Games themselves put out like a post today detailing some stuff like the future of GTA Online, but in there was also a nugget of this information. We are pleased to confirm that active development for the next entry in the Grand Theft Auto series is well underway. They just put it out. It's real. So Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever it may be is in the works. Now this of course comes after rumors and craziness for years, leaks, not leaks, job listings and stuff like that. So we've known something was in the works. It's pretty obvious, but now to finally officially hear it, great. When is it going to be? Probably a while, just because of the way these games take a long time to make, coupled with the fact that the last year or two has been a little bit messy for game development studios overall. I wouldn't expect to see this thing anytime soon, especially considering this was like a little quiet announcement. This wasn't like a big bold proud announcement. It was just like, hey, by the way, leave us alone. So now just cue the rumor mill of what the next Grand Theft Auto is going to be about. What if they put a girl in it? Seriously though, this will be fun. We have very much been a channel that talks about Battlefield 2042. Looks like it needs more time, which it doesn't come like a big surprise to people who have played it or really took issues with it. Battlefield 2042, of course, was like a poster child for 2021, releasing some busted games, and now with this new developer community announcement, a hotfix has been pushed, and now seemingly
Sarah Problem here. What a fucking name. Sarah Problem here. Brilliant name. Thanks for the sub. Now that's a good name there. Is there a problem here?
Salutations. This is Guthrie Govan here.
Technologically, the program we I did the.
...2022 is set to be a massive year for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Already we have World Update 7, which released yesterday, but coming up very soon is World Update 8. There's been some speculation as to what this will contain. It's been now revealed that it will contain the peninsula of Iberia, that is, Portugal and Spain. Also coming this year, some big updates for DirectX 12, as well as some major releases for the sim, which will include, of course, the well-known, well-expected Maverick Top Gun update, but there's also a whole bunch of other expansions coming throughout the year as well. So let's jump in and take a look at what this is all about. World Update 8 then, Iberia. This, as mentioned, will cover Portugal and Spain, the entire two countries. As with all other World Updates, expect to see new digital elevation maps. In fact, Microsoft have confirmed that Portugal and Spain will have 2-meter DEMs, which is very nice indeed. There'll be 6 brand new cities featuring photogrammetry, as well as 99 points of interest. And this is pretty interesting actually to me because both Spain and Portugal are locations of great history. But yeah, some significant locations, both man-made as well as natural. Very keen to see what Microsoft and Asobo cook up with this particular part of the update. 4 brand new handcrafted airports also going to arrive, although which airports these will be hasn't yet been detailed. Now, keeping in line with the previous World Update, there'll also be a brand new plane to coincide with the release of the World Update. This will be a new local legend, which will be the first transatlantic flight from Spain to South America. The plane which did this was called the Plus Ultra. That's a pretty modern sounding name. The flight itself took place in January of 1926, and you can see a photo of the plane on the screen right here. Very unusual looking plane, so very curious to see how this one handles and how it flies. So that's World Update 8. In total, there are going to be 6 World Updates for this year. We've already had one. The Iberian World Update will be the second. The others will arrive, World Update 8 will arrive in March. Ones beyond that will be in May, June, August, and October. What these contain hasn't yet been detailed, and these dates are probably subject to change somewhat, but we've got a vague idea of what to expect. So those are World Updates. We already know to expect some sim updates. In fact, the next sim update is coming in February, and this will contain a whole bunch of bug fixes for the sim, some much needed fixes, hopefully. Beyond that, though, we can expect to see what Microsoft are calling major releases. These are significant updates, like probably like the Reno Air Race, and the other one will be the right here. We know one of those is going to be the Maverick DirectX 12 update, so this will likely arrive.
The low carb diet. Anybody do the low carb thing? Is that a thing? Or keto? It's a lot of cheese and butter and meat. You can lose weight. It's amazing. It's like you stay away from the carbs and the bread and the starches and the happiness, all of that, and then you can lose weight. It sounds like Disneyland for fat people. The first week, they're explaining it to you. You're like, I can have a 6-egg omelet with bacon, fried in an inch of hog lard, and lose weight. Sign me up, Slim. Hallelujah. Let's go. That's week 1. I'm in week 12, y'all. Week 12's different because I've lost some weight, and also I want to murder my family. Turns out carbohydrates is what's holding civilization together. In case you're wondering what was doing it. That's right. This whole North Korea thing could be solved with a crescent roll. I'm telling you guys. Kim Jong-un just needs some pancakes. He's hangry. Okay.
But Tammy's dieting now. That means I'm dieting. That's the rules. Because I mean, I'm your wife. If she wants to diet, I'm dieting. She's on keto now. We've tried paleo. We've tried Atkins. Now we're on keto. She wants to get into ketosis. That's fine with me. I got cookies in my office in the basement. I was handing out cookies to my grandchildren one day. One of you will betray me. Yeah. My grandson, is it me, Papa? Is it me? It is you little punk. Those crumbs off your lips. So I'm unpacking the groceries after the big keto buy. Tammy went out and bought a bunch of groceries for keto, and I'm unpacking them, and I come across rice cakes. Never had a rice cake in our home, don't know what a rice cake is. Never eaten one. All I see is the word cake. And I call her out on it. I go, baby, I thought cake was a no-no with the keto. And she says, no, that's for our cheat day. Apparently on keto, you get to cheat one day a week. Cool as that. So a few days went by, and I'm ready for my cheat day. And I remember, sir, we have cake. I ran to the pantry. I pull one out. I pull the rice cake out of the package. I'm feeling it. It kind of feels like a brake pad, you know. But it's cake. How bad can it be? Oh. I took a bite and never made it to my throat. I said, baby, these are stale. She says, no, that's the way they are. I go, then this isn't cake, it's caulk. It's not food, it's insulation. Who are these people kidding? I threw the rest of them to our 3 dogs. I go, you eat these things. And our dog scuffed them right up. An hour later, went to my front yard and passed the thermos. Got a yard full of Yetis out there. I'm telling you, I can't keep up with the food anymore anyway. GMO, non-GMO. You know, we had food, didn't we, sir? We had food. That's when we were growing up, food. And you ate it because kids were starving in China. That's all you know. Eat that. There's a kid in China starving. Oh, he's not getting my food. Now it's GMO, non-GMO, organic, non-organic, gluten-free, kale. I never saw kale in my life until Tammy went on keto. Now it's ubiquitous. It's all over my house. You can't put enough ranch dressing on kale to make it taste good. Oh, and then one night she makes kale chips. You know what kale chips are, sir? It's kale leaves on a cookie sheet burned in the oven at 400 degrees. They seriously, she pulls out this smoldering heap of weeds. She throws them on my plate. I go, what are these? She said, kale chips. I go, it's a brush fire. What are you talking about? This isn't food. I tried to give them to my dog. My dog goes, no way, man. My dog eats the cat litter. What does that tell you?
You never realize I'm trying to eat right too. I'm trying to eat better. But you never know. You could be eating something you think you know is healthy. And next thing you know, they recall it, and it was poison. They've recalled 3 different types of lettuce in my lifetime. When I was a kid, they did it with iceberg. About 20 years ago, there was a problem with the spinach. And wasn't it just last year the romaine had to be recalled? You know what they've never recalled in my 43 years on this planet? Cheetos. Never once called those back. Why would they have to? Oh, sorry, we found vitamins in this. We're gonna have to get rid of it. This is awful. I don't know about the rest of you. I can't eat right all day. It's too long of a day. I have food morals when I wake up, but the longer I stay awake, the more I lose them. Right? And the better I start, the worse I finish. Right? If breakfast is egg whites and fiber cereal, dinner is like a sheet cake with corn dogs stuck upside down. Begging total strangers, someone put me to sleep before I make another bad decision. I've tried every diet under the sun, the no carb, the vegan, the low carb. Low carb is the hardest one to pull off at a buffet, especially at breakfast, because it makes your plate look ridiculous. Nobody knows what you're doing, because low carb still has a little bit of carb. You're sitting there with eggs, bacon, ham, sausage, and 1 apple. Then once this older guy kept looking at me, finally he came up and went, you know, buddy, you're asking an awful lot from that apple. He's right, too. All that food gets in my colon, that apple turns into a bouncer at a nightclub. Right, everybody out, everybody out.
What did vegetables call in sick again? Yeah, everybody out. Say, Chris, how do you know? How do I know if I'm eating too much? How do I know if I have an unhealthy relationship with food? Here's a good way to tell. Do you have eating outfits? That is never a good sign. If you've ever uttered the phrase, these are my barbecue chains, you need help.
Now, you've got to understand that Christmas is the one time of year I get to eat whatever I want because it takes an enormous amount of energy to do what I do. And so just put in my chocolate chip, we're good to go. Because most of the year I'm on a diet. I'm on the keto diet, high protein diet. Because, well, there's a lot of reindeer that don't make the cut. So, it's a sad reality. It's unfortunate.
Indeed, our weekly show, hence the name, that covers the latest gaming and technology news. And joining me, it is, first of all, Alex Battaglia.
Hey there, Rich. Exciting week. Acquisitions galore. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to talk about it.
Good. And of course, John Littleby.
Why, hello there, everyone. Are you ready for story time? The Digital Foundry story time? We're going to be talking about all kinds of good stuff today.
We are indeed. And let's begin. So, well, what can we say about this one? Sony has surprisingly acquired Bungie, developer of Halo, latterly Destiny. And an interesting deal. Doesn't seem to be about exclusivity for their titles, which is kind of strange. But at the same time, it is another big acquisition in a string of acquisitions that we've seen in latter months. I'm going to go to you on this one, John, for your thoughts on this, because you've got concerns, right?
It does kind of feel like we're heading down to this acquisition war, just as I theorized. I don't think that this is a reaction to Activision, however, because it's obviously way too soon. But theoretically, it could be a reaction to the old ZeniMax news from the past. But it's weird, and the way they're approaching this, how they're talking about, you know, full multi-platform development and all this, and they're doing a lot to retain current staff, which makes me think that we know they have another IP in development, or at least that's what's been reported. So it makes me wonder what that is, and if it's that good looking that they're like, no, we want this, we want to make money from this. So perhaps there's that. I guess my big concern right now is less to do with this acquisition and more this, like, I think Jim Ryan had noted that they have upwards of 10 games as a service.
Yeah, what's that?
I don't like games as a service usually. Destiny is literally the only one I've ever enjoyed. So I mean, I guess there's that.
2022 for 5 people who haven't still played.
But I get the impression that Bungie was kind of selected to help them on that side. So I don't know what that looks like for the future. I'm not too excited about that aspect of things, but it is weird though that especially when you look at the amount that they paid for Bungie versus, like, say, what Microsoft paid for ZeniMax, it does feel like they maybe overpaid a little bit. But again, without knowing more about the deal, what's going on under the surface, it's really difficult to say. I just really, you know, I'm not too keen on all these acquisitions right now, I guess. I understand why it's happening, but it does to me feel like we're heading in that direction of, like, the film and TV show universe, where you've got, like, Netflix and these other companies trying to buy up as much stuff as they can to pimp their service, because that's what they want to do. And basically, I just don't want a future full of services and subscriptions, and that would be a nightmare for me.
Well, in theory, nothing would change from now, right? Because Destiny and whatever the new Bungie game is would still be coming to Xbox and PC, which is crucial.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was getting onto more of a side tangent of the potential of all these acquisitions happening, but as far as the here and now with Bungie, it doesn't actually seem like much is going to change at all, to be honest. So, and that, you know, I think it's good that we're at least currently, and maybe lip service long term, it's hard to say, but both Microsoft and Sony are still kind of suggesting that games will be coming to the other platforms from developers that they now own, which is a good thing, I think. And I do have a feeling that, you know, Sony really does seem to be serious about getting into other platforms as well. Like, they've shown great support on the PC lately, maybe not in terms of release timing, but their actual PC ports have been excellent. And they, you know, the one acquisition like Nixies, for instance, which is a completely different type of acquisition from what we're talking about here, because Nixies is more about back-end work, you know, doing porting processes and bringing stuff to other platforms. So that seems to suggest that they really are interested in that, which kind of, you know, it puts something behind the words that they're saying in terms of keeping things multi-platform. I don't know, I'm rambling a little bit, because it's a wild topic. What do you guys think?
If I had to say something, I think this is all about games as a service, because I'm looking in my brain here at the Sony repertoire of games, and I don't actually see very many Sea of Thieves style games or something like that.
So I just have to interject. I actually like Sea of Thieves as well, so that means I like 2 games as a service.
Yeah, so they don't really have this type of live service game that's constantly updating and taking away its own content, so they needed one of those. That's what I feel like, and in this case, Destiny is one of the few shooter games that has done this in a really successful way. We saw Anthem fail and flop horribly. I guess there's something like Warframe.
Successful. But
yeah, that's successful.
The
so,
Division.
You know, the Division, these things are successful, but Sony doesn't have one. They want one, they got one. I just think it's just really funny how Bungie just like goes to the highest bidder in a weird way over time. You know, originally they had, you know, Macintosh and Apple, then Microsoft, and then by their lonesome, and then Activision, and then themselves, and now they're at Sony again. So it is really funny, the history there. I really am curious what they're working on next, because John likes Destiny. I'm not the biggest fan. It's mainly because I just don't like games where you're a first-person shooter and you've got like damage tables. It just takes away a little bit of that immediate satisfaction for me.
See, I actually liked Destiny 1 the most, especially in the early days when everything, because it felt like they were trying to create something that was, they hadn't refined all the gamified things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you play like a games of service, everything is very carefully calculated, damage values, weapon values, all this stuff. It was like the Wild West in the early days of Destiny, which some people complained about, but I thought it actually made it mysterious and interesting, because you didn't understand why they did anything. And it was weird exploring that world and just like finding stuff, and that was fun.
I agree with that sentiment. You know, like before things turned into such a gamified thing, that is definitely a very different game than it is now. So that's really all I have to say about it. I'd like John, I really wished that the Activision one was the last one that we saw, but based upon what Jeff Keighley said recently, there's more rumbles of acquisitions in the future, which I'm not very happy about.
Well, my perspective on on this in the short term, I think it's a curious acquisition because fundamentally nothing changes, right? Destiny was already wildly successful. I mean, I was looking at some figures here put together by the wonderful Tom Warren from The Verge. Basically, they've got 355,000 daily active users, right, on PlayStation, 275,000 on Xbox. I mean, it's a total in all of about 860,000 people playing it per day. And on the Destiny 2 Twitter account, they've announced that Witch Queen, which is the next big Destiny chapter, has 1 million pre-orders. I still don't understand the concept of pre-ordering a video game.
Well,
it makes no sense to me whatsoever. I'm assuming there must be some booty that you're getting that you wouldn't get otherwise. It's the only sort of justification I could have for it. But the bottom line is that on the one hand, if you're doing this game as a service, if you took it exclusive, then you're going to lose those 275,000 active users from Xbox. And Tom points out that this is actually a slow point in the season, right? These are low numbers for Destiny, 860,000 players per day.
It's just interesting when you say those numbers because, you know, like you look at like Roblox with its 43 million daily active users versus 800,000 daily. Sure. It just feels like such a tiny little thing. But for a game that's been around for so long, that's pretty good, I'd say.
That's awesome. That's really great.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's on a different level. So I can only assume that this is a kind of long-term strategy play, right? Which is about addressing an area where PlayStation Studios has effectively no coverage, right? And it's actually quite interesting because back in the day, you know, they were doing stuff like MAG, which was
massive action game.
Massive action game.
just for Chad.
They would, yeah, this was core to the APAC philosophy, and essentially, Warhawk.
Starhawk,
yeah, you know, and Sony were all in. They were way ahead of the sort of general trend there, but they kind of rode back on that and went for what were essentially third-person single-player narrative games.
That's okay with me. I didn't play any of those multiplayer games.
but you know, obviously, this is a move to address an area where they have weakness in terms of their overall portfolio, and as long as nothing is being taken away from those other games, I think that's absolutely fine. But I agree with you, John, in that this concept, I think it was something like 10 games as a service from Sony by 2026. Bearing in mind that, you know, a first-party game typically takes like between 4 to 5 years to make. The concept that there's 10 of them in development is kind of mind-bending and possibly not the direction I'd like to see PlayStation take.
As a little aside thing, in general, with all these investments, one area where I'm really disappointed in modern Sony is this, like, it feels like they're essentially kicking aside their Japanese game development heritage and really going like super Western. They're like, we want to be like Xbox, and we already have that. And I don't know if, I mean, they've always had great Western teams as well. Nothing to say there. It's just, it was the mix that made classic PlayStation so interesting. And it really feels like they're doing everything they can to get away from that. And I would really like to see more investment back in Japanese developers, I guess, to do more stuff there. But I don't know, it's a strange shift. That's kind of like become Nintendo's domain now. They're pretty much the one that's dominating that scene and those developers. So I don't know, it's weird they've shifted so far away from that. When
I mean, we still have Capcom and From Software doing pretty good work, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. There's great developers still working on these consoles. It's just like Sony itself doesn't seem to be too interested in investing in this, at least in the current state. We saw what happened with Japan Studio. We see what their first party lineup looks like. I mean, they're strong on the Western side, but coming from Japan, not so much. I mean, GT7, I guess, but that's just kind of always been there.
Right, but that does look like a properly Japanese game, right? You know, the style, the polish. You're right, there's a certain DNA to Japanese development that is strong and just looks phenomenal when you've got the right developer at the helm. And I agree, John, it is a bit of a shame that it does seem to have kind of slacked off, you know. It's just gradual diminishing across the years. I guess The Last Guardian was...
Who exactly is Novellin?
Yeah, and it wasn't even just about being big. It was, I mean, PlayStation 1 and 2, and even 3 were really built on the strength of both large and small titles alike. And I feel like they have the money to support this and find success there. I don't know, but like this focus on prestige only is a little bit concerning. And if it's all prestige and all games as a service, then I'd be a little bummed out by that.
Just thinking about the Japanese development, one thing that they've done, I think ever since Final Fantasy 15 came out, was always try and quote-unquote money hat Square Enix titles to come out on the PlayStation first. I have no idea what's going to happen with the next couple like Final Fantasy games, if they'll ever come to Xbox.
I don't think that they're scheduled for Xbox currently.
Yeah, so maybe that's one way they're trying to get a mix of Japanese development in there, not actually directly having a studio make those games, but, you know, ensuring that Square Enix has it on their console and not elsewhere.
Well, we've got this play, which is essentially multi-platform support. The question is whether it is going to be just for games as a service. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? And you keep your narrative single-player gems to your own system. It's all still up in the air what's happening with Call of Duty, but that could be the way that, you know, things eventually lie, which is that the games as a service go to as many players as possible, and the single-player focused titles are kind of more platform exclusive. But I don't know. I'm very curious about this because the short-term win for Sony is unclear, except to say that you do have a really big bunch of talented developers at Bungie who now will be integrated to a certain extent within worldwide studios. So you should expect their talents to be sort of used throughout the portfolio, I'd say. The question is, you know, the extent to which that is kind of, you know, the objective. What's actually going to actually happen there? I don't know.
If their next IP is big and it really turns out to be a huge deal, then they stand to make a lot of money on that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I guess the other thing, which is a slight red flag from your perspective, is that Jim Ryan is saying that we should expect more acquisitions from PlayStation.
Well, I mean, I think this is just this is the state of what's happened, right? Like we're now seeing essentially like almost like a war between PlayStation and Xbox. Like one of them, it's like if Microsoft's going on an acquisition spree, they can't really afford to stand by, and vice versa. I mean, maybe they could. That's what Nintendo's doing. So, in Nintendo, they're making some money.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next topic. So, the next topic here, a very quick one, which we do want to highlight because it's actually very, very good news, is that it looks like DLSS, NVIDIA's AI upsampling technique, is rolling out to Microsoft Flight Simulator, something we've wanted for a while, something that we kind of didn't expect, right, Alex?
Yeah, we don't expect it necessarily because for some reason, like a very coy reason that I can't put my finger on it, but a lot of Microsoft first party, or even, I don't know what you call this because this is actually not developed by a studio owned by Microsoft, but a lot of their games actually don't support DLSS. And we've seen a really large uptake among third-party developers from, you know, anywhere from like Activision titles, to even small Unreal Engine 4 titles, but it's always like Microsoft stuff, other than Minecraft RTX and Doom Eternal, which was originally an RTX-sponsored title before they were actually bought by Microsoft. We haven't really seen much DLSS from Microsoft. So this is really good to see. DLSS and the upcoming XeSS are, to my understanding of the PC, really core technologies that if you're making a PC game and you want to make a really great PC version, the way to excite people is to include things that are just must-have features. And those are going to be them. DLSS and XeSS are that. And a game like Flight Simulator, it makes a lot of sense. I see a lot of people online having semi-inaccurate understandings of what Flight Sim's load really is. A lot of people think it is only a CPU-heavy game, but actually it's also stupidly GPU-heavy. It's just a lot of people don't turn the settings high up enough enough or don't realize it necessarily. So actually, them adding in DLSS into the game is going to make 4K and 1440p experiences much easier for lower-end GPUs. Whereas right now, you really need the top-end stuff to play this game at 4K at the highest settings.
But it does still have a CPU problem, quite profoundly, I would suggest.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the kind of flip side to DLSS, which is to say that the higher you put
original, but a lot of their games actually don't support DLSS, and we've seen a really large uptake among third-party developers from anywhere from like Activision titles. To even small Unreal Engine 4 titles, but it's always like Microsoft stuff other than Minecraft RTX and Doom Eternal, which was originally an RTX sponsored title before they were actually bought by Microsoft. We haven't really seen much DLSS from Microsoft. So this is really good to see. DLSS and the upcoming XeSS are, to my understanding of the PC, really core technologies that if you're making a PC game and you want to make a really great PC version, the way to excite people is to include things that are just must-have features. And those are going to be them. DLSS and XeSS are that. And a game like Flight Simulator, it makes a lot of sense. I see a lot of people online having semi-inaccurate understandings of what Flight Sim's load really is. A lot of people think it is only a CPU-heavy game, but actually it's also stupidly GPU-heavy. It's just a lot of people don't turn the settings high up enough or don't realize it necessarily. So actually them adding in DLSS into the game is going to make 4K and 1440p experiences much easier for lower-end GPUs. Whereas right now, you really need the top-end stuff to play this game at 4K at the highest settings.
But it does still have a CPU problem, quite profoundly, I would suggest.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the kind of flip side to DLSS, which is to say that the higher your performance level from the GPU, the more likely you are to encounter the bottleneck from the CPU, which is sort of mostly low-level flying from what I can see. Which really seems to set those streaming systems on fire, basically.
So this is going to be a DX12 thing as well. DLSS is only coming to the DX12 version of Flight Sim, and currently DX12 and Flight Sim is still very heavily work in progress. It's not perfect on PC at least, so it's going to take a while before that matures really, and I don't think we're going to see DLSS immediately, but more in the future.
It's a good precedent. That's the key. Microsoft first-party title, getting DLSS, like we could use this so much in Forza Horizon or Halo Infinite. Like, they would benefit so much.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I did look at both of those titles for the 3050 review. I haven't really spent a lot of time with the PC version of Halo Infinite, but man, it's not great. It's really not that good. And Forza Horizon is just generally a heavy game that is, it has a dynamic resolution scaling, doesn't it, Alex? Or was there a problem with it?
So the notes for the game's release, they said it had a dynamic resolution scaler in it, and they pointed to the options menu where it says like resolution scale high, very high, ultra, etc. But it didn't actually work, and so I think there's an interface issue there. So it doesn't have it on PC. No.
Okay,
at least it didn't.
It didn't. I checked in a while. Maybe
right.
not.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're quite right, Alex. Microsoft are kind of halfway there with their first-party titles generally when they've got a console version, which is to say they do scale up beyond the console versions, but arguably not actually that far.
Yeah, I
They
agree
don't
with
really get, it's no Dying Light 2 or Cyberpunk really, is it? It's just iterative improvements over the best that the consoles offer. But we aren't seeing those sort of core utilizations of cutting-edge PC tech, and that is a bit of a shame. But hopefully this is a sign, an indication that things may be changing. But let's move on to the next topic. So the next topic is quite an interesting one because obviously in our line of work, this kind of ongoing battle between Xbox and PlayStation is taking center stage when, basically similar to what happened with Nintendo Wii, Nintendo Switch seems to be moving into pole position as the winner of the sort of last-gen consoles as things sort of play out. Over 103 million units apparently sold in now. It's accelerated beyond PlayStation 4 at the same time in its life cycle. I guess my question to you, John, is how has this happened? Why is the Switch sort of succeeding beyond even the wild success of the PlayStation 4?
That's a good question. I think it's clearly not just about the hardware. I think it's, well, in terms of power, but I do think it's actually about this. Finally, Nintendo managed to combine their handheld and console developments into one, right? Because for years they had to support Game Boy or DS as well as a home console. This split their development talent, I guess you could say. Now it's all hands on deck. So we have a combination of a lot of very big new games that hit, especially early on. Breath of the Wild was huge, Mario was great on there. But then also, there's the Wii U stuff that a lot of people missed because the Wii U sold nothing, basically. Like, for comparison, I think somebody posted that the Wii U's lifetime units of software sold, not consoles, but units of software, is now lower than the number of consoles sold for Switch, right? That's how far this has come. So but Nintendo just makes great games. The Switch itself is an appealing product because you got both the handheld and the dock stuff. And I think it's just, it had to have been a right time, right place thing with just big games, like. Even if they're not technically the best, it kind of doesn't matter usually, except for in a few cases, but they just know how to make awesome games still. And I think I appreciate that they've stuck to the old style of console model. Like they're selling, you go to the store, you buy a game on a cart, you pop the cart in, and you just play. There's no installation. Some games do have download requirements, but is at least labeled on the box, which is usually third-party published titles. But like the Nintendo experience is still, I think, like fundamentally the most console-like console that we have today. And I think that plus the great games, plus like the hardware design itself, must just really appeal to a lot of people.
Well, I think there's a sort of perfect storm of factors here that make the Switch extremely appealing. First of all, Nintendo does historically have an awesome track record of having appeal across a vast range of demographics, right, age groups, from your 5 to 7 year olds up to your 40 to 50 year old plus. That is key to the appeal. Secondly, the handheld nature of it, the take anywhere nature of it. It just went on my goodness, now being
up and getting people to want to play the game and don't get with the other.
Move on to the next topic. So this one's really interesting. It's been trailed for some time, but it is finally available. The PSX remake, quote unquote, for Bloodborne is now available. I've seen some footage of it. I haven't played it. Certainly looks intriguing. Alex, do you want to talk about this one?
Yeah, I think the interesting part about this is that as a game itself, it is taking elements from the original Bloodborne game. Even, if you were probably line up the opening cinematics, they'd be very similar, of course. Just one is very demade. But I think the cool thing here is that if you want to play this, it's actually a fun little 3D, cool RPG, hack and slashy kind of game. It is not completely Souls-like because they actually kind of downgrade some of the gameplay mechanics to things you would have more seen in like the PSX generation almost. But that is a really interesting thing here. It is actually just a really well-made game on its own, regardless of the fact that like a PlayStation release. You load it up, it starts up in a very small stretched window that is something, it looks like internal resolution wise, it's 4:3 something, but they're using so many CRT filters and polygon wobble and like affine texture warping issues that it actually does look quite a lot like a PlayStation original game. And that takes a lot of time and effort. And I don't know if we're ever going to really look at this on the channel. It's just more of a curio. But I think if you're interested in it, definitely try it out. You'll have a good amount of fun. And it's just great to see PlayStation-style graphics making a comeback, even though I honestly think I could do without like the texture warping and whatever. Yeah.
I think they should look more like those mid-90s Namco arcade games. It's still had pixelated textures, but they were higher res. There was no texture warping. That would have been better. I'm more confused on how they did the affine texture warp, though, because I didn't know that you could do affine texturing in Unreal Engine at all. Maybe it's some sort of shader trick or something else, but it's actually pretty impressive. The only thing that they didn't, I'm not seeing too much in the way of like severe polygon seams, which was pretty common on PlayStation, which is probably good. Like we don't need them to go that far. But what I like about this is that it does actually look conceivably like something that could be done on PlayStation class hardware, right? Like the size of the environments, the way they're laid out, the geometry budget they've used. It doesn't seem unrealistic for that. And in some ways, I think it, for instance, looks like, it's not as attractive as, say, Vagrant Story. But I would like to see developers like this take their talents and not as attractive as, say, Vagrant Story. The geometry budget they've used, it doesn't seem unrealistic for that. And in some ways, I think it, for instance, looks like, it's not as attractive as, say, Vagrant Story. But I would like to see developers like this take their talents and try to produce something on original hardware at some point. I think this is a huge ask, obviously, because, oh wait, there's some geometry seams. I'm watching a video now. But I would really like to see them sort of bring their talents over to try to work on original hardware, because there are developers doing this, right? Like there's that, I'm forgetting his name at the moment, but in the Sega Saturn scene, there's the one that's doing Hellslave, I think it's called, which is he wrote his own 3D engine to make a first-person shooter in that, on the Sega Saturn. And it's like pushing crazy stuff with like lens flares and which is he wrote his own this, right? Like there's that, I'm forgetting his name at the moment, but in the Sega Saturn scene, there's the one that's doing Hellslave, I think it's called, which is he wrote his own 3D engine to make a first-person shooter in that, on the Sega Saturn. And it's like pushing crazy stuff with like lens flares and like, lots of beautiful colored lighting and reflective floors. And, yeah, it's going for almost the Quake 2 aesthetic, but on the Saturn. And it's just, that makes this type of thing even more exciting, right? But again, that's a different skill set, because once you start to write for visual consoles, you're getting into like assembly coding and all that, if you want the best performance. And I understand the difficulty, but man, I will give them credit for what they've achieved here. This is very cool and impressive.
Okay, let's move on to our final discussion topic. I just can't really get my head around this sort of apparent stupidity, but here we go. Publisher Team 17, publisher/developer Team 17, they pledged support for NFTs of their Worms franchise artwork therein. And obviously there was a negative backlash, obviously. Various developers that were affiliated with Team 17, Playtonic, AgroCrab, I think was another one. They basically sort of disowned Team 17 publicly for doing this. And then within 24 hours, Team 17 effectively backed down, cancelled support for NFTs completely, in a move reminiscent of what happened with Stalker 2. And of course, there was the VO artist Troy Baker, who had his own rather sad NFT moment. What is it all about? I mean, we've got a question from a supporter here, Jeff, no last name. Can we talk about what is an NFT and why so many people / games companies jump on this bandwagon only to back out of it at the last minute?
So the NFT stuff, it's such a deep hole. I feel like to really explain it properly would require a very carefully scripted conversation where you think about what you say, because just like talking off the cuff like we do in here is the kind of thing that could potentially land you in a world of hurt, shall we say? Because fundamentally, the people that are into this stuff are really into this stuff, and for me though, like I don't see the value as far as games go. Like this does nothing for any of the actual game content and development. Most of the problems it seems to suggest that it will solve, they've already been solved in other ways. I mean, to me, it's like the NFT ecosystem as it's been discussed for games is no different than like the Roblox ecosystem, right? It accomplishes the same kind of thing because there's scarcity in Roblox. There's its own currency. People are trading things made by others. They can, rather than hate, they create. No, but it's just, I don't see any purpose as far as it fits in the games, and this doesn't even get into like the ecological impacts and all the other elements that combine with this. But it's clearly these publishers, they see dollar signs, right? They want that money. Investors, I think, probably love buzzwords. They see the NFT buzzword floating everywhere, and they just like, that's probably it. Like they just want to try to make some money on it. They try to come up with, well, maybe our scheme will be inoffensive enough that it won't cause anybody to become upset, and that never happens. I mean, there was like the nature preserve, the WWF.
Oh yeah, what were they thinking?
There was like, we're going to do an endangered species NFT collection, and it's just, man. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about this? Because I see 0 point in terms of functionality. It adds nothing to games specifically. There's no reason for this to be in games. And the types of games where they promise it to, where it could make any sense and still not make sense, are the types of games I hate anyway. They're already going too far in this. Like, I don't like stuff like microtransactions to begin with, and this is like uber microtransactions. You gain less with more of an impact. So I don't see the point. What about you guys?
To begin with, if we're talking about in-game items that you own, it's been done before without NFTs, right? Why do we need NFTs to do this? There was the Diablo auction house. Remember that? Failed. And obviously Steam had its hats for Team Fortress. There's no need to go down the blockchain route for this. And maybe there is, some kind of valid use case scenario for NFTs. The problem now is that the concept is so tainted in the gaming space that even if you come up with a good idea that, has no negative drawbacks, the fact that you're calling it an NFT means that it's doomed to failure. And, but yeah, again, I just don't see any kind of actual positive use case scenario. And this concept of digital ownership has to be strategically deployed because, we've had scenarios like, I think it was John Lennon's son, Julian Lennon, had an NFT sale, but, it was NFTs of physical items that he was keeping for physical item.
I got it. That's a very clever grift.
Which, how, why, what's the point? If he wants to sell his dad's stuff off, put it up for auction at Sotheby's or whatever, like everybody else does. You don't get to have your cake and eat it with ownership with a physical item. And similarly, with Worms, I didn't look at this in too much depth. I don't know if the original artwork for Worms was hand drawn or whether it is actually a digital item, right? If it's a digital item, then conceivably you could sell digital ownership, but if they were original physical drawings or whatever, then sell the physical drawings.
No, it wasn't that. They were doing like a whole special collection based on.
Oh, right. Okay, so it was built from the ground up. So it was actually just tapping into this concept of owning it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, it's just to the point now where it's all totally tainted, and there's so many bad actors in the space that it's actually bringing the whole thing into disrepute, regardless of any kind of positive forces that may be at work within that.
I think that's actually the strongest point here, Rich, is beyond what NFTs are and what they represent and what they can do. It's more like the whole thing has been so tainted at this point, and a lot of the people driving it are not the best, to say the least. If you're a company and you're looking at this, I just can't see how anybody at this point could say, yeah, that's worth the risk, because the backlash is so strong. Like, no matter how good a use case you had, it's too late. It's not going to work. Like, the backlash is there. It's just a PR disaster every single time. It has never gone well for one of these companies, right? Like, why would you ever subject your people to this at this point? Because, I mean, imagine you're the social media guy that has to, like, put this stuff out there, right? You're immediately dealing with this situation. Nobody wants to deal with that. Like, just stop doing it. Forget it.
Yeah, we do have these phases of things that happen that aren't particularly good and get discredited and then just disappear, and that's what's in danger of happening here, I believe.
Wait, are you saying this is like the second screen experience?
Oh, gosh.
Well, where do we begin, John? The second screen experience, stereo 3D gaming, which I actually thought was great and has actually basically transitioned into VR now. I don't think that was a particularly bad thing. More sort of proof of concept, or early work of something that would grow into something pretty spectacular. But, we've had all manner of sort of full store and second screen experience being one of them. The new one, of course, the metaverse, which, nobody has yet presented a valid use case scenario that is actually compelling to my eyes. There's a lot of discussion of like, oh, look at all these events happening in Fortnite, new Star Wars event happening in Fortnite. That's because people want to play Fortnite. All of this added bling is just kind of like a distraction, I suspect. There isn't a precedent to create a fiction-filled open world with stuff that is better viewed elsewhere. That's just my view on it. So I guess it is interesting that we have this kind of momentum behind certain ideas, but if the idea is fundamentally bad, then we're kind of entering Emperor's New Clothes scenarios here. And I remain to be convinced on the metaverse. I remain to be convinced on NFTs, but a lot of work to do there, I think. Okay, let's move on. We're going to have a bit of DF content discussion here, principally to talk about, I guess, the reaction. We did this with Uncharted Collection, rather, for PlayStation 5. We're going to be doing it with Dying Light, because obviously there was quite a lot of reaction to our content to that. I'm going to start with you, Alex.
Tom covered this and Oliver's on the last-gen consoles, so I can't speak exactly to their experiences here, but reading the comments online in reaction to Tom's video having come out, there's a lot of negativity surrounding the game's various modes it offers, and very specifically that the high-performance mode, the one targeting 60 FPS, and that the ray tracing mode, these both run internally at 1080p. And I've seen a lot of people saying, essentially, like, that has no place on these current-gen consoles, 1080p, and that the game is quote-unquote unoptimized. And I think those opinions are probably poor expectations management regarding the capabilities of current-gen consoles, but also argumentations that lack context about what Dying Light is doing. And we get kind of an inference into that, what Dying Light 2 is doing, why it is running 1080p when we look at the PC version, and that's what I covered. And there on the PC, we can see really easily, by playing the game on high, which is the kind of settings that you're seeing on the console in their performance mode, on RTX 2060, which is less powerful than the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Well, it's below 60 FPS quite handedly at 1080p with those settings. You can already see there that it makes quite a bit of sense why the Xbox and PlayStation 5, if they're targeting rock solid 60 FPS like they are, maybe the fact that the bottom resolution is 1080p is actually then not so surprising. So why? Why would they do that? Well, I can't actually speak to why they would, but I think as a person who plays PC games, that if I were in their position looking at the reaction to this, what I would want to do is maybe implement 2 or 3 different things about what Dying Light is doing. And we get that the game is quote-unquote unoptimized. And I've seen a lot of people saying, essentially, like, that has no place on these current-gen consoles, 1080p, and that the game is quote-unquote unoptimized. And I think those opinions are probably poor expectations management regarding the capabilities of current-gen consoles, but also argumentations that lack context about what Dying Light is doing. And we get kind of an inference into that, what Dying Light 2 is doing, why it is running 1080p when we look at the PC version, and that's what I covered. And there on the PC, we can see really easily, by playing the game on high, which is the kind of settings that you're seeing on the console in their performance mode, on RTX 2060, which is less powerful than the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Well, it's below 60 FPS quite handedly at 1080p with those settings. You can already see there that it makes quite a bit of sense why the Xbox and PlayStation 5, if they're targeting rock solid 60 FPS like they are, maybe the fact that the bottom resolution is 1080p is actually then not so surprising. So why? Why would they do that? Well, I can't actually speak to why they would, but I think as a person who plays PC games, that if I were in their position looking at the reaction to this, what I would want to do is maybe implement 2 or 3 different things. Is one, investigate the usage of dynamic resolution scaling so that certain areas of the game are maybe higher res than 1080p. Another thing to look into would be to look into reconstruction tech. We've seen other games targeting 1080p internally. For example, Returnal is 1080p 60. Not a lot of people complaining about that, but that game also reconstructed up to a higher output resolution and looked better as a result. That'd be something that'd be really great to see in Dying Light 2, and they already actually did that on Switch, so maybe that's possible. And I guess the last thing to do is what I did on PC already. A lot of console games already don't use the highest settings on purpose because they want to prioritize performance or resolution. Well, Dying Light 2 just puts the the settings rather high and it suffers in resolution as a result. They could just lower the settings a bit and offer a higher resolution mode. And I think my optimized settings on PC show that that's very doable if you look at something like an RTX 2060 or higher. So expectations, people, I don't think these developers don't know what they're doing. I think they have a good understanding of the hardware, probably better than you or I do in the audience. And I don't think that they made bad choices here and that their game's unoptimized. I think it's just, it's a very heavy game. You gotta, that's what it is. Yeah.
You say that, Alex. But when I was looking at your video, essentially you judged the best balance between performance and cost, and you came up with optimized settings that worked well on RX 5700 and 2060 Super, which are GPUs that are effectively lower in performance than PS5 and Xbox Series X typically. And yet you were running those within the 60 FPS ballpark at 1440p. So basically basically, it looks as though the developers were more sort of targeting a flat series of quality setting equivalents, right? So high is essentially the feature set you get on the upper end of consoles, but your contention would be that they could actually redistribute GPU power towards resolution by paring back features where the computational power probably doesn't make sense for the result.
Agreed. And we saw this before with the re-release of the Medium on PlayStation 5, where obviously that's a different console in terms of power next to the Xbox Series X, so they had to do something different maybe anyway, but they reprioritize things, and it runs higher resolution, and I think looks better than the Xbox Series X version in a number of scenes. So it's possible. Maybe they'll do that due to this reaction regarding the game, but I actually didn't think it was that bad of a release. So when I saw the reactions, I was a little bit surprised.
The reaction is, I mean, they give you 3 quality modes, right? But you kind of would prefer some kind of, I mean, there are 3 wins here, right? Resolution, performance, or ray tracing. And you kind of would want 2 of the 3 wins in any given mode, rather than having to choose between resolution and performance. You know, if you look at what's happening in, I guess the classic example of greatness here would be what Insomniac are doing with Ratchet and Spider-Man, where they have managed to blend those key features into specific modes. But here it's a stark choice, right? It's a really stark choice. And I think that's maybe what's standing out.
Clearly here they've prioritized stability and frame rate over everything else. So I mean, I'd be curious to see what it would be like at 1440p with those settings adjustments that you proposed, Alex. Would it actually be able to offer as consistent an experience? I mean, fundamentally, the main thing I think that console games need to rely on is stuff like dynamic resolution scaling and or reconstruction. Those are so critical to achieving good image quality and good performance on these machines that if you're just trying to do things like this, you're going to bump up against these problems. Because, and this also highlights just the nature of the reason DRS works so well is because usually when people are looking at the clarity of the image, it's often during quiet moments when they're just exploring a game world. When you get into the action or things start to get heavy, it's typically busier sequences. So even if it does end up hanging around 1080p during an action sequence, you're less likely to actually notice it in practice. And without that, they're essentially having to make decisions as far as where they're going to lock that frame rate. Like how much fluidity do you want? And we actually, it's interesting, this exact same situation appeared in Guardians of the Galaxy last year, right? Basically the same, where it had a very high res, like 30 FPS mode, and then the quality mode was 1080p. They did actually add ray tracing. I think it's like maybe 1440p, but it's the ray tracing usage is relatively limited compared to Dying Light, which has, it's much more broad. And Alex knows how expensive just enabling ray tracing at all is in this game, right? So I think it's just a choice thing. That this is the choice they went down, and I appreciate when developers prioritize performance above all else. But you can still see that maybe they went too far in one direction.
Well, we actually had a question from a supporter here, Kaz Smoke. I think that's the pronunciation. Sure. QA Smoke 99. Any idea why Dying Light is only 30 FPS on Switch? Well, I think
Series S.
99. Any idea why Dying Light is only 30 FPS on Switch? Well, I think
Series S.
Why Dying Light is only 30 FPS on Switch? Well, I think
Series S.
Sorry, yeah.
Seriously.
Let me do that again. Let me do this one again. Any idea why Dying Light is only 30 FPS on Series S? Well, if you consider that it's 60 FPS at 1080p on Series X, that kind of makes a lot more sense, right? I mean, also, of course, 1080p 30 is the target for Xbox One X, which arguably has more potent GPU.
This game is very heavy on GPU, right, above all else. And I think that's specifically why One X and Series S are the same here. Because the benefits of Series S aren't really applicable in this specific situation.
Okay, well, let's move on to supporter Q&A. This is where we generally put out a call for questions every week on our Patreon, and supporters chip in with their questions that I'd like the team to answer. And we're going to start off by a question from Flo G. Hi there. Do you believe that games on the next generations of consoles from Sony and Microsoft will rely mostly on ray tracing for rendering graphics? And if so, will PC games follow suit or be there already? Thank you for your awesome content. Well, ray tracing is going to be a question for Alex, right?
Next gen? Do they mean the...
As in next gen?
Next
as in
gen.
PS6?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the trajectory of the industry. Yes, 100% yes. It's I'm just very curious if the road AMD goes down here, whether they keep their lack of acceleration but bigger GPU, or if they go towards the NVIDIA route of more specific hardware in there. So yes, that's the direction graphics are going in. And if so, will PC games follow suit or be there already? I think PC games are already there. We're there before. So it's going to be very much so like we see now, where
games follow suit or be there for the games on the next generation to answer. We're going to start off by a question from Flo G. Hi there. Do you believe that games on the next generations of consoles from Sony and Microsoft will rely mostly on ray tracing for rendering graphics? And if so, will PC games follow suit or be there already? Thank you for your awesome content. Well, ray tracing is going to be a question for Alex, right?
Next gen? Do they mean the...
As in next gen?
Next
as in
gen.
PS6?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the trajectory of the industry. Yes, 100% yes. It's I'm just very curious if the road AMD goes down here, whether they keep their lack of acceleration but bigger GPU, or if they go towards the NVIDIA route of more specific hardware in there. So yes, that's the direction graphics are going in. And if so, will PC games follow suit or be there already? I think PC games are already there. We're there before. So it's going to be very much so like we see now, where games are going to be built around, if maybe in the next gen, going to be built more around ray tracing, and then on a PC version, there'll be scalability options to reduce quality and increase quality, and maybe an extra effect like ray trace caustics or something like that.
Interesting. I mean, we've got titles like Dying Light 2 and Cyberpunk 2077 Control, where the ray tracing feature set is well beyond what we're seeing even on the new consoles. So there's already an element that PC games are significantly ahead there, right?
Wait, Rich, I mentioned this morning, but when you look at the games that push ray tracing on the PC, they're all made in Europe or European area.
That is very interesting.
But when you look at the games that push ray tracing on the PC, they're all made in Europe or European area. Wait, Rich, I mentioned this morning, but when you look at the games that push ray tracing on the PC, they're all made in Europe or European area.
That is very
just
interesting.
Saying it.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, when you look at the developers there, the East Europeans, the Scandinavians, these guys are really into their tech, right? I mean, they are the guys that push the boundaries, and that is awesome to see. So it's kind of sort of baked into their DNA almost. But I'm sure there'll be more to follow, right? And even with like Unreal Engine 4, the Unreal RT feature set there is is pretty impressive, I would have thought.
Actually, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like European developers in Epic.
That's about it. That's funny.
Okay, next question from 1040 STF. Someone last week asked if a portable PS4 was possible from Sony, and you also talked about the possibility of getting PS3 games natively running on PlayStation 5. Do you think the Steam Deck would be capable of becoming a portable 60 FPS PlayStation 3 thanks to the emulator RPCS3? It does run on Linux, it even has a 720p screen, exactly the same resolution PS3 was aiming for in most games. So let me put a little bit of this into context, which is to say, last year I got hold of the Ryzen 4700S, which is a desktop kit that AMD bizarrely put together using salvage parts from the PlayStation 5. Specifically the APU. The GPU is disabled. The PCIe interfaces are not good. I bought it because I was looking at this and thought, well, a PC that uses the PS5 CPU, we could do some interesting testing here. Truth is, we can't do any interesting testing with it because it's a disaster. It's everything else, well, inside the APU, they've turned off the GPU. Outside the APU, connectivity to other interfaces is dire, so I didn't do anything with it. But I thought to myself, well, maybe I could run some PS3 games on it, under emulation. And I will be doing a video on that. But suffice to say that the concept of emulating the PlayStation 3 is a vast undertaking because of the cell processor, specifically the SPU satellite code processors within it. It's hugely demanding to the point where if you want to comprehensively beat original hardware performance, you need a high-end desktop chip, specifically 11th or 12th gen core. So the concept that a mobile APU could produce 60 FPS PS3 games is just not going to happen. However, a lot of those PS3 games outside of the first-party versions, outside of the first-party titles, will have perfectly serviceable PC ports, right? And they should run pretty well on the Steam Deck. So yeah, please, I'm sure there's plenty of emulation potential within the Steam Deck, but don't consider it as a portable PS3 because that's not going to happen.
What about Xbox 360?
I've not tried the emulator on that.
I haven't tried any in a while
I'd be
either.
curious to see, because I understand it's a little easier to extract performance from, so I might be worth trying on the Steam Deck.
Absolutely, but at the same time, it will only be those first-party games for the most part, right? And the platform exclusives, because the other ones will have native PC ports, which are far more relevant for the Steam Deck. Okay, next question, one for Alex here, because it's all about dat stutter. Question from Sloth. How does id Tech 7 avoid the shader compilation stutter issues we see in Unreal Engine games? Not just Unreal, but yeah, it is a lot of Unreal games. Does it handle shaders differently in some way? Doom Eternal's performance on a medium-spec PC at Ultra is very impressive. So I'm wondering if there are techniques from id Tech 7 that developers can use in other games and engines to achieve similar performance results.
Yeah, they definitely can. A lot of this is about discipline, oddly enough. So the style of shading and shader authoring in id Tech is done by something called very large uber shaders. And the reason why you need shader compilation in general, shader authoring in id Tech is done by something called very large uber shaders. And the reason why you need shader compilation in general is because different elements can combine on screen when artists are authoring things. And it needs a variety of shader permutations, and these can get huge, the amount of permutations, and that's why you need to compile them out. And that's why you have these lengthy processes in the game. Some of them are hidden and not easy to find. Some of them happen only if certain things trigger, and developers can't find that usually, so you get shader compilation stutter, even though they sometimes have a shader compilation step. This video, like I said, when this does come out, this is going to be a little bit intense, and I'm still trying to really wrap my head around it myself, but id Tech 7 reduces this issue completely by having only a very select few permutations in general of shaders, and artists need to be pretty disciplined and making sure they maintain within this artistic set of shaders. As a result, they actually don't really have to have a large dedicated shader compilation step in general, and it doesn't make any problems in the game. But this is super rare. A lot of devs don't do the artistic set of shaders. As a result, they actually don't really have to have a large dedicated shader compilation step in general, and it doesn't make any problems in the game. But this is super rare. A lot of devs don't do this because it is actually kind of limiting to the artists. They have to be they have to be super constrained.